what he said.
Yeah, Bob, so you're telling me physics has nothing to do with the discussions that we have here?
No, not really.
Oh, okay. So then you shouldn't bring physics up in any of these forums, is what you're saying.
You know, he's being disingenuous, really. At the end
He's
of the
always
day,
disingenuous.
Flat Earth is physics.
Well, you can attack me all you want.
Flat Earth is physics in a way,
physics.
and you can go out. Hang on, sorry to interrupt you, but when you do the research on YouTube, you can then go out into the real world and confirm that what you've learned from school as the heliocentric model, or what the video is telling you that is flat Earth, you can actually go out there and prove that for yourself through the research, through looking and cross-referencing other data. So you look at the data, you look at the information, and then you go out in the real world, nature, and you find out that the globe doesn't exist. That's good research, I would have to say.
That's bad research, though.
So,
No,
so
I mean,
Bob,
that's
did
ridiculous
you go to MIT and get a physics degree? Bob, do you have a physics degree from MIT?
What's that have to do with anything?
Do you have a physics degree, period?
No, I don't.
No, you don't. Did you study physics in university at all?
Yes.
Okay. Did the university you go to, is that like MIT caliber when it comes to like a physics department?
Well, I don't know what you mean by MIT caliber. It's a very good university I went to, yes.
Okay.
So, Michigan State University.
Michigan State. It's a good university. Yeah. Pretty good engineering there too. So
that's where I went. That's where I went for my undergrad as well.
Look at it. You guys have the same alma mater.
Yeah. Yeah, I did my undergrad 4 years at Michigan State.
When were you there?
2000 to 2004.
Yeah, I graduated in 87.
I was there in the 60s.
What's her full name?
What's your address? What is your social? I'm just playing. So it's kind of, I don't know. It's disheartening that people who tend to come on here and try to talk down to people and say that they're uneducated. And then also if they say, hey, you know, I'm trying to further my knowledge in something like physics, and I've looked into a whole bunch of lectures from this gentleman called Walter Lewin in this physics department in a university called the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I don't know, it's a decent university. And then I've also done some research on my own, right? Like some reading and all that kind of stuff. For somebody to be very arrogant about how YouTube would be a poor choice for somebody to try to start their journey in discovery, when there's a plethora
you're
of
still going to fuck up Coriolis, though, right?
that is provided.
Despite all this shit that you've read and learned, you're still going to fuck up Coriolis. Guaranteed.
Well, let's just see whether or not you
actually
actually
did
watch those
with you
videos.
regarding Coriolis, and you're just trying to shit on my point.
Well, let's see if you actually paid attention and understood those lectures that you watched on YouTube.
Did I say that I was this person?
For example, if you have two containers, one has a vacuum and the other has 1 atmospheric pressure in it, and you open a tube between those two containers, we all know what happens, right? Do you remember that line?
Right, of course we do. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So what was the next line after it, where you put a pump on it and create a vacuum in the first container again and pump the air into the other? That's the effective work on entropy. It's something that flat earthers never seem to understand.
Yeah.
So did Charlie?
We know that. We know what
Lee
entropy is. We understand that. We're not. That's
No
saying
point
we
having
don't understand what entropy is.
Yeah, I think he did drop out of the VC, but no, your point's it's true though, man. I mean, YouTube
was a couple minutes ago.
Any source of like video content like that on any platform. It doesn't have to be just YouTube, but if it's first of all, information is information, and one of the definitions of research is to analyze and take in said information. So there's no reason that you can't research at any location that has information that has value to it.
Well, can we have gas pressure without a container in the atmosphere?
No, we cannot.
Okay, so you didn't pay attention to the lecture then.
So I'm curious as to the room's like definition of research, just like a general definition of what research would entail. Like if I Googled research, what do you think that would garner
The
me?
first thing you do
Probably
is
a
when you
course
do
of study
research
of
is you
some
don't.
kind.
The first thing you do is you don't Google research. You either know what it means or you don't. You don't need a definition for it.
Dude, are you
Exactly.
incapable of just having a legitimate conversation?
Yeah, being honest, not disingenuous.
I'm quite capable of having a legitimate conversation. How many times have I been personally attacked in this one already? You consider that a decent
Hold on,
conversation?
You're not being genuine.
derailing.
That's right.
Hold on. Yeah, we're not going to derail into all that. So let's stay on the topic. All right, I did just Google it, so I'm going to read the first on dictionary.com. Diligent and systematic inquiry of investigate. Okay, I got to start over. Okay, this is for research. Diligent and systematic inquiry or investigation into a subject in order to discover or revise facts, theories, applications, etc.
Wait, I
So
have
is-
to ask. Hold on.
Is video excluded from that?
Well,
It's not. It's not.
Diligent and systematic inquiry. I mean, those are important. Diligent and systematic inquiry or investigation into a subject in order to discover or revise facts, theories, applications, etc. So it could be any. It could be any. It could be video. It could be text. It could be even, verbal.
Yeah, music,
It could be any
whatever.
books. Yeah.
Anything. You see, that's research. So
I think
if you want to learn how to make a souffle, you can research several videos, read some material, and then you can go up and start making your souffle in your kitchen. Okay. Using YouTube and whatever platform.
So if I want to make a souffle and I look at videos that tell me souffles can't exist, therefore I don't make the souffle because
That's
souffles
being
don't
absurd.
exist.
That
That
would be
research?
absurd anyway. That would be absurd, wouldn't it? Because you'd then go and look for more material. If you're so concerned about that, you'd be looking for some more material to that end, if that was the case. And
So when I look at videos
you
that
could
say
use
the
Google.
atmosphere can't exist without a container, I should disregard those as much as I do the video that says the souffle doesn't exist?
No. I said you would further your investigation, wouldn't you? If you heard that, you would further your investigation.
Yes, and my investigation says that we can have an atmosphere without a
Well,
container.
then you'd have to
Yet
show us
people
that.
still
Then,
put
please.
that
Then
out.
you'd have to demonstrate that in an experiment, which cannot be done. That's your problem. So you can have the theory and hypothesize that, but then now
it's
you're in
been
the
done.
real world. You'd have to present that situation in the real world, and when you cannot do that, it remains
can
an
do it, though.
unproven. It remains an unproven hypothesis. It is not.
Yeah, but I can do
scientifically
that
proven.
easily, and so can you.
No, you can't. Show me how you can have air pressure without gas pressure without containment, please.
Great. Atmospheric pressure has a gradient to it, right there.
I'm sorry,
how it works.
we're still under a dome, mate. We're still under a dome.
Not with a gradient, we're not.
Yes, we are. We are under
The only
a dome
way we
because
can
we're
have a
supposed to
gradient
be
is
in
if
space.
external forces
10
acting on it.
10 to the minus
But-
17
but-
tour.
But Bob,
10 to the
why
minus
did
17
why did you skip past the pressure question and go on to pressure in layers?
Because that's a pressure question. That's the answer to it.
So the
So why
answer
can't
to
you
how do you have
equally-
gas pressure is the gas pressure is in layers.
The gas pressure has a gradient to it, which means that there's an external force acting upon it.
No, it means it's seeking equilibrium.
If it was seeking equilibrium, it would be equal.
But it's always
And it's not
constantly being produced from the earth.
What's
Thank you.
producing gas in the earth?
What?
What is producing gas in the earth at that
The
rate?
earth,
Everything.
the earth itself.
The
Like
earth,
what?
the
Itself.
beings that live on earth, we're processing and everything is completely cyclical.
Okay,
It's
so
being
where's the
used.
gas coming from in Earth that is
It's
replacing
coming
the
from
gas?
earth
ground,
itself.
the-
It's coming from
The
earth
animals,
itself.
your
the
ears.
plants.
Okay, how do plants produce gas?
Through
Through
their
photosynthesis.
photosynthesis.
Okay, well, let's look at photosynthesis. What is involved in photosynthesis?
It's gases
realize-
being used and then produced other gases.
So what happens is it takes in carbon dioxide and it puts out an equal amount of oxygen, so there's no net gain at all. So where's this gas coming from that's pressing
14
upward?
psi, 14 pounds per square inch. 14, that's a pressure containment needed for that to be happening here on Earth. There's no avoiding it. We cannot be in the vacuum of space of 10 to the minus 17 torr and not
Sure we
have a
can.
barrier over that. We would all be dead. I'm sorry. It's a
Sure we
fact.
can. Mars has an
This can
atmosphere,
be-
so does
this
Jupiter.
can be proved,
Mars
this
has
can
an
be demonstrated.
atmosphere.
This can be demonstrated.
Mars,
No,
Jupiter, and
Certain
Venus have
degree.
atmospheres. We can see them.
Yeah. On a smaller scale, that can be demonstrated. Yeah. Sorry.
I think I know.
Mercury
I think I
barometer
know what causes
is
the
a good example.
gas. I think all the gas that is produced on Earth is just Jin producing hot air from his mouth.
Again, with less of the insults, because I'm not insulting you, you scumbag. So I would refrain
That
from
was an
insulting me at
insult,
all.
though, you
And Gio,
scumbag, so-
Gio, can you control this? Because I don't want to shut the show down, right? So I'm not insulting the man at all. So please do not insult me. Don't call my name. I've told you already that I don't acknowledge you in the year 2023.
Hold
I
on,
don't engage with you.
Hold on, dude. All right. I temporarily muted him. Yeah, don't do that, please. Jen, were you in a point you wanted to say? That just
thank you very much. Thank you very much. What I wanted to say
we're just
was,
not letting this thing get derailed, but constantly. Just we're not going to allow someone to come in and just throw an insult and destroy the entire conversation for the whole room. It's not going to be allowed to happen.
yeah, thank you very much on that one. And I've said to the guy yesterday that I don't acknowledge him in 2023, so I won't be calling his name. My conversation is not directed to him at all, so he is to refrain from talking to me. That way we don't get insults thrown. I don't know you. Now, my point was this. My point was this, yeah? Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question for you. Yeah? You said that you need a container, right? So there's 14.7 psi at sea level. We can all agree that. The height that I am at, the air pressure is 14.5. Where's the container between 14.7 and 14.5?
I never said there was a container at that point. What you're looking at there is the Earth's air that we breathe and all the gases contained therein in flux. It's mixing, it's in flux. But you can't have this mixing and in flux situation, the pressure, without a container, especially if you're supposed to be in the vacuum of space 10 to the minus 17 torr. The air would be stripped away. It's clearly obvious. And I'm still talking, but I'm still talking. So wait. But and this can be demonstrated to a certain degree here on Earth. We can produce experiments to prove that you need containment for pressure. We can prove this. Thank you. Now you can speak.
Right, Jen, I'm at 14.5, and if I go down to sea level, I'm moving from one air pressure to another. Yeah?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, so you don't. So you don't need. Right, hold on. No, Jen, you forced me to listen to your rambling shite. Right, so now you wait until.
Excuse me, it's not rambling shite.
Now you wait until
it's
I'm
not rambling
finished.
shite. It's not rambling.
You guys, dude. Jen, you were interrupting him. Go ahead, Highlander.
So Jen, now you're telling. Right, Jesus Christ.
Hold on, Highlander. Hold on, bro. All right. I'm gonna unmute you, but just go ahead with your point. Don't go. Go ahead. Say your point.
Jen, you just said that you don't need containment between 14.7, 14.6, and 14.5. So why would we need containment if it keeps going that way up until almost zero? So why would we need containment between 0.01 and 0.02?
Okay, I'm gonna unmute Jin, but don't interrupt him. Let him respond. Go ahead, Jin.
Yeah, thanks very much. It's a non sequitur because you still need the containment for the pressure to build up to 14 whatever in the first place. Without the containment, you would not be having 14 point this, 14 point that, 14 point this. You would need a containment in the very, very outset. I'm finished.
You're just repeating your assertion, Jim.
So where is the container between 14.7 and 14.6? Because they're clearly two different pressures, right?
You, like I have said, you wouldn't have said pressure and said degrees in pressure without a containment. You are willfully ignoring the English language that I'm saying to you. You would need a container in the very, very outset Without it, you would not have any pressure. It would be in space. Do you understand?
Jen, I think you need to calm down before you have a heart attack, my friend.
I'm calm.
No, he has a very healthy heart.
Yeah, thank you. You are willfully ignoring what I say, and you're just being silly here. I'm
Right,
finished
okay,
with you.
right. So let me get this correct, right? So we go up, and the higher up we go, the less and less pressure there is, right? So at the very top, where the pressure is, I don't know what your pressure is against your dome or firmament or whatever you call it. But if the pressure's so low there, what's causing all the pressure down the bottom? Why is all the pressure not equalizing throughout?
That would be the natural phenomena that we live in. That is how Earth, as we know it, is leveled and a flat plane. That's how it works. Okay? That's how it works. And you would most certainly need a container for this thing, for you to be talking about it in gradients. And let's remember, this is all in flux. So it's all mixing up and leveling out and mixing up. That's the continuity of Earth and the air and the gases that are contained therein. Now, if that explanation is not good enough for you and you seem to want to know more, go to the Creator. Go to God. God will tell you how he beautifully created this earth so you can understand it. Okay? Go to God, because no man can know what the moon is or what the sun is. Okay, you can't know what they are unless you've been there with your instruments to verify and check what the sun is made of and the moon. Okay, and yet they are above our heads every day. Okay, and they are part of the Earth's cycle that we live in, the gas and everything else. So go to God if I can't give you the answer. Okay, thank you very much.
Right.
I'm now finished.
I just asked you how it worked, and you replied with, "That's how the Earth works," and it all mixes up.
Correct. Yeah, it mixes up in flux. That's what we observe every day of every day of the week that you live. Especially if you're lucky enough to be living out on the coast of your countries, wherever you live on islands, you see this thing. It's beautiful to watch. The smog, the mist, the fog, the air. It's beautiful. There is no arguing against that. You cannot argue against it. Okay, it's part of Earth's creation, and I didn't create Earth, so that I can't know everything. I cannot know that. Certain things I cannot know, and I can accept that as a flat earther, as long as I'm not harming Earth in any way. As long as I'm not harming anything that exists on Earth.
But Jen, why couldn't you have? Okay, what about gas that's just in the environment that isn't pressing up against anything? If you don't have proof that that's actually pushing up against something, how can you say that the entire Earth has to have a container?
Well, because it is in flux, though, isn't it? I mean, we do have 14. They say air pressure is at 14 point whatever it is psi now. Yeah. Now you would have to have anything to do with pressure needs containment. That's the law, isn't it? That's a law. So even though I haven't been to the edge of the world to be able to prove that the dome exists, and that's a fact, I haven't done that yet. I can't, because it's being patrolled. Humanity has been corralled onto the main continents here. It's the logical progression to that conclusion. And that's what we experience here. Your bicycle tire, oil pressure, water pressure, gas pressure in pipes, it all has to be contained. That's what so it's a very strong conclusion that we need to be under the dome. It can't just.
It's a very sensible conclusion.
Gas. Gas is omnidirectional, always going in all directions.
It's very sensible.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it is related to what actually exists, like real physics.
Like everywhere. Yeah. Dude,
it's kind of
dude, I swear, it's so obvious, bro. I just, like, sometimes you just have to laugh. Like, I have trouble even taking this shit seriously, because, like, they're just not getting it. Yeah, man, I wrote in the chat, like any gradated system, has its like container or walls, its enclosure. So like Jin said, like that's just how it is. Like, you know, you have a can, you have a cup, you have a surface tension, you have like just like a, I don't know, even a river, a lake, like everything has its wall and barrier. You know, that's just how shit works. Like, why would you ever assume that the sky just doesn't have a limit? It's just so nonsensical.
Yeah. Well, okay, go ahead.
It not being intuitive isn't an argument for its non-existence.
Well, not having evidence isn't a fucking argument either.
Well, I'm just you're saying
like all of existence is our argument and premise, and you're saying that it's not all of existence, and I'm saying, okay, well, we're waiting. Idiot. Like not to like call names, but like we're the ones siding with what is actually happening.
You just said if it's intuitive, like, come on, guys, it's not intuitive. Therefore,
no, I'm saying all gradated, like all gradated systems have containment, all of them at every scale. So, like, to say that something wouldn't have that goes against all experience, all of it. All natural experience of all people everywhere, including yourself. So, like, to say otherwise, it's kind of like, okay, bro, we're waiting. You know, it's not realistic.
Okay, let's humor you for a minute and say the Earth definitely has a container, right? So, what information do you have on this container other than it must be there?
Well, I have more evidence than you.
Right. So, what is that evidence?
All of existence, that everyone agrees on because they're also existing it.
What if gravity?
The only evidence you have is that it must be there.
No, we are alive. We are alive. Understand?
You have a skin suit.
We are alive. Yeah.
Your eyeball is contained. Your hair has a follicle. Like, bro, everything has its wall and containment, and the gradiated system is inside of that. The larger it is, the more that you can register the gradient. That's just how it is. If it's small, you probably won't notice it.
Blood pressure.
Very quickly.
Your blood is contained.
So you have
I don't have to type it out.
So you have no other information. You don't know how high up it is. You don't know how far away it is.
I'm sorry. I don't have a big ass ego. I don't give a fuck.
Nobody's ever seen it. Nobody's ever photographed of it. Nobody knows what it's made of.
Okay.
Nothing.
Yeah, and you know why that is. And you know why that is, though, don't you? You know why that is, don't you, though? You've heard the explanations as to why. You've heard that.
Yeah,
how do you know?
Well, this guy wants to know so much. Clearly, he must be the most educated man in the room because everything can be known. So you must know it all, right? But we don't know one thing because we literally can't know it. We're being kept from those areas. And
wouldn't we be able to detect the dome with radar?
Like, what's it matter?
So who's preventing us from getting to the dome? I mean, if there's a dome or a container, right, then that must mean that somebody has been there.
Well,
yeah, maybe some people have been there.
I don't know.
Hold on. For me to prevent you from going somewhere, I need to have been there to stop you from going there.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do that anyway. But the organizations are the Air Force, aircraft carrier, naval personnel, submariners in their submarines, okay? They are patrolling the oceans, okay, and the airspace. And there are ocean buoys. I'm still talking. There are ocean buoys. I'm still talking. I'm still talking.
Hold on, you guys.
Love you, Jen.
Just hold off for a second. Highlander, just a little I mean, it's not really fair just to interrupt him and start screaming, hold on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I'm not going to
he's made a claim that
I'm not finished what I'm saying, though. I
It's
have to
aircraft
finish what I'm saying.
carriers and
I
fucking
will carry on.
shit
I will carry.
and
I will
fucking
carry on.
soldiers,
And that is,
right?
you know
Being
that
ex-
the
Speak truth.
All right, I
Speak
was
truth.
trying to not have to mute you guys, but that's just totally chaotic. All I'm saying, Highlander, just let him finish his whole point and then rebut it. You know what I mean? Rather than
you haven't done enough research.
I didn't know Jin was just talking. Okay, I'm just.
What the hell was the laugh?
All right, Highlander. I'm just saying, bro. Let him finish his full thing to then respond. That's all I'm saying. All right, Jin, you're up. Go ahead, bro. Finish your point.
Yeah, I'll be about 30 seconds. As I said, the said organizations, the jet fighter pilots, those who supposedly protect the free world, that's a lot, 24/7. They patrol the airwaves. So if you're in an aircraft and you go beyond the 60th parallel, you may be escorted back by jet fighters. If you're in a ship, you may be escorted back by Australian ships, British ships, Russian ships, and said submarines as well. And I've got the material, and I will post you that material very shortly into this server. Give me a few minutes. Thank you very much.
Right, being ex-military and being part of the British military, right? And I have 3 cousins in the British Navy, right? I can confirm that the British Army do not stop you going to any container. They will not prevent you from going anywhere in the world that you don't want to go to.
You are being
That
willfully
makes
ignorant because in order to get to that container, one, you'd have to, if you had the technology to fly high and touch it with a aircraft, a helicopter or something, if you had that technology, that would be interesting in itself. But you know that we're talking about going towards Antarctica. We can't go towards Antarctica and then get onto Antarctica from the ice shelf, that wall, and then proceed in any given direction. We can't do that. We're not allowed to do that. Okay?
Okay,
You
then
know
let's
that.
take it from a different direction then. Take it from a different direction. Okay, I got a
Like
different.
what? Like what?
Coach, you sound like a pilot on an airplane. Well, hello, everybody. Today we're going to be. You sound all nasally.
Is it better now?
I don't know why.
I mean, if this ice wall goes all around the world, how many?
Hold on, Highlander. Hold on. Go ahead, Kojo.
You guys are taking it to no man's land, literally. Okay.
That's what Highlander does. Every time he speaks, he brings up like something else. He just keeps going.
Well, Highlander's he's a good dude. I just mean regardless. What I'm saying is, the dome. You're saying there needs to be a dome. Riggs says we've never seen anything. We've never seen it. Gradient without this container. Okay, there's good points. However, I'm just finishing up what I was saying in the chat. The container we're talking about, a physical container, is just a mechanism which is supplying a force. Basically, it's a force field between the atomic structure of the wall and the atomic structure of the gases, and they're repelling, and it's not letting the gases get through. Okay, and if you don't believe that, they have even more sophisticated setups where you have a magnetic field that's containing plasma and keeping the pressure in that way. Okay, and if you still don't believe that, then let's look at water pressure. Okay, let's look at a different force. We'll consider this force the weight of the water in a pool or in a lake or in the ocean. The weight of the water acts as a force which applies pressure on the gases below it, on the liquids below it, the fluids below it, and you get pressure this way. And gas and liquid both being fluids means they're both dictated by fluid dynamics, which means they're both dictated by the same rules in this case. Meaning you can have the weight of gas simply being the force that creates this pressure. And a container of any other sort is not necessary. It's just not, it could be there, but it's not required.
And before you go on, it wasn't me that took it to this fucking crazy dome shit and the fucking crazy mad ice wall being protected by the military. That was you guys, yeah, not me.
It was Jen, yeah.
So Kosher, your example of like water, right? Can you give me an example of water that is not contained, that is able to produce the pressure you're talking about?
Yeah, weight. I said the weight of the water, not just water itself. But
Right. So can you give me an example of this water that is Hello? Yes?
If there is a dome, why can't we detect it with radar?
Why are you interrupting what I'm saying to ask that question?
Because it's a good question.
All right,
Everyone is
all right. We can move to that next, but at least let's let them finish that, and your radar question can be next. Okay, go ahead, Nepal.
Jiminy Christmas. So, yeah, can you give me an example of water that has built up pressure that does not have some sort of walls or containment? Because the examples you gave were like a lake or the ocean or any of these things where you have embankments, right? Containment for the water. Now, there might not be a container on the top of it, but you certainly have walls of containment in every other side of that, right? So,
You do have those. Those are included there, but they're not. You have to remember they're not a necessary component in that in what creates the pressure.
Right. So that's why I asked you, do you have an example that there is no walls?
No, there is an example. I just before I go down that path, I just want to remind that that's not necessary, because the thing that's keeping the water from going elsewhere is not what's creating the pressure. What's creating the pressure is the weight itself. So it not being able to keep falling is it's true that it's happening, but it's not necessary. What's necessary is the weight. But anyway, if you have like free falling water, like in a vomit comet, you have water that's on all sides. You can have it surrounding an object, and not needing walls or whatever. But like I said, the walls and the ground are not necessary. It's just the weight that's. I guess the floor would be necessary. But the weight of the water above it is the only thing that's forcing it to the pressure.
So there's pressure within water in the vomit comet. Is that what you said? So it's just random water flowing around within the vomit comet?
Yeah, but I wouldn't necessarily say that there's pressure there. It is contained without a container, but there's not pressure there. Not in the same way that I'm talking about.
It's a droplet, right? It's not like it's
not just
creating this pressure.
So like water surrounding like a GoPro camera or something like that.
So in that example, right, it's just the pressure from the outside environment, right? The pressure within the fuselage of that plane is causing the water to form into a circular shape, right? But it's not
right. Yeah,
there's
it's not the same thing, right? It's not the same force. Because like I said, that's why I said before I go down that route, which I don't think is necessary, I want to remind you that that's not required. That's required is the force. It's like a force field. Like a container is basically a force field, or an actual magnetic field, or just weight.
Right. So you gave a bunch of examples of how you can have these pressures without containment, but your examples contained containment. When you say like water in a lake, there's pressure that's higher at the bottom, right? So if we tore down the walls of the lake, what would happen to the water?
It would continue to fall.
It would flow outwards, right? Like it would try to seek its equilibrium, and thus you would release the pressure that was built up due to the walls of the containment around the lake.
Right.
Would you agree with that?
It would continue to fall downward. Yeah. All that's happening is its weight is forcing it downward. And so if you move the walls, it being a fluid and not having nothing stopping it from finding a place to go downward, it would just continue going downward.
Because the question within contention, right, is this gas pressure without containment, the alleged container that we require to have the gradient of gas pressure here on Earth, which subsequently butts up against the water and all that kind of stuff, right? So it's kind of hard to give an example for you guys of gas pressure without containment because there's no real way to get outside the Earth's environment unless you wanted to try to create like a vacuum. And even though you would still have a specified volume within that vacuum, that would probably be your best way to start is within a vacuum environment, and then try to figure out how you can have a specified gas pressure and or even the water pressure that you're talking about within this vacuous environment.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, the example I gave though of the water, for example, and then you want to see that without walls. Well, that can be done. The pressure, or the thing that's allowing it to conform to the outside of a GoPro or even a toy ball. If you had a toy ball on a comet vomit, the water would conform around that toy ball. You would see that there's no walls necessary, because now that it's conforming around the toy ball, the water itself is the walls, right? So if you put water on one side of it, it would fall more closely to that ball, to where it was just surrounding the ball. So you can take that to the weight on Earth. The weight on Earth is acting around that ball in all directions. So if you put water all on one side, it's going to continue to fall until it's surrounding the entire ball, and the water on each side of it is acting as these walls. So that's what I'm saying. That's not a necessary.
So within the vomit comet, do you have these like fluid situations where the water? So you would have to have a situation where the vomit comet would do its thing, right? The water would become in free fall, and then you would have to place a ball within that water. I don't think the water would just automatically start to adhere to a ball, right? You'd have to place the ball within this drop of water, and they would probably fall at the same rate. But then, do you have the dynamics that we have here on Earth taking place within that situation? Meaning that you have the water working its way towards that ball at all situations. So let's say you take a ball that's slightly larger than the droplet of water that you're putting it into, right? When we're in this free fall environment, would the water then start to act the way that it currently does on Earth, where you would have this dynamic flow of the water taking place on the outside of that ball? Or do you have a demonstration of that?
Yeah. I mean, what you said about, so the water just conforms around the ball. You don't have to place the ball inside of the water. It actually just conforms around the ball.
So when you're on a vomit comet, so if I went on a vomit comet and I have a bunch of tennis balls and I have buckets of water, when it starts to go in free fall, like that water immediately seeks to adhere to the tennis balls or the people, or
That's right.
I don't see that taking place in the vomit comet. Like, I've never seen a demonstration of that. I've actually never seen water not in a container in the vomit comet, to be honest with you.
Okay, fair enough. Let me see if I can find one. I definitely have it on the ISS, and
Well, that's obviously in contention, right? You know that.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But the only contention is that they're on a vomit comet. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, well, then why don't we just use that then? Because it's basically the same thing, and to you guys, it is the same thing. So, but regardless, I'll find one on a vomit comet. I mean, do you have a problem with it being on a ISS?
What do you think, Kosha?
I'm saying, I'm literally asking you because
if I ask the question, I'm like, if I ask, do you think people can literally fade away? And if you said no, and I said, I can show you that they can literally fade away, and I gave you a video of that taking place in an environment that you've never been in, would you take that as legitimate evidence that people can literally fade away?
No, I'm not going to entertain that. But I'll just find one on the vomit comet. But like I said, most people,
you don't want to entertain
contention
that
with the ISS is that
have
they're
faded away.
actually on a vomit comet. So
Yeah, I mean, Koja just got big balls the last week or so.
Thank
It's
you.
like, I'm not going to entertain that. Like, oh, sorry, let me bow down. I'm sorry. Please tell me what we're allowed to talk about. King
He doesn't want to entertain it because he knows it's like, I'm not going to take an example you're providing to me as evidence when I can literally give you evidence of people fading away from the same environment. People don't literally fade away. So I wouldn't accept that as proof of your claim.
That's why I say I'm already looking for the vomit comment ones. I just think it's funny. I don't want to use the word dishonest or something like that, but I'll just say funny that like in almost a different conversation, if I was talking to anybody about what like the ISS, they would just tell me, oh, they're probably in a vomit comment or whatever. So if we're looking for evidence of this happening, like with this water surrounding this ball, and we had to try to explain it in a different conversation, we would just say they were on a vomit comment.
I mean, I don't think the ISS
it's fine. That would be fine in those scenarios, but in this scenario, it's not fine.
Are you saying it's impossible?
I'm just looking for one of the.
You're being disingenuous. And here's the thing: me personally, I don't think that a vomit comment type environment has been used to simulate what they're providing us as the ISS.
Oh, it has. It has at times.
In a very long time. Like, it hasn't happened in a very long time, in my opinion, because
Did
they've
you
got
see them all crash
technology.
into the wall, though, Napalm?
Right, but that was back in like the Skylab days, right?
They
No,
stopped.
that was the ISS.
They stopped using the parabolic flights around 2010, and they switched to using like TV sets with augmented reality.
Yeah, like
the
that's what I'm trying to figure out. Are they saying that this is like that it's impossible to fake this or something? Because like if you guys, I'm about to drop a video and just watch the end of it, and like it shows like everyday people, not even like real expensive studios, completely faking everything they show they do in the ISS, basically. And then there are more videos that go more in depth with the water and everything.
I got a question for any of the flat earthers here. I remember seeing a video. It might have been I think it was a girl. I don't remember which girl it was, but there was like either like a ball of glass. It was probably like a sphere of water. Like, hey, look, the water's floating in front of me. And then you see her face through it, and her face looked the same in the sphere as it did in the footage. And when light reflects through a sphere, it goes upside down and inverted. But in that moment, it just looked like a copy of her face. Does anyone remember that?
Mm-mm.
Yes, I remember.
Like if you look at a face through a sphere, a glass sphere,
the young girl,
it'll be upside down.
The young girl in the red t-shirt. She had a red
Maybe.
She had a red shirt on. Yeah,
but it wasn't upside down.
The red shirt on, and she looked through the so-called spherical ball, and no, it wasn't upside down. It wasn't. Yes, that's right. It's the young girl that you see when she was and her hair was like flowing outwards, fixed permed hair, red top she had on that day.
Right, the curly hair chick.
I remember seeing that for sure. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. They've kind of like let the cat out of the bag, bro. Like
the content producers.
You have to at least admit they've faked the ISS sometimes. I mean,
no, they'll never admit that.
You'd be totally dishonest, like to not at least be like, yeah, that looks like they kind of fucked up,
or at least admit that all of it could be faked. Like they're going as far as to pretend there's some things they show us from the ISS that have to be real and mean you're in space only, and that there's no way to fake it. That's the only way you
take
can
a partial concession, because like some of it's like really embarrassing if they just say no, they don't see anything.
Like, did you see the GIF that I put in there? I'm sure you guys have all seen that video where they beam in the stuffed animal. And the baller excuse for that is, well, they said that they were going to do that for the kids. So the fact that they can do that, meaning the stuffed animal's not there, and then it appears out of nowhere and is manipulated by the person on the ISS, goes to show that they definitely have the technology to make things
and they utilize it,
and
they're comfortable using it.
And they obviously are comfortable using it. But because they disclosed that they used trickery of whatever technology to do that for the kids, that makes it completely irrelevant in the ballers' minds for some reason.
Because they're bots, Napalm. Like if you show a normal person the fact that they film constantly in water, they always film in water, and that they actually put a certain I forgot what they put in the water to make it more buoyant, and they film in water in practice, and that they have spent millions on practicing being able to film them like moving around in harnesses and stuff and looking like completely in 0G. They have entire videos where they show NASA facilities where there's green screens everywhere. There's astronauts in harnesses everywhere. This is openly shown footage.
Doesn't NASA own the largest green screen in the world or something?
I don't know about that. But if you show them a normal person, that's going to be like, what? There's no way that footage is actually from NASA. But in here, they'll be like, yeah, so what? They have huge studio, shed, warehouse with tons of astronauts on harnesses and wires in front of green screens. They're just training. Of course they train in a pool and they put a substance in there that makes it more buoyant, and then they just constantly film and train in there. Of course.
Yeah, I used my wife as a test case, right? Because she literally could care less, right, about any of these discussions. And up until I was on Discord, I didn't really have too many of these discussions that, one, she would listen to, or two, that she knew that I was even involved in, right? But since I've been on Discord, she does hear me having the conversations. She hears a lot of the conversations we have. But prior to that, I used her as a test case because she doesn't care about space, doesn't look into it, has zero opinion on it, blah, blah, blah. I showed her a video. It was just like an hour, 2 hour long video of mistakes on the ISS. There was no volume involved in it. It was just a video. I'm like, hey, honey, just look at this and tell me what you think. And she started watching it and looking at it. And she's like, what is this? Who made it? I was like, this is footage of NASA, from NASA, of people on the International Space Station. She goes, but why is it so fake? Like, why are they doing all these things that, like, it doesn't even look real? I'm like, do you think that that's awkward? Do you think that this is real footage? She's like, no, this is obviously not something that would take place in reality. Like, instantly. Because she didn't care. She had no dog in the race. She didn't obsess about space or about flat earthers, like, didn't fucking stalk them or anything like that. She just legitimately had zero opinion, was shown the footage, no bias going into it, and looks at it just with fresh eyes and is like, what the fuck is this? Like, this is obvious fakery. Like, she knew instantly.
That's why they've had to do all this censorship, because the amount of people that were waking up at the time before they did the censorship was so way faster than they wanted. And yeah, because if they don't censor, like you're saying, like, people that don't already have some kind of bias or some kind of severe psychological reason to defend this stuff can see through it.
Dude, it's like, they would be like, there's no way that NASA has a room with astronauts faking in front of green screen. Right? Like, there's no way that's real. And they literally do that. Like, that's, dude, and Iru always has all the good stuff because people pounce on it, then they hide it. And yeah, it's just weird. It's like, I dropped that 25 bloopers from space. Like, they most of the people in here won't watch that video. The rest of them, they've seen some of the videos before, and so they won't listen to what he's saying. They're just like, they have a script for it, so it doesn't matter. They don't have to worry about it. They can laugh about it because they already have a script. They've heard about it. So it's like weird. It's like totally weird.
Yeah, and we've gotten to the point where, like, back in 2014, 2015, like, all of this shit was still around, but a lot of it has been swept under the rug to where you can't even find the shit anymore. Like, even the Earthrise picture, they literally went in and fucking changed that picture on NASA's website because of flat earthers. Like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they think that's totally normal. It's so weird.
Is there like a Chinese NASA equivalent that like China covers up this stuff in like?
Yeah, their footage is even worse, dude.
Yeah, they're all in cahoots. Like, you think Russia and the United States hate each other?
I wonder what happens to the rockets at the rocket launches, where like disappears like out of sight as it goes straight up, and it's
where
like,
it goes straight up. Have you ever?
Wow, when do they go straight up?
Been to a rocket launch?
Yeah, I've been to like 4 and filmed them in infrared and normal with high power zooms. Where did you see them go straight up?
I can even watch them from my house, bro. That's the thing. And these people think, what happens to the rocket when it goes straight up? It's like, you obviously have never experienced one.
Yeah, dude, they like go over fast. Like they start going over at a low height.
So is that your contention that rockets go straight up?
Well, initially they go straight up.
Yeah, that's what rockets do.
Not that long, to be honest with you.
Do they like evaporate once they go like out of
Bro,
sight?
you're just all the way off in the deep end,
evaporate?
man. You're
What? I love how when you point out the flaws within NASA, people immediately go to like, what do rockets evaporate?
yeah,
Like,
it's
are
like
they
crazy.
evaporated?
Dude, here's a video of someone that's not in NASA or anything. This is just like an amateur dude making a video. And look how he can easily fake that pin's not actually there. That pin doesn't exist.
I wonder
So,
how many
so the,
hours of combing videos it took to find that.
the guy who asked the question about rockets evaporating, can human beings evaporate?
I guess as much as rockets can evaporate.
Okay, so
What
if
flat
we
earther
have
told you we think rockets evaporate?
if
And
we have
second
footage,
question, why would you intentionally and blatantly and grossly misrepresent the actual contention to the rocket?
so
I'm
if we
just
have
wondering what
footage,
happens.
if we have footage of literal human beings evaporating, vanishing into thin air, does that make it reality?
No, like you can see like the rocket disappearing, right, with
No,
your
no, no.
eyes.
I'm talking about human beings. Can
Yeah,
human
and I'm talking
beings
about
evaporate?
with your eyes. Like you
Yeah,
got
like, is it possible for human beings to literally fade away,
I don't even
fade
know what
out?
we're talking about. Right?
What? Do you not
Yeah,
want to
dude,
answer
we
that
just
question?
told you we've watched the rocket launches. So like, what are you talking about? Like, you think flat earthers deny they shoot rockets in the air?
I think it's
Where
funny.
do the rockets go?
I think
Well,
it's
usually
funny.
they're shot over the ocean, bro.
With it though, it's funny because he's trying to claim that the rockets would have to evaporate like into thin air when literally we have footage of human beings evaporating into thin air from the ISS that people think is like real footage. Like people really evaporate into thin air.
Yeah, I don't even. Guy's lost in the sauce. Plus, I mean, I don't know about most flat earthers that don't even deny they can shoot something up in the sky, and we don't even know what's up there. So, but they go over very quickly. Like I've just watched them multiple times. You know what I mean? Are you like even open to the possibility that they're tricking you? That's a hard no, huh?
I'm definitely open to it.
Like when I showed the video of this guy, you're like, I wonder how long it took to comb through that many videos. It's like, what's the purpose of that remark?
Because there's copious quantities of videos, and I find it funny when it's like, look at the string that's holding the hair, and it's like, how many thousands of hours of hair do you look at in these videos? It's like, look at this, you can kind of see the string in the upper left hand corner, and then like, come on, bro.
Come on, bro. So like if they're faking claims about being in space, we should just not try to catch them doing it because you're lazy.
The evidence is, look how this pen kind of acts funny.
That's not no, dude. You didn't even listen because you're a bot. You don't hear what the other person says. You're just waiting to say your next line.
Okay, I apologize.
Well, maybe stop doing it then. Like
What did
here,
the pen
watch
do?
this video. Look at this video, just a few seconds. Okay, it's 11 seconds. How is that dude turning his head in a spacesuit? You really soaked that one in, buddy. They say that's impossible. So please enlighten me how this guy's really in space and he just turns his head.
I have no idea. I don't know.
Okay. So we have substantial evidence that they're faking stuff about space. This is just one of hundreds.
Says you.
So wait, do you think that NASA
Overwhelming.
claims you can turn your head in a spacesuit in space?
I don't know where this video came from. I don't know.
This is from NASA, buddy.
Abilities.
It's Mercury, one of the Mercury missions, right? It was like one of the first spacewalks.
I actually don't even remember.
Like, how many different models of spacesuits are there? Is there one? Is there different?
Well, they claim they cannot have astronauts spacesuits that you can turn their head today. So this is where ignorance has never been official to you.
Like how would that mechanism work? You'd have to be like attached in some way to the helmet with your head so that when you moved your head, the helmet would turn with the suit. They strap it on, like, is there like a hockey helmet inside of it that's fused to the outside of the actual helmet?
This is Ed White, Gemini 4, 1964. And what's
That's
funny is
Gemini.
it's like that's your response is like, oh, I don't even know what's this from, as if to insinuate that we could have just faked it, like it was something that we made or something.
Well, I don't know anything about it. What am I supposed to say?
You're
Does it look
supposed to
real?
say, I don't know anything about it. I need to look into it.
Does it look real? Do you think that that's a human being outside of a spaceship in space above Earth?
Just saying it out loud, dude. Please answer.
You could tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah.
If we were faking it, we'd have way better CGI.
Does that look like a real human in outer space outside of
No.
the spaceship?
No clue.
You don't know if it looks real or fake to you?
Like, honest question.
Dude, the funny part about this footage is that Russia came out with their own footage with the exact same stop motion technique, and it's fucking hilarious.
Ooh, I want to see Russia's.
Yeah, it's like other countries are always way worse. When they bring up other countries, I'm like always so confused. I'm like, wait, have you not looked at the other countries' stuff? Because it's like way worse. Way worse.
Well, it seems like America and Russia, though, it seems like they're sharing like the technology of how they're doing it, though. So like it doesn't surprise me at all that like that Russian astronaut, or I guess you'd call him an astronaut, and the American astronaut look identical. They just changed their name. Doesn't surprise me at all.
Okay, everyone stand corrected. The particular thing where he turns his head, that suit was specific ball bearing design for that mission and never used again, but it's definitely in the records of
Doesn't
that
matter.
suit.
Yeah, why was it never used again though?
Because they had trouble sealing it, I'm sure, and that thing was pure metal.
Didn't look like they had trouble there, did they?
I'm
No,
just
Dan,
trying
the
to
point
tell
is that
you
if in
there's an excuse-
1964,
there's an excuse for that.
I know,
So
but if
it's
in
not-
1964 they can turn their head around in space, then why can we not do that in 2023?
It was just only designed for that spacewalk.
Why though? It's 2023. Wouldn't that be very beneficial to the astronaut to be able to turn his head around?
They ended up changing the helmet design so you had more peripheral view.
What that doesn't
Hold on,
answer the
hold
question.
So did they have that helmet like attached to their head in some way, shape, or form?
It's attached to the suit.
Yeah, it's attached to the suit, but like if I was in a suit, like a modern day astronaut suit, and I turn my head has zero effect on that helmet because it's not touching it in any way.
My
Guys,
question
can we
is
just
why
can we
would they
not go
stop
down this?
using that technology? Why would in 2023 the astronauts can't turn their head?
They didn't
Right.
need to, for one, and they needed more restraint inside. I'm not supporting anything. I'm just telling you, don't blurt out how could it be, because it's clear it was a different suit in that case. Also, I'm posting in chat an actual rocket appearing to go straight up and appear to be shot from the ISS. Shockingly, it's that post-production shit with the weird air glow and the city lights, so it's clearly post-production. There's artists giving credit, but there is a rocket launch going straight up. That's why they believe that shit. Because
Well, if they believe this video, then what can you do for them? But like,
I just want to correct you on that suit. That one mission.
well, no,
was
I'm glad you brought that up. But that's why the guy in the video specifically says like, and we can't do that today.
In other words, did you not post this video as a like evidence for this stuff being faked?
Yeah, absolutely. Because
But then you knew the explanation that Dan was bringing, because you said it yourself that he says that in the video, and you knew it, so you knew that it was a weak point, and you still posted it. That's
you
almost
think it's a weak
dishonest to
point.
me.
First of all, he doesn't explain anything to do with their suit design. Secondly,
you knew that we can
you're getting
explain
muted.
it.
You're not going to just come in
But
here and
you
interrupt.
just ignored
What is
it.
wrong with you?
Hold on, Lori. Hold on. I'll mod. Lori, please don't interrupt. You'll have to be muted if you interrupt. Just let him speak, man. You said a bunch of stuff.
Fair enough.
Okay. So in the video, he just says, but apparently they can't do this now. Okay, so and it was just kind of assumed that I'm sure they have an excuse to say, well, yeah, they were able to do it then, or whatever. Okay, just like they said they could go to the moon, they can't go back, or whatever. They have excuses. Okay, the point is that it's hilarious that they claimed that in '64 that this footage, which looks incredibly stupid and fake, was real. The guy turned his head to the camera, but in 2023 they can't turn their heads at all.
Don't worry, Witsit. Kosho posted a picture of the neck dam, which makes sure that, that when you're in a near perfect vacuum and you don't have a perfect pressurized seal, the neck dam will ensure that you don't lose your life.
So they should have been able to go into a vacuum wearing this then, turning their head around. Right? So if we replicated this suit right now and had a person go into a vacuum wearing it, they'd be able to turn their head around and everything would be fine. How is that
Well,
also not weird as hell to any honest person? Any honest person in the world would say it's weird that there isn't tons of tests done with the astronauts on space, on the Earth, in vacuums. That's objectively weird.
Dude, it's clear NASA was just trying to see what they could get away with on film. That's it. Maybe it didn't work out too well, and they're just like, screw it. Or they were trying to fuck with the audience. Just hey, let's just do it one time. Because like it's pretty fucking clear it's stop motion in both the Russian and American footage. Okay,
People were very
it doesn't look like any of the other footage they've ever released. It specifically looks like stop motion cartoon fucking footage.
Yeah,
So
people were very skeptical of the whole like space claims back then. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if people were like really not happy with this footage and they were like, "Whoa, let's pump the brakes a little bit." Like, if you actually look into the social climate at the time, no one believed anyone was going to space, and both countries were believing that the other country was lying to claim they were more advanced because of the race to space. Right? So, yeah, of course, now the bots are like, "Oh, everyone knew 100%. It was amazing," and totally no one believed it back then. The moon landing was like the thing that really sealed it. So it wouldn't surprise me if they were just kind of going out of pocket. People were like kicking back about the footage, and then they're like, just like, have you guys seen where they claim they shot the rocket up close enough to get a really good view of the stars? Have you guys seen the footage? Forget about it. You guys have not seen the footage that looks like a light bright or like a little like pin.
Right.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah, could you post it? I was actually looking for that the other day. If you have
I'll try to find it. I saw it on like a short clip.
I was checking my hard drive for like an hour and I couldn't find it. So
it's so funny, dude.
It does look like almost like a black sheet with holes punched in it and like a light behind it.
Yeah, like those little light bright things.
Yeah.
Little blocks that you make designs on your construction paper.
Yeah.
Do you think that the ballers in here would say it looks real?
I think even Zanuck would say it probably is fake. Honestly. Because it's like it's objectively like one of the worst convincing footages. And I think Zanuck would say, yeah, it probably looks like a production. But it was a long time ago. So it doesn't change anything, right?
But they won't say that in here. And even he would say, well, it just, he would go on to explain why it could be real and just look bad because of the technology at the time.
They have to, double down once again.
I'm gonna go try to find that too. To me, it's like way more productive to like show people that have never seen it. Be like, dude, NASA claimed to do this.
Well, is it 1940 like 6 or 8 or something? I'm trying to remember the date. If you remember the date, I might be able to find it.
I don't remember. I'm trying.
I'm still just trying to figure out how they put this ball-bearing helmet on. How they took it on and
They
off.
didn't. They didn't. No, don't worry about it.
It wasn't ball bearings. It's a different type of looks like a plastic.
We definitely didn't derive all of our technology we have now from NASA at all. For sure, did not.
That's correct.
Wow,
Hey,
I got something
somebody
right.
said something correct this evening.
Hey, we got Velcro, right? Let's go.
Nah, actually, that wasn't NASA.
Metal alloy.
Hey, we got microwave food. No, we
you say
kind of had
metal
that already.
alloy?
Yeah.
Metal alloy
got
has been
space
discovered
dust.
from thousands of years ago.
Yeah, and like there's like a lot of metal alloys though, right?
Yeah. So which one did NASA invent?
Some of the light ones.
Did we invent ice cream
I don't know
dots?
the light ones.
I'm drowning in specificity here, bro. Like, help me out.
NASA did invent some stuff.
Yeah,
Let
of
me Google
course.
it.
I would hope so.
Freeze dried food.
Nah, I think the military had that prior too, didn't
Yeah,
they?
see, damn.
It's not nearly the list that people think it is. That's kind of the point.
I thought it was Tang, but apparently that was prior to as well.
Yeah, it just gets rough out here looking for stuff NASA made.
What about
This dude said
the
it like
ballpoint pen?
he said everything.
Everything.
Does anybody
we have.
remember? Does anybody remember the problem the one of the astronauts had in removing his helmet because the orange juice that he was drinking inside the suit had sealed the actual helmet, so they couldn't twist it off.
The
You remember that
Tang?
one?
That's wild.
Yeah, Tang. Yeah, yeah. That was another funny problem they had.
I just
there.
remember when I
It's
was a
orange
kid that I
because
always
it's
wanted to drink
33,
Tang,
right?
Because Tang was like the astronaut drink.
Yeah.
It's a Masonic drink.
Yeah, it's orange.
Dude, I was super excited about this Tang thing. I was like, oh, this is astronaut drink, blah, blah. And then I drank it. And I was like, it's fucking orange Kool-Aid. There's no difference. Like, Tang is not that cool.
In England, we had a drink called Tango. I think it's from the Coca-Cola company. Do you ever have that in America? Called Tango, orange fizzy drink made by Coca-Cola.
No.
That was in the 70s.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Can none of the ballers in here admit that it looks like they may have faked at least one thing throughout the decades of claimed space travel?
Impossible.
Like what?
Which?
So you've never seen anything that looks kind of like it could be faked?
I can't think of anything.
Holy.
Do you think people disappear, just fade out?
Oh
No,
my
I don't know what you're
god!
talking
What is
about.
going on?
I'm
about to show you
have like
something.
an
I'm going to show you
instance, or
something. Let's see how real you can be.
is it like another helmet turning?
Nah. It's just. This is good. See, I'm talking about you being honest. So this is obviously like a futile pursuit, but like I'm saying, like you looking at it and being like, that does look like it could be fake. I mean, that requires intellectual honesty, and even beyond that, like a bunch of integrity to say it out loud in VC. So you probably there's nothing I could show you. I could show you something that I made in my house, and
your evidence
if you saw a NASA file, you'd believe it.
Is like saying if it could look like it could be fake.
No, I'm trying to see if you're
right?
no. See, now you flipped it around again, and instantly you were dishonest and tried to say I claimed it was evidence that they faked something. When actually I said, can none of you even admit that some of it looks like it could have been faked? You immediately lied, twisted it, and tried to put it on to me as if I was claiming that proved it was fake.
Also, you're being a bit dishonest there with it.
How is me asking a question me being dishonest?
Because you said that he lied, and that's dishonest because
He did lie.
Well, yeah, you say so.
No, he literally said, so you're saying that this is evidence for... I never said that's called a lie. So anyway. I was just... See, I can't even have like good faith interaction, right? Where I'm just like, wait, do any of you guys at least say like some of it does look like it could be faked? It's like pulling teeth.
Because it doesn't look fake, bro.
Okay, so I'm going to show you a video, and I want you to tell me if you think it looks like it could be faked.
All right.
So you think none of it could be faked? You
I
couldn't fake-
definitely think it could be faked. I can just
Okay.
understand how it doesn't look to be faked for that period, for the speeding up or slowing down, like that video you posted the other day of them circling the moon. You're like, look at it looks cartoonish. No, they just sped it up. Like, I don't know. You don't have an understanding of like speeding up films. I don't know what's wrong.
Wow, you just go on one, man. You just
I
always
swear I
lie.
just heard like the sound of a turd hitting the bowl. Like, did somebody just unmute their mic or something?
That's like it.
I did hear that.
I swear I just heard that.
Riggs, you're so funny, dude. That's ridiculous.
Is that me?
I
I'm like
just heard a
dealing with
bloop.
shit in my garage, bro. Like I'm
That was
taking my
Jin.
hockey. I'm
100%
getting all my
audio
hockey
filter.
equipment out to air it out. So I'm like fucking with all my hockey equipment. So it could have been me, bud. Sorry.
Jin, we know you're
Okay.
taking the shit. Go on
Alright.
mute.
All right, Dolia,
I'm
will
not
you go
taking a
to
shit, bro.
21 seconds?
I'm
Click
airing out my hockey equipment.
click my video and go to 21 seconds and tell me if that looks like it could be fake.
Yeah, I don't see what you're seeing there. I,
You went to 21 seconds?
yeah. Are you like?
Doesn't look
Are
even
you?
kind of sketchy to you at all.
Are you like concerned that the camera is shaking, or like that there's something obstructing the corners of the view? Like, what's concerning here?
I'm talking about how it looks fake.
I know, just like specifically, like.
Just specifically, it looks like a little cartoon model or like a little model or something. It looks stupid.
Can I?
Now everyone can see it. There's a picture.
Yeah, I
Can I
noticed the
clarification?
the shadow on the left. It looks like a local shadow. You know what I mean? Like a little model. That's one giveaway on that one.
Can I get a clarification on what's the question here? Because I
What
think the
shadow?
original question was, can it be faked? But now the question seems to be, it looks fake. So which
That was
is
the first
Is
question,
it
actually,
does-
buddy.
Okay, so you're changing the question. So you're being dishonest. Thank
How
you
are we
for
changing the
admitting.
question if that was my first question?
Hold on, Jin, your mic is open, Jin.
My mic, are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I was
Jin
muted.
took the
Let me
shit.
check myself.
It was Jin that took the shit, not me, Riggs.
No,
I'm
it
telling you.
wasn't me.
I don't know who did it, man. I just
toilet.
heard a bloop.
Definitely
It could have been me. I
me.
was squirting
I'm
water
not
out
in
of
the
my
toilet. I don't take my iPad into the toilet, number one.
And
No, but
number
there were
two,
a couple questions like, could it be faked? You know, does it look fake? Yeah, there is a couple different.
Yeah, but it evolved into the could it be faked thing. Like, I asked that additionally as a side question once I couldn't get an answer to the first one, which was, have they ever seen anything that looks like it could have been faked or might have been faked? And then I changed. Then I ended up asking him another question, which is like, wait, are you saying that none of it could be faked? And he's like, oh, it could be. Just none of it looks like it is. I'm like, okay. So then I went back to the first question.
for me, I would say, can it be faked? Sure.
You need.
Is there
I'd need more.
evidence for it being faked? I would like to see that.
Do you know how?
I'd need-
Do you know how burden of proof works, man? So like, whenever someone claims that something is out in outer space, flying around, and here's a video or picture of it, like they have the burden of proof. They're making a positive claim. If I deny or question that assertion, I don't have a burden of proof. Like,
Not necessarily though, because when you say this is fake, then actually you're making a positive assertion. So you do have the burden of proof. So I would love to see the evidence.
no, see what this is just a tactic. It's like a bot tactic, right? So
No,
you
it's
take what
not,
I just said and then you try to create a specific saying for me as if I said it, so you can try to somehow flip the burden of proof. But that's not how logical fallacies work. You don't get to lie your way out of it by misrepresenting and adding another fallacy of a straw man, right? All I said was I'm challenging.
There's no need to call anyone a liar here.
I'm not
This
calling
just
you a
shows that-
liar. I'm just saying that
No,
was
no, you
that was
said that I'm
dishonest.
lying, so you're literally calling me a liar, and you're now admitting that you're calling me a dishonest person as well. Well, that's fine. This just shows you that you don't understand how like a burden of proof works. So that's fine.
There you go.
Because
Self-protection.
Gio, the troll is now controlled. What's it called? Concerned trolling now, Jem.
All right,
Sorry,
well-
Gio, can you control this, please?
All right,
It's
well,
not
let's
good.
let him actually respond with the content. So you're saying it's not a burden of proof, or how do you see the burden of proof? Laura?
Well, when you if you make a claim that this looks fake or this is faked, that is a positive claim. Like that's positive claim right there. So you do have the burden of proof, and you cannot just turn it the other way around by using word games. Like, that's not how it works.
Okay, what did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, of course. It's not a word game. It's called logical fallacies. It's like one of the basic tenets of debate is burden of proof. So there's a positive claim that this is in space, right? And that it's, in a vacuum flying around the earth and that people are taking videos of it. That's a positive claim. I'm denying or questioning that claim. I do not have the burden of proof. It would be a shifting the burden of proof fallacy, a textbook shifting the burden of proof to say I have to prove it's fake. It's like I could show you a video of Sasquatch running through the woods, and then you say, "There's no way this is really Sasquatch running through the woods. I think your video's fake. I don't buy it. I deny it." And then I say, "Well, you have to prove it's fake. You have to prove that it's a guy in a suit." That's stupid, huh?
Yeah. I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding about what burden of the proof means. Like, burden of proof is always in the context of a conversation, so it totally depends on the conversation. For example, if I say that every single space flight that they have shown, it's true, then I do have the burden of proof because I made the original claim. But if you say, "Hey, Lauri, by the way, have you looked at all of this footage of the space flights? They are all fake," then you made the original claim.
Did I say
in the
that?
context of that conversation, so you have the burden of proof. It's not like you can just always shift the burden of proof on every conversation on me, and I cannot do that for you either. It depends on the context. So in this context, you are saying these are fake. I didn't say they are real.
First of all,
because you
I
made the
actually asked
original
if
claim,
you guys think
in
it's
this
real.
context of
You're
this
being
conversation,
dishonest again.
you're overtalking me and you're calling me names. I don't
All right,
appreciate
well,
that.
let me just
It's okay, Laurie.
Let me
It's okay.
finish the point.
It's
Let me
okay,
finish the
buddy.
point.
So let
In
people
the
be
con-
dishonest, but
The guys
don't
are
say they're being
trolls,
dishonest.
yo.
but let
Come
me
on.
finish the
Can we
point.
control
It's
this?
okay, but let me finish the point. In the context of this conversation, you do have the burden of proof with it. Thank you.
Now, I objectively didn't say anything like this is fake or anything like that. I asked if
Yeah.
you guys actually think it's real, and I showed how you can prove that the stuff they show us can easily be faked. Amateurs do it all the time. That's what was actually said. I'm challenging the assertion that it's real. You're via intentional misrepresentation, you're creating a revisionist story so you can try to paint a narrative where somehow whoever's claiming this is in space doesn't have the burden of proof. That's what's actually happening.
Well,
You're
let me
actually
jump in for a second. Hold on, let me. Oh, go ahead, man.
he actually just contradicted himself with his own example, saying that the person who originally makes the claim has the burden of proof, and it's the globe making the original claim. So he actually contradicted himself.
Hold on, let me jump in, Lauri. I want to respond. So first of all, I did not hear Witsit make a positive claim, sorry, I shouldn't have said positive because I'm going to actually say something about positive and negative claims. So, anyways, let me just rephrase that. I didn't hear Witsit make the claim this is fake. So that would be a straw man if you were trying to put that on him. I didn't hear him say that. If I missed it, then fair enough. I don't believe that he was doing that. However, even with that kind of idea, are you aware of the difference between a positive claim and a negative claim, Laurie?
Yeah, like claiming this is real, this piece of evidence is a positive claim. Right.
Saying that
So if I claim the globe is real, that's a positive claim. And then if I bring a picture to you and I assert this is a real picture from space, that's another positive claim.
Right. But if I say to you, I don't think that's a real picture of Earth, that's a negative claim, and therefore does not have the same burden of proof requirements as a positive claim does. Because a positive claim is an assertion rather than either a rejection or a skepticism, a skeptical stance.
Right, like if you say something like, "I know that no God exists. I know that God does not exist."
We have the right to question the validity. Yeah.
Of course, you have the right.
Hold on,
of course, you have the right to
basically-
question, but
Witsit was right
I
on
dis-
the talking. Hold on, you guys. Go ahead.
So like you can try and look up like negative claims have burden of proof, and that's what they do is they tactically research past like the 50 different universities that'll tell them this very thing is what we're saying. And there are specific scenarios where in which it can be considered that a negative claim has the burden of proof. Like when you make exclusive statements, right? Like if you say, "I know for a fact that God does not exist." If you just bring that to the table, it's like, whoa, how could you possibly know that for a fact, right? And you could say they have some burden of proof. But in this scenario, the positive claim is obviously that they went to space and took videos and pictures. Like, that's the positive claim. The people in this room defend that story, defend those claims as if they're real. We are simply challenging that. We're not bringing something to the table or anything. Like, we're saying, I don't believe that claim, right? It's very simple. Like, the textbook definition of shifting the burden of proof is like putting the burden of proof on the person that's challenging or denying the assertion being made. I mean, it's like textbook.
I don't think it's that clear cut. For example, like, it depends on what's actually being said. For example, let's take the case that I make the argument that flat Earth is fake. Does that, because I'm just refuting the flat Earth claim that there's a flat Earth. If someone claims that, does that mean that I no longer have the burden of proof in any context whatsoever?
If you claim what?
If I say flat Earth is fake.
No, flat Earth would.
All evidence of flat Earth is fake. Do I have any burden of proof?
No, that's just a ridiculous statement. But all someone would have to do is substantiate any positive evidence for the plain Earth, and then you'd have to directly rebut it, right? Like, that's not the same. It's like if a flat earther comes in and says, "Look, here are 10,000-mile radio transmissions horizontal line of sight with no physical obstruction of curvature, and they successfully work every single time, 100% success rate." That doesn't work on a globe. This is using horizontal. This is evidence, positive evidence for a flat Earth. And you say, the flat Earth, it's impossible for the Earth to be flat, right?
Yeah,
Like,
but
then
I can
you
also
would have a
refute the
problem.
evidence.
What?
I can also refute the evidence. There's also that.
Well, that's the point. But see, what the flat earther wouldn't do is say, like, prove that this radio transmission didn't happen. That doesn't make any sense. You can't prove Superman doesn't exist. You can't prove Spider-Man doesn't exist or Santa doesn't exist. If I show you a video of Bigfoot running through the woods, and you say that's not real, I don't believe that's real, I don't think it's to say, okay, prove it. That's so illogical. It's like dumb. It's actually just dumb.
It is not illogical, though, and it's not dumb because you accept that there are things that are fake, right?
Did you not? Are you not going to address my point specifically? That if I had a video of Bigfoot,
I'm asking you a question.
No, not until you address my point. I'm not answering any questions till you address my point.
So you're now dictating the conversation like a dictator. That's
no,
fine.
you're intentionally you're disregarding everything I say.
I'm engaging in a conversation. If we're no longer having a conversation, then that's fine, and I'll go have coffee.
Hold on. No, I'm going to jump in and okay. So, how about first, Lori? The next point you brought up is a good point, and I'm sure Witsit would agree to respond to it. Can you first respond to his? Can we just do it one at a time? So your point will be fully be able to be addressed. But Witsit, do you want to restate it? And then at least Lori, could you just see if you can respond? If you don't have one, you could just say you don't have one. But it is fair that he, and then he'll do the same for you, most likely.
Yeah. So if I show you a video of Bigfoot running through the woods, and I say, look, I have a video of Bigfoot, and you say, I don't believe. What? You have a video of Bigfoot? I don't believe that. I don't believe that that's real. And you challenge or deny it. I can't then respond by saying, prove that's not Bigfoot. That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, you got a video of Bigfoot?
Oh. to me, it's completely like, let's say I actually have a Bigfoot here in my house, and I show you a video of it, and you just say flat out, no, that's fake. Well, I produce the video, I have the evidence, and you just can say, oh, it's fake, and you don't have to even stand behind your own words. Like, it doesn't work like that. Of course, if you make a claim that something is fake, you have to have some reason to call it fake.
Okay, so here we go. There's a video of Bigfoot. There you go. That's positive evidence that shows that Bigfoot's real. There's Bigfoot in the woods.
Yes, I haven't looked at the video, but if I were to make a claim, I'm not making any claim about the Bigfoot, but let's say I am. If I'm going to say that video is fake, I will have to have some reason for why I say it's fake.
Okay,
can
so
just
then
say
you so
fake
right
and
now
then
you have to
agree.
accept that Bigfoot's real.
Not necessarily. Like, I'm not making any claim, like I said, and I
Right, but
haven't
there
watched the
wouldn't be.
video. So
But there
I'm not
would.
going to die on that hill. But if I were to make a claim that that video is fake, then I will have to have some reason for saying it's
What if you
fake.
just say I don't believe it?
Obviously.
What if you say I don't
Well,
believe that's actually Bigfoot?
That's different. Yeah.
That's what we're
Because
doing.
beliefs are different. But if you say this is fake,
Exactly what we're
then
doing.
that's a
He's saying
different
he'll
thing.
do
It's a
it, but
positive.
we can't do it.
Well,
That's literally what we're doing, bro. We're saying I don't believe that's from space. I don't believe that's real footage from
not
space.
exactly, because you used the word it's faked and
No,
stuff like that.
no.
You didn't say the word believe. So if you want to stake your claim that it's my religious belief that this is fake, that's fine by me, because it's your belief.
Okay, so you have to say it's your religious belief that you think this video of Bigfoot's not real?
Oh, you can also admit that it's your religious belief that the space landings are fake.
Why are you not responding to the actual point of the conversation every time? Like, so the reason your logic doesn't uphold is, for one, we're saying we're just challenging the claim, okay? And that means that the person making the claim has the burden of proof. The first positive claim is that this is a video from outer space, okay? So we're
Not
challenging it.
necessarily. It depends on the conversation. It depends on where the conversation starts.
No, with or without any conversation, NASA made a positive claim to the world that this is a video from outer space.
Mm.
That's objective.
So you're talking about not in a specific conversation, but in the long run of history, before this conversation happened, long time
There you
before
go.
NASA made a claim.
There you go. Yeah,
Okay,
we're challenging the positive
hold on.
claim of NASA. If you want to come in and defend their positive claim, you have the burden
Okay,
of proof.
sure. So, but let's look back further back in the history. Like, before NASA even existed, there were people who believed because of religious reasons that the Earth is flat. So I think if we walk back on the larger topic, the original claims are on flat earthers making the claims that Earth is flat, and then people are actually challenging that by saying it's a globe.
Okay, so we were happy to support our burden of proof for saying the Earth's a plane.
Well, I have yet to see any of
Oh
that.
yeah, you subjectively disregard the evidence and say it doesn't count.
Well, no, I actually don't. So that's you making a lie. I can refute the evidence. That's the thing.
Oh, we use plane survey measurements for all engineering projects on the Earth. We treat the Earth to be flat.
Oh, How do you actually start this? I actually made a clip because I just watched your debate with main surveyor. I think you at some point in that conversation you did see the difference between globe and flat Earth is when we do flat Earth observations, we assume the Earth to be flat. So you're affirming the consequent from the get-go, and you're making a fallacy. You're assuming that it's flat, and then that's your whole argument. That's
You see how he didn't
shit
respond, so I'm
poor.
disengaging. You're not trying to have a conversation.
So
You're now ranting about a live stream debate I had 3 years ago. You have a problem. You're
Hey,
not
come on,
having
Lori.
a conversation to discuss with the other person. You're literally just waiting for them to get done. Specific point.
That's sort of unfair. That's sort of unfair.
All right, forget it.
Because
Forget
I
it.
think I made a very poignant point.
Lori, hold on, dude. That was kind of that was like a low blow, and it's not something. All right, so Witsa, do you want to address that? He just basically tried to say that he watched a video of yours and that you said that you have to go out and assume the Earth is flat. That's not something I would think you would say. So do you want to just clear that up? And if he wants to bring that evidence, then he'll have to bring the timestamp, because that was the point.
I can point the clip out, sure.
Sure, yeah, but I will admit that when I'm talking about how they describe plane survey, they say assuming the Earth is flat. Like that's how that's the terminology they use. But like the point actually is that the survey wouldn't work without measuring the Earth flat. Okay, so that's the actual physical measurement part. That's all physical engineering that works up to 600 square miles. Measuring the Earth as a plane is evidence that the Earth is a plane.
Well, right, because you start with a plane, essentially, because you create a plane and then that's compared to the Earth, essentially, because there's elevation. They're basically coordinates and elevation profiles over the.
Yeah, like we literally build things.
I've been waiting patiently to interject, by the way, gentlemen.
Yeah, bro. Jen has been waiting a
to
long
interject.
time.
Oh, I didn't even know you're waiting, bro.
Witsit just said he's not going to talk to the other guy anymore, so I think it's Jin time.
Yeah. All right,
I'm just
Jen, we're starting the list, and you're the only one on it. No, but
Just before Chin goes, I will give you a room. I will post a clip that I. Yeah, go ahead, Chin.
Yeah, I already
All
just.
right, well, it sounds like he just clarified what he was referring to, which was the surveying and how planar surveyings create planes and so on. So he just explained that, and you tried to turn it into something that it wasn't, and then
Well, I could actually refute everything that he said, but I think we should let Chin go.
Okay.
No, I was just going to reinstate what I said, what was said earlier on, in that we have the right to challenge anything that we're given that's purportedly from space. And that question would be, well, I mean, can you tell us how you came to buy this information, this piece of material? Talk us through how this is real. That's a fair question, right? And as for ancient people years ago, discovering the earth is flat. It wasn't flat. It wasn't through religion. No, it wasn't through religion. Okay, so please don't go around saying, oh, ancient men believed in the flat earth because of religion. No, it wasn't that at all. It's because they observed their environment. Okay, that's how they came to that conclusion. It wasn't through religion. Okay, that's a wild and straw manning our position again. And that's all I've got to say, nothing else. Please carry on. And stop the concern controlling as well, because he's a troll himself. He's trolling and attacking people pointlessly, and then when he gets pressured on his position, he starts crying. But anyway, that's it.
I'm not crying though, so that's needless hostility.
Okay, but you start to complain.
Well,
okay?
When there's reason to complain, then it's fine to complain.
No, you have no reason to complain when you're busy actually attacking and not actually addressing the point. You're attacking the messenger, but actually
Fair enough,
addressing the point.
Let's move it forward.
Brings. Yeah, move it forward, exactly. Anyway, that's it. That's all I've got to say. I'm finished.
So I posted the clip in the chat. I find it actually funny that Austin, because the surveying tools and the way surveying is done is actually it's already assuming a globe, like it's inbuilt in everything. But Austin's whole point in that whole conversation and debate was, well, of course you're affirming the consequent or whatever from the get-go, so it's fallacious. But then he goes back and he says himself that, see, on flat Earth though, we assume it to be flat from the get-go, and that's what he did now, by the way, as well. Like he said quite literally that of course it's flat from the get-go. And then we see it to be flat, and that's how this works. Well, don't you see that you're like making that a very similar case as to how you're attacking the other side? Like you're assuming it to be flat, and then you're saying, see, we assumed it to be flat, so of course it's flat. And
no, we measure it to be flat.
How it's very
we
similar.
measure it to be flat.
No, you actually don't.
Yeah, we do.
I
we
just
do.
watched
600 square miles, all engineering projects ever done. Measurements of flatness to do engineering.
Question for you then, Winston. If I'm on a mountain at 1,000 meters elevation and I point a theodolite to another mountain at 1,000 meters elevation and it's 30 k's away, what angle will I measure with a theodolite? Make a prediction.
Don't care.
I bet you can't.
30 miles?
I bet you can't. I bet you can't.
Yeah, but neither can the globe, right? Like when the globe makes a prediction. If you are, so now we have another ball zealot that's just going to interrupt the whole time. That's all you guys can do is constantly interrupt. Like I don't know why you guys don't have basic restraint.
Hold on, I'll give you the formula to predict it. Would you like the formula?
I would like for you not to interrupt or just don't engage with people.
All right, don't interrupt. Just don't interrupt, Ruth.
I'm disengaging.
But here's the thing: was it like we could just give him a formula, and then when it doesn't work, we can just all group together and say, "Hey, well, let's change the formula." And that's pretty much what the fuck they do. So
that's a good point, Rig. That's a really good point.
Just get together and be like, well, science doesn't prove things. Fuck it.
Hey, Laurie, I just watched your video you dropped of Austin in the chat, and I think you're really playing on words there when he says, oh, this is how we do these measurements. Well, I know that Whitsett's not a surveyor, so I know he's not talking about himself. He's talking about how the surveyors do those measurements. I think you're trying to, it's a bit of a stretch what you're trying to push.
Yeah, sure. Like I wasn't actually trying to make the case that Austin is talking about himself. So yes, he's actually talking about surveys. You are correct on that point.
So from the
yeah.
discussion, I was gauging that you were talking when Austin's talking, he's talking about flat earthers assuming that it's flat first, but it's actually surveyors who are using that assumption to measure it flat. So I think that you were misspeaking.
Yes, that's
Yeah, they
actually a
create-
fair correction. Yes.
We create a plane and then compare that to the elevation profiles, and it all squares up planar.
No, it doesn't. Like, you're just talking out your ass, Gio.
And Ruhif, the thing that you were talking about, if you're going to point a theodolite and have a visual observation, that's going to be subject to refraction. Now, what you're going to want to do is claim a particular form of refraction that involves radius values. We all know the trick. So you're coming with this kind of illusory confidence as if, you have some prediction, even though what you have is just a quote unquote corrected value based upon a refraction theory and ideas that you have that essentially makes the Earth into the globe you want it to be.
Incorrect.
Just
we
worn
measure
out.
the density gradient.
Worn out.
We
It's worn
measure
out.
the
It was-
density gradient.
It was kind of funny like a year or two ago, but it's just it's worn out, bro. It's not. It's
Because
not.
you keep coming with the same bullshit responses that are easily debunked.
It's not
Right?
logically
We
sound.
measure.
We've broken down
measure.
the logic so many times at this point.
Bruhif,
measure
did you
the
measure
density
the
gradient.
Did you measure it at the time of the observation?
No, you know my
Exactly.
refraction. You know my refraction rant. Once we get above 100 meters, refraction is predictable.
So you're just asserting that you have something that's that you're predicting. You're
I
just
have measurements. I have measurements of the density gradient. You know what I'm about to do, Gio.
Oh,
At the
fuck,
time of
I
the
do. Don't
observation
bust out
within the
that chart.
observation.
Go nuts. Bust out that chart.
At the
Don't
time of the
bust out the chart.
observation,
A chart
in
from
the
hell.
optical corridor.
Napalm, listen. Everywhere across the United States and Canada, every single place that you go to, once you get above 100 meters, you can assume a standard refraction.
Wait, standard refraction. We're talking about 7/6R.
That's what it equates to, yes.
Yeah, so you're proving Gio's point. Thank you.
Yeah,
What's Gio's point?
you just elucidated it in fine detail.
I said that's what it equates to. Would you like me to express it in a vertical gradient form? Okay, the vertical gradient is minus 0.000022 change in refractive index per kilometer. Is that better, Napalm? Do you understand
Could you
that
say
now?
it with less bullshit?
No, that is the number.
If I may interject here, it is said that when you go to places of low humidity, light refracts even less. So if you're going to use your laser beam, obviously, it's best to use it obviously at night and at places with low humidity where you will get less refracting. And in that documentary called The Convex Earth, full documentary, where they fire a laser beam at over 35 miles, hitting a total station the size of 3.3.3 3 by 3 by 3 squared, that proves the Earth is definitely a leveled and stationary plane because they went to
thanks, Jim.
Lake Titicaca. They went to Lake Titicaca and they did it at night. They chose that particular area because it was of low humidity, and they made sure that the laser beam that they had specially customized so it would be a focused beam and not a beam that would diverge outwards. Okay, I'm finished.
Thank you, Jen.
Yep, thanks.
Jin is a wealth of information.
Yes.
By the way, nice to see you guys. I haven't been on this server for a long time.
Yeah.
I
Welcome back, Larry. Haven't seen you for
I had
ages.
to come back in because I have a flu and I needed something to do. So my apologies if I'm coming a bit hot on the conversations, but nice to see you guys.
Yeah. Welcome back, Larry.
Rue, I just DM'd you a couple of things.
Yeah, I haven't checked them yet. Sorry.
You got time on that. You'll need it.
Yeah, I'm playing 2 games of poker, so it's a bit difficult. But I will check them. Let me have a look. Dan. Rocket launchers seen from space. Oh, goofy ISS footage. You know how you guys have like a litmus test. You ask people, is the moon landing, did the moon landing happen, right? And if someone says yes, you just cut off all, you think we're beyond whatever. It's kind of the same with the ISS footage. There's that, there's the one where you guys think they dropped the screw. The Dutch guy dropped the screw. That's my litmus test for you guys. If you think he dropped the screw, there's no point talking further.
I mean, he could have knocked it down with his thumb. I mean, it doesn't matter. We have like 1,000 videos.
It makes you off.
Yeah, we got lots of material on that. And anyway, the ISS being up where it's supposedly is, which is 251 miles up, is a begging the question fallacy right there. But we haven't established that the Earth is a globe for said ISS to be orbiting. So there's a lot of confirming the consequences there. Then there's the fact that, according to Sir Bernard Lovell back in 1962, the event known as
Jim, 1 point at a time.
fishbowl of, I'm not finished.
You're just
Fishbowl of the
ranting.
Lord. Fishbowl of, I'm not ranting.
Well, he's got to get it out.
I'm explaining.
Yeah, he does.
I'm not ranting. I'm explaining. Don't interrupt.
Right. You've already
Come on,
said
Gio,
something that's demonstrably incorrect.
Gio, I'm being interrupted. I'm trying to deliver information, concise, memorable information, and you're interrupting. This is what Sir Bernard Lovell said, okay? That the event known as Operation Starfish Prime, Operation Fishbowl of the Lord, Operation Dominic, has left a radiation belt 100 times more severe, more lethal than the Van Allen radiation belt. And that would have posed a formidable force for any human being or any equipment, spacecraft, to get through. Okay. So the ISS is currently operating in that zone. It wouldn't be able to operate in that zone because the radiation supposedly is still there. And that's according to Sir Bernard Lovell, by the way. British astronomer, 1962. I'm finished.
Okay, you started saying it's a begging the question fallacy that it's 250 miles up, right? It's not. It is measurably 250 miles up. Measurably. You can measure it.
It's begging the question because you haven't confirmed it's up there, and you haven't confirmed that and you haven't confirmed that the Earth is a globe. So there's a consequence fallacy going on. Two fallacies going on. Two.
I have measured the height of it, Jin. Measured the height. It's not a begging the question fallacy. It's a measurement.
It's begging the question. It begs the question.
Okay. Well, look,
I'm gonna eat some chips, so I'm not gonna talk too much. But I'm just gonna ask Ruth, like, have you ever seen any of this NASA footage that like is definitely just kind of like fake, right? Just any of it?
I disagree that it's fake.
Just any of it? Yeah, any of the stuff.
I've seen some of the stuff you call fake. Yes, I've seen a lot of that. Yes.
Okay, but do you agree with any of it? Just any of it?
No.
Just not. There's not one that you're like, oh yeah, that one's.
Right,
okay,
like I said,
that's all I want to know. I'm just going to go on mute. I'm going to eat my chips. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, my litmus test is the screw dropping with the Dutch guy.
Yeah, there is no ISS up there. You yourself personally haven't confirmed that it's up there, and the only way you would be able to do that is to actually be on the ISS, traveling 17,500 miles around the globe Earth that you haven't even proven exists. That's the only way. You can't confirm that from here on Earth.
Jim, I've verified everything that NASA says about the ISS.
You can't.
Yes, you can. I'm getting interrupted now, right? I'm being interrupted now, right? So I can measure the height. I can measure the speed. I know that it is a solid object because it casts a silhouette and it reflects light.
It doesn't prove it's the ISS, number one. Number two, you don't know what it is.
What's your standard of evidence?
Number three, you haven't been up there to confirm that the ISS is up there. You would need to. That's the highest standard you'd have to attain. Anything else would be substandard and it would be a belief. I'm sorry.
Right. And your standard of evidence, your threshold is ridiculous.
It's not at all. It's not. That's the highest integrity. You would have to be on it. Otherwise, it's a belief. So you're believing without validation or validation. You haven't done that. How would you be able to? The only way you could do that is to be on it. I haven't proven that the earth is a globe yet. You see how you're in deficit. You're in so far in deficit, you should be in the grave. It's a joke. Get out of here. Fuck off.
Yeah. Your threshold, Jin, is absurd. Your threshold for what qualifies as good evidence is ridiculous.
Rue, what if you look
See,
at the
here on Earth, we can verify things here on
what
Earth.
if you look at the
basically.
Earth from other missions and different heights, and it just doesn't compare to this 250-mile height that we're used to seeing the shuttle and the ISS at? The Gemini missions, the first spacewalk, is considerably lower. Yet there's almost the entirety of the Earth showing in the spacewalk. So it doesn't.
I don't think there is. No.
Of these images mean something, and of course, even if you prove that there's something in the sky, we're going to continue to break down the dozens of absurd anomalies inside where they're clearly.
But like I said, my litmus test is the screw dropping. If you
Don't
think the
just
screw
fix that.
dropping,
Rohit, hold on, dude. Did you
Yeah,
even
what do you
listen to
do
it?
now?
Yeah, did you
What
even
do you
listen to what Dan said? Could you
Yeah,
respond to
yeah.
what he actually? You're just like going off something else.
yeah, all these observations that he thinks contradict the globe, or can see the entire Earth. Let's look at them, right? But my litmus test for anything to do with the ISS or any spacecraft is: do you think he dropped the screw?
Well, that's stupid. Don't do that to us.
Well, don't ask me then. Do I
Well,
believe
let's
the
say I
moon
hand that
landings
to
and
you.
then
Then
shut
have
down?
it. Have that. Let's take that
Okay.
off the table so we can keep talking. Have it.
Okay.
You can have that.
All right. So does the guy grab onto that? What's the guy's name?
We're already giving you that, right?
Okay.
So
But the other one, hang on. What's his name? Macchiato? Whatever the friggin' name is. What's his name? Let me find his name. 1 second.
who gives a shit? I'm just telling you, look up Gemini 4, look at the size and distance of the Earth, and look at their height. I mean, just
All right.
look at the height of other missions, and it doesn't make any sense. For instance, they're 100 miles lower in the first spacewalk of Gemini 4, but you can see a great deal more of the Earth than you see from the ISS.
Okay,
And the
present
ISS
that.
shots are vastly inconsistent, as I've already pointed out to you. So take your little ring and take that one, and let's talk about everything else. Don't just shut me down. Don't do
Okay.
that.
No. Like present that stuff. I've posted in the chat. The other one that you guys bring up is the Mastracchio guy who appears to grab something and place it over to the side. Right? That's what you guys say. That one. You know what I'm talking about?
Sure, we know all of them.
So I've posted a video in the chat collecting all the movements that this guy does during that video, and you will see half a dozen times he will put his fingers together or he will grab the railing. He just so happens to do this, put his fingers together and then grab the railing. So that's my second litmus
CGI,
test.
dude.
CGI. Yes.
Just going to ask you to glance at an image in chat real quick.
Okay.
Dude, they CGI the president of the United States. You don't think they're CGIing space stuff?
Okay. What am I looking at here? From 100.
Yeah, there's been some
166 times
there's
up.
been some pretty funky glitches in some of this Biden dude.
Okay.
Some serious
Am
glitches.
This video that the image that Dan posted, are you saying that's too much curvature or something? Like, what's the claim?
Platypus,
Yeah,
how many Bidens are there? Sorry.
I'd say at least two.
Sorry, Dan. Go ahead.
That's all right. I just, it doesn't matter what you're looking at. When you see these kinds of vast inconsistencies, yet you just got to think about the reality of that. How much Earth at what height? How much Earth at what height?
Right,
And
but are you saying that's too much curvature?
What are you saying? Oh, it's a 360 camera. That was a bullshit excuse too. You know that.
The one you've posted of the astronaut with all the wires and shit. Are you saying that's too much curvature?
Well,
But
he's
it doesn't
100
look.
miles. He's 100 miles less high than the supposed ISS.
Right.
Do you not know that's a wide
Does
angle
it look
lens,
that
sir?
way in these images?
It's a wide angle lens.
Oh.
I think we're talking about the first image, though, Zanuck. The first with the astronaut floating out there. Are you suggesting that's too much curvature in that image?
I'm suggesting that there's vast inconsistencies when you
Please
look at
make a
mission.
point, Dan.
I'm sorry?
Please make a point. What are you suggesting about this image?
That it doesn't matter what images you look at, we don't get consistencies when you start measuring the heights.
Are you saying this image doesn't match the curvature? Like what? Please make a claim. Please.
Please, dude. Please make a claim.
Yes, we need
Dude.
a claim. Dude, we need a claim. We really do.
I was being
I'm having a
sarcastic.
hard time. For instance, if you type in Hubble, images
Uh.
of Hubble, it should always be at roughly the same height, between 250 and 350 miles out.
Dude, you really need a claim.
Bro, please.
It's my litmus test. My litmus test is not having a
Dude,
claim.
we have a claim. Why don't you? Come on, man. Everyone in the popular club has a claim.
You're not even claiming anything, dude.
You gotta claim something.
You think you're a scientist?
Go to the
You can't-
baggage claim.
You can't
Your
do
baggage
what we
claim.
do. You don't have a fucking white coat.
You got too much baggage.
I got a
Take
claim.
Bro, you don't have
Can
a you don't have a claim, let alone a white coat. Come
You need
on.
a claim. You need a claim ticket.
Bro, you need a special fucking piece of paper that says you're the shit.
All right. So what are we looking at here, Dan? Come on.
You know what we're looking at here is
No. Dan. What are you claiming?
Oh, sorry guys, this is Xanax hour.
No.
Wait, I got a claim.
Yes, Dan, good.
Claim real quick. Anybody
I
hear me?
think
I got a
Ruhif had
claim.
a great question. I
have a
always
claim.
hear this complaint like, "Oh, this is a lot of curvature. This is less curvature.
Can I not be
What's
heard?
enough? What's too much? What's your question, Dan? I want to hear it. Come on."
Don't be a moron, Kosho.
He literally
How about this?
Fuck, go show it, Zanuck.
Well, how about this? I'll say this. The globe that we're shown in all of this footage has widely varying amounts of curvature in it.
I would say no, it doesn't.
All different. There's so many different arcs that we see. Many of them change during the footages.
Okay, so you're 38 minutes past. Dan's posted that one says 156 miles up. Do you think that curvature in that photo is consistent with the size of the Earth that we say it is?
Man, I don't think you get it. I'm gonna switch subjects so you can understand what I'm saying.
Well,
I just
Dan-
typed in
Dan-
Hubble,
this is
right?
fucking
No, but Dan,
claymation.
you have two pictures. You have two pictures right next to each other. You have the one with 156 miles up, and you also have one that says at 39 after the hour. Now, the one at 39 after the hour is an extreme example of what a curvature can be caused by a wide-angle lens. Now, the other one is not so much. They're different. So I'm sure there might be lenses that are in between too, because that's how wide-angle lenses and standard focal length lenses work. But I mean, what's your complaint? What's your beef with
This is a stop motion claymation, you guys. This isn't even wide angle lens. That's just a fucking clay person. That's a puppet.
All right, great. What about the 39 after the hour? What's that?
This
all
is fucking Muppets
that's
for
what he's talking
adults.
What about 39 after the hour?
Space
What's
puppets.
that? Space puppet. Okay.
Boom,
Some
boom,
people
boom.
call you the
You're
space
aware
puppet.
You're aware Hubble's at the same height, right? You're aware of that.
Approximately, yeah.
So when you look up Hubble images, don't you think it's a bit shocking to see different Earths all the time underneath it?
Show us one.
Well, I just gave you a link full of them. It's I'm sorry, at 42 after
Never
the
mind.
hour, and it just widely varies and shouldn't. And this is just one example. Now, half of these are going to be fake anyway, so I'll give you that.
Yep.
They're going to be artist renderings, but let's just get consistent about what height, what things happen at what height. And if
Right,
we're
if
going to
they're
use
all-
the standard, remember we got Hubble, ISS, and the shuttle all at the same 250 to 300 mile orbit.
Right, but you've just said that we're not going to have many pictures of Hubble, right? We'll have far more pictures of the ISS, like from docking spacecraft, right? We're not going to have many for Hubble. So you
there's a
acknowledge that
lot.
most of these are going to be
I
fake.
just posted a whole bunch.
I know,
Kick his
but
ass, Dan.
which ones are
Kick
actually
his ass.
real? Which ones are real?
Why are any of them fake?
Because that's what they
I
do. They make
guarantee you, most of them will be artist renderings. Yes. There's only been one Hubble repair job, right? Name a spacecraft that's gotten close to Hubble. Take a photo like this.
Oh, dude, we're literally like arguing over how many fucking reindeer Santa Claus has right now. So this is come on, that's
fresh salt and pepper.
Looking for some consistency out of your stories.
Well,
You've acknowledged that these
out
photos. Yeah. Which of these photos are real?
Yeah, tell us which ones are real. There's so many fake ones there that are artist renderings for obvious reasons, like we have just mentioned, the fact that we don't visit it to do repair work on it. So who's going to take a picture of it? Who's up there taking pictures of the Hubble? Hey, you changed the lens. Take another picture. Oh, the Earth wasn't smiling. Come on, Earth, smile for us. Okay, there we go. That's a good one. Let's keep that one.
I can give you a great emotional example. If I was to type in the X15, you'll see, for instance, in YouTube X15, all the thumbnails are showing it over the curvature of the Earth. But there's no images of that in real life, just the thumbnails. They've been carefully created to be impressive like that.
What lens did they use? Like,
That's right. There's also a video on YouTube of like a MiG-29, and they claim to show the curvature, but at 30 feet above the fucking runway when it's taking off, you can see that it's a fucking wide-angle lens the entire time.
Right. We agree. We use wide-angle lenses in a lot of situations. What's the problem?
If you don't,
The problem is that YouTube went and censored 9/11 videos and flat Earth videos, but they left up videos that claim to show proof of the curvature that are obviously that's not the curvature.
Well, if the picture,
It has hundreds of thousands of views.
If the intent was to show curvature, then it probably would have been removed also. But that's not what their intent is. Nobody cares.
It literally shows. It literally is titled "Proof of Earth Curvature." It's the title of the video. You guys, you should go report those videos.
Yeah, go show us a picture. Let's see it. I want to see the.
Yeah, show us a picture that's sourced from NASA, and it says, this is an actual photo, not an artist rendering, and yeah, we'll discuss it. What camera did they use? All those sort of questions. All the shit that you say to us.
We're waiting. Well.
Oh, Gin, Colorado Rocky Mountains from 300 to 500 miles away.
Oh yes, Jay Tolan and his confusion videos.
Oh, shit, I was muted. Hold up, I got the link right here.
Okay.
So the title of this video is "Flat Earthers See the Curvature of the Earth: The Ultimate Proof." Smiley face, 330,000 views, and yeah, go ahead. We'll see what you guys say about it.
And then
post the link.
And when Jin posts the Colorado Rocky Mountains, and he thinks that's real, as far as I know, it's real footage. But he's been proven so wrong about his assessment of what he's looking at. It's not even funny anymore.
I've done like 15 videos to Jay Tolan.
Yeah, you guys should go report this video to YouTube. They're misrepresenting your side pretty badly.
I'll watch it, and then I'll come back shortly.
Excuse me. All right. Platypus, got it.
Like Platypus, it literally says in the description, a wide-angle camera has been used. What is the point of watching this?
Yeah, right off the bat, it's a
That's
wide-angle
my
lens.
That's my point. That's my point.
Hold on. Right off the bat,
that's my point.
You heard that twice, and
I'm responding to Ruhif, dude.
No, you're responding to me because I'm the one.
No, I'm not. Ruhif just said something about the description, and I was like, "Yeah, that's my point." They're claiming to show you Earth curvature, but it clear. Okay, go ahead, Zanuck. You fucking.
Thank you, God.
No, dude, go ahead, Platypus.
My point was, you can't have a video titled "Flat" or fucking curvature proof, where in the description you admit to using a fucking fisheye lens. That's all I was going to say.
Okay.
You accept?
You use a fisheye lens. I reject this as evidence of curvature. Happy now?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I am.
All right. I'll be back shortly.
Go feed the hounds.
Yeah. That's if that was the purpose of the NASA video, then I'd say
Yo, Zanuck,
not a good example.
is it true that you've been a coder for years, an engineer for years, a salesman for years, a mechanic for years, and a doctor for years? How old are you, and how'd you fit that all into one lifetime? That's very impressive.
3 or 4 of those I've not been those for years. I've been engineer, mechanic, I've been auto race car driver, I've done all sorts of things.
Yeah, you left out race car driver, musician, gladiator,
I just said that. Musician,
world-renowned
musician,
playboy, flat Earth debater, like has a
This
cocaine
guy's
habit,
lived life,
loves
eh?
Asian women. Like, there's all kinds of stuff you left out.
Thank you for promoting. I'll make sure I send you some money for my promotion. Never said it was a doctor, although I do freelance doctor work.
He does freelance doctor work? Is that
coat hanger abortions?
That's
Popping
disgusting.
we don't need to go.
Yeah, dude. Come on. Why you have to get dark like that, bro?
Because you guys.
It was all good up until that point.
Oh, jeez. Can you? Oh, yeah. That was awkward.
Wait, has Zanuck really
guys
been a
hear me right now? Can I be
gladiator?
heard?
Is this you?
Can I be heard?
Dude, he was on American Gladiators. Yeah.
Wait, have you
yeah.
actually confirmed that? Have we confirmed Zanuck's a real life person, or is this an online
Let me
character?
say this. Okay, obviously I have no interest in being involved in any doxing. However, there's a YouTube channel called Zanuck. So, I mean, it's just publicly known. And
wait, which one is Zanuck in this clip?
And he posted his own video of him on American Gladiators.
Which one is him, though?
Oh, I've got to say that. Come on.
I mean, I'm not. I do know his name, but I'm not going to say his name. I guess just out of respect, just in case he doesn't want that. But I'm just saying.
Focus on the issue at hand here. Look at.
I want to see you on American Gladiator.
Someone get this.
Someone
Get
DM it to me.
Goofy a DM.
Can I not be heard?
DM it to me. Come on.
Can I be heard or not?
I can hear you.
Hello?
I dropped it.
I told you what it was. It's his name's Zanuck. He's got his race car videos on there. He's got his American Gladiators.
All right, well, Zanuck,
Hey,
got
can
your
I post the video, Zanuck?
subscriber. You just got your 67th subscriber, Zanuck. I'm a fan.
68. 68.
Zanuck, can I post the video?
Oh, now there's 69, bro. He just grew up in subscribers.
Can I get a yes? Zanuck, you've already posted it, then I mean.
Yo.
You care if I post the video?
I think you should put. I think you shouldn't be.
He would love the attention.
I get it.
Are you? Is this you in Gladiator with the blue? Are you in the blue in this Gladiator? Like the blue helmet?
I don't know what you're looking at.
American Gladiator season 5, Gabor.
Is this back in the day? How long ago was this? Which one is Zanuck in this Gladiator video? And I'm gonna look.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, blue. Yeah.
It's 15 years old.
16 years old. That's fantastic.
I
Is
was
that show still on?
Who said I was a coder? That's my son's
I'm a
job.
coder.
Yeah, Ruhaf's a coder.
Dude, Zanuck, I'm watching this clip now. Watching you bolt through these guys, dude. This is what you do, like the refraction, and that's what you're doing, dude. When you're
Like
in
you
here.
should be allowed to make gifs and use your arguments as you're going running through people. Like what your argument about Coriolis is or free fall.
No, but you got to be a beast to be on this show, dude. You got to be willing to romp with some men on this thing. Like these guys are bowling each other over.
I just watched that. Which one are you, Zanuck? Are you the guy that wins or the guy that loses the tug of war?
There's another video of him later in life.
Oh boy.
I don't think you are the one in the blue, are you? I think you're the one in the black tank top.
There we go.
Are you the one that got ragdolled?
What's that?
Are you the one that got ragdolled by the guy in the blue?
The one in the blue is not Zanuck. I think Zanuck's the one in the black tank top in the middle.
I don't know. I feel like his name would be Laser though.
No, that's not Zanuck. I have another
Yeah, the
video
black.
that's showing him.
I
His
don't
name
know.
would totally be Laser.
No, Zanuck's the one with the black tank top, bro.
Yeah, the blue helmet
Okay.
guy is Laser. That's Laser.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So you're
there's
Mark-
Zanuck. Yeah, Zanuck got 10 points. He got to the top of the thing first.
Dude, Zanuck and I are removed by 1 degree of separation. That's pretty
someone
funny.
grabbed you.
Zanuck, you know who we both know?
Star.
No. I'll give you a hint.
Give me a hint.
It's a 3-letter word and it starts with a Z.
Yeah, dude, you got to the top, bro. You fucking.
Yo, Zanuck is wrestling the guy in blue for something in his hand.
Zapo?
I'm watching the same one Noah's watching.
Yeah, Zanuck.
I'm like,
Zanuck, I
the guy
know.
got it. The guy got it from Zanuck in the end. That was pretty close, though.
Zanuck, I know Zap.
oh, dude, that guy took you all the way down the pyramid from the top to the bottom. That was a
That
big.
guy's like 280.
Yeah,
Zanuck was a
Fall down a
stout
hill with
young
a guy
man,
attached to
eh?
That's 280 pounds. It's not fun. I was lucky to come out of there with my fucking life.
How much were you weighing? That guy is huge.
Buck
That's why.
85. Maybe
Yeah.
190. Probably 190 at the time, I think.
Yeah, you look like you're about 190. This guy looks huge, though.
Yeah.
Who the
like
fuck is that
6'6",
guy? Ray
6'7",
Clark.
300 pounds.
You almost had him, though, when you were running. It looked like you almost let go for a second there. You would have had it.
I think my only goal there was to not die.
The life of Zanuck. This is interesting.
Oh, this is crazy, dude.
Now he has 70 subscribers. It was
Yo.
literally like 66 when I looked, and now
I'm gonna
it's
subscribe,
70s.
dude. Well, actually, I gotta subscribe on a different account. But yeah.
Is this you in front of the computer, man? Looking.
Dude, he's a true race car driver, though. All of this is race cars.
Yo, did you guys see that? There was some weird censorship on Twitter today.
What?
Hashtag fertility, spelled with a PH, was trending number 9 in the US after Project Veritas released some more information about the jab.
Got taken down?
Yeah, dude, it got taken down, and there was like a Project Veritas had a representative go on Twitter and do like a live stream, and I was like listening to it for a while. There's like 12,000 people listening. It's pretty interesting. Sounds
Or
like
after it got taken off.
After it got taken off, like they were addressing it, and they had like a bunch of doctors on and people that had adverse reactions, and they're talking about how like the spike proteins are fucking resting in the testes and in the
Is this the vaccine?
Why? Why are you what, bro?
Is it the vaccine that you're talking
No.
about? Something else?
No.
Oh my goodness.
Zanuck, you're fucking hilarious,
Bro, I
bro.
forgot how
No,
fucking
I
entertaining this
had to
is.
come back right. What are we talking about? What has all
You,
these
dude,
details?
Zanuck, you know
Yes,
what you're doing,
Zanuck,
dude.
we're talking
You're a
about
fucking
the juice.
Zanuck. I literally just saw you on water skis, bro. You can't be this dense. You claim to be like a laser mechanic and a fucking astronaut rodeo guy. Like, come on, dude.
No, I just want to wait for a few seconds. I just
like
came back.
deep sea
Astronaut
welder.
rodeo guy.
Yeah, where can I see the Twitter space?
Astronaut. Oh,
Yeah, I'll show. Just go to Project Veritas, dude. I'm sure they recorded the whole thing.
Go to it where? What do you mean?
Okay, I'll send you the link. How about that?
Okay. Yeah, because I'm on their, it's not on their YouTube or anything.
Aether Research. Man, I gotta start unpacking that mother load you sent me. It's it. I've been into the Bible of late. I gotta switch up a little bit and look into some of that. I really wanted to read that compendium.
I'll say I just got someone sent to my PO box. I got like a bunch of cool books. I can't. I don't really want to have to scan them, but I got Michelson-Morley Experiments, An Enigma of Physics and the History of Science, by Maurizio Consoli. That's cool. I did send you one of the books on here. I have is Sir Oliver Lodge, The Ether of Space. That is in the mother lode. I'm trying to think of a point you in a certain direction. Just to say this because I have this other book on here. Have you ever read Goodbye Germ Theory?
Where did I?
It's pretty good.
Goodbye Germ Theory.
Yeah, that's a book. But anyway, here I found what I was looking for. So someone had sent me the book 100 Authors Against Einstein. Have you guys heard about that?
I've not heard that one.
This is an English translation of the 1931 collection of anti-relativity essays published in German under the title 100 Autorian gegen Einstein. It offers fascinating insights into the early public reception of Einstein's special and general theories of relativity. Someone mailed me this to my PO box. Pretty fire.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know where he got it.
I got the mother lode right here. I really wanted to start with the compendium, real compendium. Honestly, I don't know why. I'm just drawn to it for some reason.
Oh yeah, do you? I mean, there's a vast majority of that stuff I've only read through in bits and pieces. Like, there's so much there, it's insane. But like, there's so like, if you were gonna actually read everything I sent you, like, you'd be busy for a while, bro. If I sent you the whole thing. Here's the picture of the book.
Yeah, I got so much fucking law shit that fucking Cuddle sends me. It's absurd.
Well, yeah, studying into law is like a whole rabbit hole. Like, I ended up investing like a whole like month of my life reading to do my orders, my motions to dismiss, just for them to, of course, get ignored. But we live in a totalitarian government. What do you expect?
A bureaucracy.
Like, it's like a totalitarian offshoot, basically, because you have a federal judge with a bench trial, meaning you don't get to get heard in front of your peers, which the peers would have definitely not found me guilty, like 100%. But I don't get the 12 peers, right? I don't get a jury. It's just a bench trial up to one person. And then the government had like multiple U.S. attorneys working on my case. They got smoked by just some college dropout that researched law for a few weeks. And the judge ruled on my behalf in every one of the arguments. Like, the government was just grasping at straws, trying to get the argument thrown out. And they're like, nope, he already explained that. Like, he cited this case and he's correct over and over, but then just chose to rule against me anyway. Like, that's kind of the state of affairs that we're in. So
That's weird. You didn't get a trial by jury.
Where
yeah,
you
'cause
did
it's under,
appeal
the
it,
excuse
right?
is that it's under 6 months. If it's under 6 months, you don't get a jury because that's not considered too severe enough. Like, 6 months of someone's life isn't so severe enough. Like, it doesn't say that in the Constitution. It doesn't say unless it's under 6 months. You know.
That's weird. Yeah.
Yeah, like if the maximum punishment's under 6 months, then they deny you a jury trial.
It's like if you go to kill someone and they survive, there's no murder charges.
Well, you would still get more than
Like
6
if
months
you
for
only
that, right?
cut
Like
their
attempted
arms off,
murders.
if you cut their arms off and leave them for dead, there's no murder charge. They survive.
Like 100% to have any type of fairness, you have to be able to be tried in front of your peers. Like, that's just obvious. That's why it's in that's when it's in the Bill of Rights. It's like a 10-year-old. Let's say 5-year-old too much, but like a 10-year-old could definitely grasp the idea. Like,
Hey, Zanuck, how did you not roll that fucking van?
The van?
The van. That is the rental car abuse video.
Oh, what are you doing?
I could have sworn that's what was going to fucking spin. That's awesome.
I was going through my e-brake phase there for a while.
The developers are freaking infuriated with fucking Twitter. Changed their API access from being free to paid, but their prices now is like freaking ridiculous. Like, for 500 requests, it's like $150, and then up to 10, to 10,000, 20,000, 10,000 requests is $2,500.
Wow, dude, the admission that dude says in the first freaking few seconds of that video is insane. Platypus. Yikes.
Dude, it's kind of on right now. Like, a lot of people are sleeping on this. They think, oh, it's over. We don't have to wear masks or whatever. But it's like, it's not like they said it was going to be, where like people are just going to be dropping dead in the streets. No, it's actually going to be way worse than that. Generations of fucking people are going to find out that they can't have kids.
And I
It's
knew
fucked.
that it was gonna be like, even the ones that drop is gonna be some years for the most part, and people won't even connect the dots. I mean, they're not connecting the dots in the first 2 years afterwards. So what do you think they're gonna do 10 years from now? I'm not gonna lie, that's crazy that that dude admitted that though. Yeah, it's gonna get crazy. I think as in like public, even people that like kind of got duped are gonna get mad. So right,
Dude.
like they may get more mad, I guess. Right, so we've kind of already had our moment that we were mad.
You know what really sucks is that there's no liability. It's like, holy shit.
We also screamed about that, right? So
I was at the top of my lungs, dude.
I was
like,
literally on a microphone saying that very thing in like every major city, like to thousands of people. Like what can you do? And then I'd have like a group of younger girls come by in New York, like this is one example, and say, because I would just be asking people if they were organic or whatever, and like this girl screamed "vaxxed and waxed." I'm like, bro, like you're so gone. Did you not just hear the stuff I was saying? Like she was like flirting with me by saying that. Like the world is gone, dude.
Yeah, that's
You
sad.
should see, bro. Like, these floppy tit bitches. Like half of them don't have bras anymore. It's like that's not empowering.
Yo, I noticed that.
You didn't come out your mom's womb wanting to be a slut. You
Bro,
only wanted to be a slut after you seen it on Instagram and got fucked by a bunch of guys who dumped your ass and fucking left you broken. No fucking little girl fucking thinks or perceives the world the way these women do. It goes to show that their innocence is somehow like systematically removed from them by the time they're 18.
Well, I have a very specific theory about all that. I think it's actually the men's fault, and since there's no strong men, and that we have weak, cucked men, then we have created the modern woman. That and of course propaganda, but propaganda only works if the first part is true. I think that the modern woman is actually a byproduct of weak men. I think that women naturally and instinctively like want to follow like a strong guy. Like that's my opinion. That doesn't mean that they're like without responsibility, but
Yeah, and the society is totally like geared towards breeding that type of man right now. In fact, chemically altering him through his food and all that shit to make him less estrogen in the fucking beer. I mean, all
obviously
kinds
the
of shit.
propaganda has a huge like obviously these women are being like socially engineered, just like the
Yeah,
men are.
bro. No little girl. Just think about from when you're a little kid. That's how I think about everything. When you're a little kid, you're innocent. It's before you get totally mind fucked. But no little girl is fantasizing about getting raped or walking around and naked in front of men and not feeling ashamed. Sorry, that only comes to being desensitized.
Bigot.
Yeah, they reversed all that. They made being overly sexualized is empowering you. That's the message that Madonna and
I know, what a joke. Like imagine when you were a little girl or whatever. Well, none of us were little girls, but little girls don't want to fucking be naked in front of men. They're fucking afraid, shy, ashamed. Yet these women want to be. They have been desensitized. It's unnatural.
But as men, we have to be men and self-examine and find out what the men are doing wrong. Like I said, dude, like women naturally, they talk a big game. They'll talk a big game to other girls. You hook them up to a lie detector test or something, like they're all the same. Like women naturally want to be protected and provided for. They turn to the state because of that, because the state offers to protect and provide for them. And then they like basically feed into their ego. They're like, you can be a boss bitch or whatever, right? So it's, in my opinion, the solution is for men to kind of for one, stay organic and then just kind of like be strong men again and be like
We need to
leaders with integrity.
we need to be bullies, bro. We need to start bullying each other again.
Sort of. I wouldn't. I wouldn't necessarily say it like that, but I don't think that bullies are all bad. I think that the effect it has on society isn't just bad, but either way, men just need to be like strong, masculine men with integrity. Like it's no surprise to me that the modern woman is what it is if you look at the modern man. So that's just my take. But and that's all I'm ever gonna say on my channel or anything because I don't think that like blaming other like we have a bunch of men, for example, right now that watch Andrew Tate a few times and now they're like they think there's some type of alpha and everyone follows them and all the women want them and they're entitled to many women and the truth is like they don't deserve a high quality woman at all right now.
That's fleshly as shit, dude. Only a fucking wolf pack has an alpha and whatever else shit. If you're identifying with animals, you're a fleshly retard. You have to be.
Yeah, well, call it what you want to, though. I will say this: like, there are some people who have an aptitude for leadership, but it's like I think men naturally are supposed to be leaders across the board, and then within that, you might just have some that have a more of an aptitude to do it. Like, as in, like, will quickly make the decision for the group and go first or whatever, like that type of thing. There'll always be some that stand out in that regard, and you can call it whatever you want to, but that's not really the point. The point is that like all men should be like that, and the only difference would be like amongst other men. Like compared to women, men should always be the one that come up with the plan in the heat of the moment, go out, take care of it themselves. They're the guy that goes to the front door when they hear a sound. They go check the perimeter of their house. Right? Like if there's a shed with 5 women and there's gunshots, the guy goes outside by himself if he's the only guy. And this is kind of just like how it's supposed to be. I think that what I mean is men think they could watch Andrew Tate now, and it seems like the message is more focused on like what's wrong with women. And yeah, you could go all day and they have double standards and then they're cool with the double standards for them but not for us. And that's all true stuff, but the point is that the way you fix it is not to like attack women. We can't do anything without women, so we need the women. Like newsflash, like we need the women for sure.
I guess what they're saying is that we don't necessarily need a lot of the Western women that have been produced recently.
Yeah, so the wise middle ground would be don't cut to the modern Western woman that is not cooperative or doesn't understand the value and standard or in traditional values. But like the answer is not necessarily just to let the West burn. That's kind of his take, right? Is like just go to another country. I'm not really. I don't know. I wasn't raised like that. Like I'll go down with the American ship, and I was telling Kai that the other day, and I think that that's just ingrained in our ancestry. You're supposed to kind of protect where you're from. You're supposed to protect your land. It's like instinctual. I don't feel the need. Yeah, the modern Western woman sucks, bro. The modern Western man sucks too, though. When we talk about numbers, I mean, do you not agree? I mean, like, look at the modern man. Look at the modern guy under 30. It's not good. I mean, they're just now kind of starting to get their act together, and if they're just now going to demand like traditional women or traditional relationships, then they're going to have to be the man that fills the other side of that, and they're going to have to wait some time for that to set in and let the dust settle, basically, and stay organic. And then all of a sudden, the organic traditional men that want to be the leader of the relationship will be the most in demand thing on earth, right? So it's going to take time, and they're being okay. I'll stop ranting, but I think men are being misguided. That's just my point. I think they're being they're not taking enough personal responsibility. I'm not going to say Andrew Tate's bad about that. He does say take personal responsibility, right? He tells you to like in the gym and stuff, but that's just my opinion. I think it's only going to get worse if men are like, oh well, we don't need women. Let's burn it to the ground. Like, okay, that seems almost like a psyop or something.
Are you talking to somebody else right now? Because I couldn't hear anybody else talking to you, and I thought maybe I had someone muted on accident.
I said something to him, and then
Oh, I can hear you. Okay.
anyone else was in the combo. No, I said something to one of them.
Yeah, and Riggs said something, but I was kind of ranting, to be honest.
Yeah, I checked whoever his mic was open. Yeah, but back to the pandemic type stuff. I heard you got your channel taken down. You were saying for a week.
Yeah, I can't post for a week. Yeah.
I'm glad I caught that before your channel. That was a good last broadcast on that whole thing. But like something you were saying from there, I was going to bring up because you guys were just mentioning the next thing. Oh, the next thing is going to be the weather, and good point that they're going to be able to go outside and actually see this weather that we're supposed to be threatened by. So it's like, how would they get away with this? Another type of medicine that people are going to have reactions to, and all these people are having reactions. Well, they have to do something that's in your face and actually real that you can't deny now because
Right.
we'll be really suspicious. So it has to be in your face. The weather fucking sucks. So obviously they must be telling the truth, right?
Yep. Yeah, and it's all the conspiracy theorists, quote unquote, the truthers will feel intuitively like we didn't go through all of history not needing lockdowns, and all of a sudden we have like back to back different reasons for the whole world to become a prison. We'll know intuitively that it may be very convincing, and like our intuition is what's going to keep us seeing through it, and that's going to really divide people because a lot of people obviously they don't have the eyes to see at all right now. So
Yep. I'm going into the garage, so I'll be on mute for a minute.
if you go outside and see real crazy extreme weather, I mean, that's a pretty real thing. You'd be like, whoa, like that's definitely a tornado.
Do you see this Chinese balloon that people are talking about? Oh yeah, you didn't hear about this? Okay, so
It looks like the sun.
I don't know if it looked like the sun, but I saw a CNN thing that said that some Chinese balloon satellite was caught flying over Montana and had been like checked out by the U.S. government or whatever. Wondering what you guys thought about it.
I see it. It's like a news story. Yeah, 1 hour, 3 hour, 2 hours, 22 minutes, 14 minutes. Pentagon tracking Chinese spy balloon flying over the U.S.
So when you look at pictures of it, it looks like a satellite strapped to a balloon. And my first thought was like, okay, one, how do they know it's Chinese? Two, is it just ours and they're blaming it on China to start shit? Like,
Yeah.
Three, even if it was somebody else's balloon, how the fuck would they get it here? Like, maybe they release it over the U.S. mainland and that's how it got over here. But like, are they trying to hide the fact that they're just like floating shit up in the jet streams and that things can just go off course? Like, is this a cover up saying that it's Chinese? Like, what is going on?
So this is obviously put into a script by the Mockingbird. So like, that's how I see that, right? But like, how many people would know that this was over our head if the news didn't tell us? You feel me? It's in the script. But I'm gonna say, if you look at this picture, one thing I can think off the top of my head is it really throws the idea of like, well, they can't all be balloons because look, they're telling us about the balloons, and look at it, you can see the balloon. But of course, you can have a transparent balloon, right? You can obviously have a balloon that's not white. So that's one thing I see from the beginning, which is like the subliminal seed planted in your mind that like we would know when satellites are connected to balloons. You can, like, look, that's not like the other stuff I see in the sky. Outside, but obviously it's way more than that, right? It's like something you're talking about. It's like the feed into the whole China geopolitical thing. So
shit, my Discord crashed. But the last thing I heard you said was this is like from the Mockingbird.
Oh, I was just addressing that, like, okay, it could be used in the sense that people are like, oh yeah, that's what a satellite connected to a balloon looks like. Look, you can see it, blah blah blah. And of course, they could actually use clear balloons. And then I would say the bigger propaganda part would obviously be like the whole tension with China thing. That's just a very useful thing. Anything that propagandizes a state of fear has been used for like all of the United States history.
Yeah, it was definitely weird.
What's the story? Do you know? Like, okay, did they got it down? It's still floating over us, or what?
They flew some jets by it to like check it out, and then I think it's called like an AWAC or something. It's like one of those planes with the discs on top. And they said that they're just kind of like closely monitoring it. If you went on flight radar, you could see some USAF circling in some areas over Montana. It looked to me like the original footage actually just came from some like random person, but that's easy to like psyop. It definitely was like an object in the sky that looked like a small moon or something. And so I think until people were like zooming in on it with a high lens camera, they were kind of tripping out. And that's kind of why I felt like the story broke the way it was, where it's like, oh yeah, there's a fucking balloon thousands of feet into the air, and we just know it's Chinese, by the way. Like, yeah, we flew some planes past it. It said, from China with love on the side. I don't know. It sounds really fake and really gay. But there are videos of people seeing stuff in the sky, so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, what's crazy, I'm like looking into this, like I guess just a week ago, they're running all kinds of stories about the Chinese SpaceX will test space balloon flights with animals this year, and disruptive Chinese helium balloon technology could beam Wi-Fi. Like they were conditioning this a few days ago, and now they're saying it's really happening. That's hilarious.
What if they lock down space?
Well, you use the bingo word right there, dude. Conditioning. Like, this is some kind of conditioning for you to see something in the sky and for the news to tell you that we know what it is right off the bat. And you're like, yep, okay.
You're right, yeah.
It was, I don't know, dude. And there's been a lot of stuff about UFOs coming up lately. Like I'm always interested in that stuff, but I've just been seeing a lot of mainstream sources and like normie YouTube channels talking about UFOs. Like, I don't know if you guys follow Johnny Harris. Super normie. Like, he used to work for Vox. But I watch all of his stuff because that's what my normie friends watch, and I want to know what they're being told. And he did a pretty interesting 30-minute piece on UFOs, and I think it came out yesterday. So, yeah, it's just interesting. It could be like some Project Bluebeam conditioning, something in the sky. Don't worry, the government's got it under control. Just follow our instructions, or we'll shoot you.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
it's a matter of national security.
Follow our instructions, or we'll shoot you. I like that. How realistic that sounds, actually.
Dude, Gio, you said what if they shut down space? Like, it's kind of crazy idea. Like, space is locked down.
Right. Well, if they start saying oh, there's different countries putting shit in the sky, or there's some threat, or the alien stuff. Yeah. What if they'd be like, that's it, we're going to lock down space? Obviously, they're just locking down the fabricated place that they made up. But would that then create some different dynamic between what people think? Because instead of right now where it's oh yeah, all the governments are working together and we're all, going to Mars or whatever. What if they change the whole vibe to where it's there's too much tension between the countries, and so in order to keep humanity safe or whatever, they have to lock down space from all the other countries and then only have one central communicator with the...
Oh, it just hit me. It hit me. Okay.
Yo, do you remember that, real quick, I was about to say, do you remember that Bird Box, the movie where you can't look up? I think that's conditioning for this type of shit. Definitely go ahead.
Okay. So this is really going to feed into the narrative of how, you think all the different space agencies are working together. If they start to react to one another, go against each other, spy on each other, some shut down, some don't. Dude, you know what I'm saying? I think that the public perception of this conversation is way behind these rooms, right? So it'll make space more realistic if different countries are fighting about it.
Yeah,
this is how the whole lie started in the first place, right? So
that's what they did with Russia.
Dude, Bird Box is literally a fucking pre-programming of this shit.
And
they look anywhere.
They've rolled out the pre-programming of Space Force too. Also, they've already gotten it into the military systems now.
Oh yeah, exactly. Like a militarized space. In Bird Box, they can look any direction, and I think maybe if you combine Bird Box with
don't look up. It's don't look up. You can't. Is it not in the sky?
It's a different movie.
That you
different movie. There's a movie called Don't Look Up, which was #1 on Netflix.
God.
They're both Netflix original series. But Yeah. Dude, the Don't Look Up one is one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, it's just a bad movie. Like, it just sucks. So bad. But there's a lot of like propaganda in there. Like, me and Kai had to persevere and pause and stuff. It's that bad.
Yeah, it was total dog shit. I went into Gem Pandas and ruined the ending the day it came out. I think it's cool that like they let us know that this balloon is the size of 3 buses, and essentially like this is a fucking very powerful psyop that is being done with just fucking hot air and just trash. It's just a big bag full of air, and they're like, "Ooh,
Oh, this is crazy.
this is advanced military tech."
Biden won't shoot down Chinese spy balloon over U.S.
Oh yeah, Biden. He's a very like, you know.
I just went into Netflix. I don't know how anyone watches any of this shit. This is all garbage.
Yeah.
Everything is garbage. Like everything I'm looking at. Like, fuck. I don't know how I fucking watch this shit.
Yeah, they've got the propaganda turned up to 11.
Dude, even the AI is like a normie bot and literally like repeats itself. Oh, I can't talk about that. Literally had the AI the other day like repeating itself and saying like, "Oh, that's inaccurate," and shit like that. It's like this is not even. This is like a normie bot. This is horrible. This AI is horrible.
No, it's definitely a normie bot, but that, I mean, it's like, I was just saying it's like a good replacement for like bot like behavior that you engage with, because it's like way more efficient. It's like the people like here, for example, like they're kind of like they get off on like working you up or like, you know, antagonizing you and by misrepresenting you tactically and changing the subject and stuff. So like the bot like responds directly immediately. So I think it's that's its use case. It's definitely not like some arbiter of truth or anything. This is so funny, dude. The satellite thing.
Yeah, it's airborne trash. Very expensive airborne trash.
How convenient though that this spy balloon is just low enough that where you and I can go out there and zoom in with the camera when we know that they could be higher than we could see them.
Dude, I'm pretty sure I seen something like this with my mom outside my house, dude, like a couple months ago. We went for a walk around. So went and I seen her, went to where this ridge is on this one part of this island. And literally there was like these two like orange fucking balls like in the sky, like a couple 100 meters up, and no explanation to what it is unless it was like some sort of balloon. And this is now that I'm looking at it, this looks surprisingly like that, to be honest with you.
Well, they admit they can go up to like 30 miles. So imagine now, like, that's what, like, even we can do that. Like, Iru and a team of people are about to put one up, like, I want to say 50 to 60 kilometers.
Yeah, this isn't even new shit, bro. They were doing this shit like in World War II.
Yeah, so I'm on
Maybe
NASA's
even
page
before
right
that.
now, like nasa.gov/balloons 2022. And it says 26 miles. Like, they're lying about that. Like, they can send them higher than that. But anyway, like, think you can zoom in and see a balloon from 26 miles away? So it's like, I mean, say they're higher than that. I mean, it's funny. And then say they're also clear, right? So it's how convenient. This one's like, this is the worst spy balloon ever. You know, like, why is it so low and not discreet?
I was gonna say, what about like so the whole like space travel thing and civilian space travel, if they do roll out some kind of and just space travel in general, all this stuff right now, going to Mars and all this shit. Well, if they roll something out that involves some type of a Project Bluebeam, whether that's like locking down space or militarizing space more or just whatever propaganda, and then if they're going to try to run that into like the NWO, whatever that might be, whatever they're trying to do, like Agenda 2030 or whatever. So if they start to do like more weather disruptions, of course, we all would hope there's not like a World War III kind of thing, but there could be certain war stuff possible. And then if they were trying to then link that into a Project Bluebeam type scenario, then that would like essentially shut down this human space travel. Like the going to Mars or going back to the moon or civilians going up there, like that would all be out of the question because now we're in crisis. We're in war with, now I know it's intense to think that they would go mainstream with like, we're at war with aliens. That is pretty wild. But I'm just saying in general, like if they do claim like either climate crisis or different reasons to where they would push that agenda, and then everybody would be like supporting it. Like, oh yeah, we're not going to space because we're saving the planet or all that stuff. And then they, where they'll never be able to actually, no one will ever be able to validate it. And then if they're going to try to run it into the world in crisis as well, and then get people locked down in smart cities, it's like people will never know.
Yo, this is that meme is pretty funny. Like this is pretty crazy because if you think about it, like let's say all the ballers that come in here, for example, like they'll all still 100% believe like all the stories of space and everything. Nothing will really change with them, except they'll keep to themselves. They're kind of frustrated that they're not gonna get any more like space exploration porn in the near future, but they'll still believe it. That's why this is a great idea. I mean, you get away with it no problem. Like there's really no negatives. Like you're gonna have a bunch of flat earthers saying like, of course they shut it down. Like, okay, like the people that believe in it will just be like, they'll literally learn the script and come try to convince us that it's like legitimate that they shut it down. You know what I mean?
And remember, it wasn't that long ago, there was a program on with that guy from that car show, and he was showing how NASA was making clouds. Remember that? Well, I think that NASA will still be able to retain its budget. In fact, their budget might, if that, like what Geo was saying, it might get locked down. Well, NASA's budget might go up because NASA could sort of partner together with HARP and DARPA and stuff, and their whole excuse would be to repair the atmosphere and the Earth, so that we can all breathe again and straighten out the weather, and maybe it'll be a battle against cyclones and a battle against typhoons, and they'll be able to manipulate the weather at $100 million a day. It'll be the new war, the war against weather.
Yeah, linked in with climate change. Yeah, it does seem likely that's coming.
Do you remember that show? It was that the English guy, and they had like a car channel, really popular car channel from England, and he showed how NASA made it rain. They've got this giant cloud making machine. You see that channel, that show?
I have not.
I've seen.
There's this giant square sort of a fucking cobbler looking box, and all these clouds were just pumping out of it, and he drove up the road and he said, see, NASA made it rain. And it's true, those man-made clouds, they got manipulated and moved into the spot where they wanted to rain, and it did.
Yeah. I'll drop the video. It's like
do
huge
wish
amounts
that,
of clouds. I played it in my video, just got taken down. Or maybe in the other video, I don't know.
Wait, they gave you a strike for a climate change topic?
Yeah, but they said medical misinformation because I played like a bunch of WEF people speaking, and I guess at one point they were showing a video of people collapsing while they were making comments about their plans regarding jabs. Yeah. So it wasn't like medical misinformation in that sense because it was the people allegedly giving the official story talking, but people were falling. And then I think I made a comment about like organic sperm is the next Bitcoin or something. And everything else in it for 2 hours was like just climate change.
I think this Chinese balloon story would have been way funnier if Donald Trump was still president. Because I think he would have shot that shit down. Like Chinese balloons. Mm-mm.
Yeah, how could they pull that off with him?
would have been really great.
Now they're just arguing. It's like Fox News are such warmongers, dude. They have like a whole bunch of people in the country just like loving war and like making the decisions from their living room that people should die. Like, how insane is that?
Well, dude, Muslims
Imagine
blew up
thinking
the
you
Twin
have enough.
Towers, bro. What are you talking about?
Imagine thinking you have enough like evidence from just sitting on your ass and watching TV that you're ready to go to war off of it.
Or like,
Like, yep,
or
I've really done my research. I've sat here in my living room looking at a box, and now I know that I'm justified to go slaughter millions of people.
right, or like even to think you're justified in having a say as to the decision to go do that. Like, because that's like what the modern right wing is, right? Like they watch Fox News and Fox News is telling them like how they should be going to war or attacking this person or this enemy or whatever. And they sit at their house and they're like, I can't believe Biden's not killing those people. You know, it's so crazy. It's so
Yeah,
that's why.
it's so horrific. What war actually is, like what actually is war, how bad it actually is.
You know,
It's just weird, bro.
you know what
People
would
are
be really
literally just
funny?
like, oh yeah, like yeah, let's just send these young men off to war to go die, go kill people. Like I don't know, it's mind boggling, really.
I think it would be really funny if there was like a Chinese guy operating the balloon. He's just fucking in a little box up there.
Dude, that could be like a Simpsons episode.
Dude, they did have that one Simpsons episode where they showed like the ISS like hanging from balloons or something.
Yeah, and it falls and crashes.
Yeah.
But dude, this is weird.
Yeah,
It's
no
like
connection at all. 33rd degree Mason does and writes Simpsons. No connection at all. None whatsoever.
yeah,
The
my
predictions
bills
in
are
the
checked.
Simpsons, 33rd degree Mason, no connection at all. Nothing. No connection. Sorry, just a coincidence.
So I've had many strikes on my channel, but they go away after a certain amount of time, you know? So I had none, except for my initial warning stays on there. I'm gonna take a picture of it. Pretty funny.
Do you have a
It's
backup
like a badge
channel
of
or like
honor.
do you have like a Witsit 2.0 that like you can move to the 2.0 when one is like kind of heat? You know what I mean?
Unfortunately,
Do
I
some
don't.
videos there.
I've used the Globebusters activism channel as a backup, so I could technically use that one, but I think it's got like 2,000 subs or something. I should have already. Can't believe I haven't done that, but like told everyone to make sure they get there. But what you gonna do? Because I could make a Witsit 2.0 since the other one's so low. So that
It
first
would.
one right there, number 6, it says hate speech, right? So when you click on it, okay, I don't even know where it is. Maybe it's in the email they sent me, but they told me specifically what hate speech it was, right? You see the title of the stream, it's war. The 6th stream I did on YouTube. They said inciting violence. And literally my whole entire stream is like speaking out against the violence of wars that are orchestrated.
Well, that's beyond ironic.
Yeah.
I
Well,
think there might be beating the well. They've been beating the war drums for a couple years now. I think they're increasing their beat. I think they really do want like some sort of war coming.
So I showed how Israel's behind like or like involved with seemingly like every geopolitical conflict in recent history, in recent or modern history. And that's obviously why they coined it as like hate speech.
Yeah, that's anti-Semitic. If you
Yeah, so I guess
expose
I'm
anything
inciting
bad,
violence against Zionism or something. I don't know. And I'm like literally in the stream saying like obviously the answer is never to like try to take them over by force, and they know they can't do that to us. And but it is funny. There's a reoccurring theme with all these geopolitical conflicts. They always seem to benefit a certain group of people and a certain country, and both sides agree on it. And oh, let's just look through the like I go through the history of it. I'm like, oh well, what a coincidence. Here we find this country again. I wasn't even like that's all I was doing. And I was talking about how stupid and ridiculous war is and that our loved ones die in the process of going to kill other people and we're just being lied to about the reasons so that we kind of let it go. That's some dangerous hate speech, bro. Watch out, boys.
Dude,
Yeah,
posted
it
this
would be
meme,
nice.
bro. It's so funny. It's literally like a fucking thing that says non-vacuum, and then right next to it says vacuum. Like, that's hilarious, man.
I was thinking today, like, it would be nice just to not use YouTube at all. Like, it'd be so cool just to be like, just forget YouTube. The thing I was thinking about it though, obviously a lot of people use it, and it's just like everyone has it on their phone, the app, and it's on their tablet, and it's everywhere. And it is a pretty good platform the way it works, like the way it queues up videos and you have all your saved videos and all that stuff. So it just seems like some of these other ones like Rumble and Odysee, like and BitChute and all that. People are using them and branching out, but like, what would it take right now to just totally leave YouTube in the dust, And that's the problem, is that I think a lot of people just use YouTube because it's convenient. So that's why the numbers are generally higher on YouTube. Like, it would be nice just to find some workaround around that. But like, how many people are going to download the Rumble app on their phone and actually watch on Rumble,
I know, yeah. Once you start doing it, you kind of will. But that's the only reason I've decided to start doing Rumble too, because that is kind of like where the most people are going outside of YouTube. Because I think even they censor. And Rockfin's like real deal, like doesn't censor pretty much. Like if
Wait,
if you get copyright struck, they fight it for you legally. Like you can just put other people's stuff up. So like you can just play it, right? Like you're not supposed to just post their content as if it's yours, but you'll never have to worry about a copyright strike there, which is not the case at Rumble at all. And then from understanding, Rumble's actually taken a few things down. So, but Rockfin has got a paywall. So,
BitChute is pretty good. I'm
it
not
is,
gonna
but I
lie.
think you still can't live stream to BitChute.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah, people usually live stream to YouTube, and then right when they're done live streaming, they don't actually upload it on YouTube. They upload it on BitChute.
Yeah, I get that.
I'm not
Some
sure
people
how that
take it.
works.
Some people take it down as soon as it uploads, but that sucks, right?
Yeah,
Because
because if you leave it up on YouTube after the live stream, like,
then they'll take
then
it
they
down.
can
Yeah.
parse through it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So
but
that's
like
actually what people
that
do. They have
sucks.
like whole live stream channels on BitChute. Yeah,
Yeah,
BitChute takes a long time to upload, doesn't it? I don't know
it
by
does. Yes,
experience, but everyone says.
processing and everything. But like, say I get like those 18,000 subs were hard earned. You know what I'm saying? Like I was shadow banned objectively, like from the beginning. Like I don't. And that's not something I want to debate with the baller. They'll deny it, but like I watched it, bro. Like my first 1,000 subs, you have to have 1,000 subs to live stream, and so Glowbusters said we got to get him 1,000 subs so he can live stream on here instead of Facebook. Because I would rant there. Anyway, like my first 1,000 subs came straight from Glowbusters, which had already been capped at 50,000. Stopped growing, So I got like flagged accounts all come sub at me at once, and my streams would get taken down. They'd go black. I would get all kinds of strikes, and
Also,
I
like a lot
watched
of
my
people.
analytics like change. I've seen changes in analytics, including like subs and stuff. So yeah, anyway, I just like it kind of sucks, I guess. I don't want to cuck, but at the same time, it's like I want to be tactical. Maybe I just talk about Flat Earth on YouTube or something like that, right? And talk about all the real stuff outside of that. I don't know.
Yeah, so YouTube has like a lot of shit that's not just direct censorship. Like they have shadow banning. They have they literally have ways of making it so that your account can't go past a certain number of subscribers and will just stop showing it to new people basically.
Yes,
They
like that's
even
what happened
have
with Jared.
they even have and they literally have bots that go around on YouTube and give certain channels like more views. So then like you're watching and you're like, why is there like fucking 10 comments but then 1,000,000 views on this like really shitty video that's like extremely generic and obviously being pushed? And yeah, like I don't know, it's a lot of smoke and mirrors with YouTube, a lot of bullshit. I would say if you have, I don't know how many subscribers you have, but say you have like, let's just say hypothetically you have 20,000 and they're all real. I say 20,000 real subscribers, 20,000 real people that follow you, right? Rather than, I don't know.
Yeah.
And also it's like, with anything that's actually closer and closer to the truth, the less and less people are going to actually resonate with it. Like, if I were a YouTuber, I'd probably I don't know, I'd be kind of worried if I had a lot of subscribers. I'd be like, okay, wait, I'm saying something that's a little too, it's not true enough.
Yeah,
Because
or
true usually
if
is
you
a
keep
better
growing,
tell.
like because some channels got real big back when YouTube was really just kind of building. That's what they did. They got everyone to put all their work into it to build it, and then they ripped the rug out from underneath them, right? But you have like High Impact Flits, 500,000. You have Jaren was already at like 150 or something like that and got capped, whatever it was. So like they had already kind of built their channels up. But if you were growing quickly right now, that would be suspect. Yeah. Unless you have something like what happened with Alex Stein, where the whole world like heard about him on the same day, and then he got like 180,000 subs in 3 days or something. I don't know. Yeah, like I didn't even really answer your point, which is like I don't do the post the video after the stream thing, just because I'm like, then they gotcha, bro. Because like, say I have 450 people watching live, like, well, I have like a solid like 4 to 5,000 that are gonna watch every single one of them. Like they're gonna go watch it. They just don't catch them live. So it's like it sucks. Yeah,
That's why
maybe I
you
can fuck a lot
gotta,
of those people
you would
over.
have to literally say at the end of your YouTube videos, like, yeah, check out my bit shoot or something like that at the end of every video, just so people know, like, oh, okay, like, and then maybe they'll go over to BitChute and say, like, oh shit, like, this is where he keeps all the behinds. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was gonna just BitChute, Rockfin, Rumble, all three of them, all of it free, and just go from there. And then maybe just keep YouTube and stuff for like Flat Earth, even shadow ban, but not like it's not deletable offenses. I don't think I should
Yeah, I heard.
intentionally like lose the YouTube channel is what I'm saying, right? Like I shouldn't just like intentionally lose because that's not like an average 18,000 subs. Like I had to earn those. I am definitely shadow banned. Like I don't grow unless a specific person tells their people about me they've never heard, and then I get a couple thousand in a day, 3,000 in a day, and then I stop again. You know what I'm saying? Like I am not, I'm not getting promoted anywhere. You can just go type me in, and the videos you're gonna see are not me.
Yeah, then
Or like not my stuff, right? Like it'll be hit pieces on me. You'll find that, but
that's how you know that it's fucked. That's so jury rigged, bro.
yeah.
I'm like, oh, that's hilarious, dude.
Yeah, I mean, you can just do it. I'll do it right now. Although they listen. So for me, I don't know how it is for everyone else, but I obviously I type in my channel a lot. So it says latest from what's it gets it for me. If you go look at like the results, the first one is the Mount Rushmore. Wow, see, this is crazy. Now Killer Priest on there, just 2 videos. I don't know. Anyway, who cares? Like normally what you'll get is like Professor Dave responds to Glowbusters. You'll get the Rushmore one where the dude like gives me an F and talks about how stupid I am.
You don't audit the audit?
Yeah, that one. That one will
What's
come
the
up.
audit? What is that? What's
That's
audit
him
the audit?
covering my Rushmore arrest and grading me an F.
An F? In what? In getting
Like,
arrested?
well, he rates like the person and the cops in these videos, like as to like who's on the right side of the law. He gave the cops like an A and me an F. Yeah, which is funny because it's supposed to be like a free speech type of thing, and the whole thing is I was disagreeing with free speech zones. So I refused to obey the free speech zone rule because I'm like, that's not constitutional. The Supreme Court said that I'm allowed to disregard an unconstitutional prior restraint on free speech, like just to disregard it entirely. So that's what I did. I got arrested. It cost me thousands of dollars. Went and defended myself. Smoked the government. U.S. attorneys had some attorneys dropping off the case. It was so bad. Then no peers like my wife and Chris couldn't even come in because they weren't jabbed. They only let us go in one at a time. Like me and Chris during our cases.
What
It
a
was a whole
joke.
thing. And then just
Yeah, the whole jab thing just opened my eyes to how fucking utterly shit and lost society is as a whole.
Yeah.
Really just, if your eyes weren't opened at that point, I really unless you were like a 7-year-old kid or something, or like a 14-year-old, like outside of that, if your eyes weren't opened by that, I do not know what to tell you.
Yeah, I think it backfired on them though, so I'm like kind of positive about it.
Next thing you know, there's gonna be demons walking around the street. Oh, there are saviors. They're aliens. Like, no, sir, that's a fucking fallen angel. Like, what are you talking about? Like, no, bro, it licks you with its slime and it helps you, and you're healed. No, sir, that is definitely not anything you should ever fuck with. I don't know, dude. I don't like really don't understand how they're gonna fucking like one up themselves after COVID. Like, it's gonna be so bad. It's gonna be their next big event is gonna be so fucking bad. Like, how are they gonna top COVID? Like, really? Like, how are they gonna outdo themselves this time? It's gonna be like it has to be like a war or something ridiculous.
It seemed like that was just a test run too. These last 2 years, it seems like that was like a preamble to future. That was like the test, the lockdown test
It's gonna
run.
be so bad. Think about it, Gio. Think about how bad it's gonna be. Like living through COVID. Like,
Well, but there could
oh,
always be like divine intervention that could come through in many ways. Like what if they crumble from within? There's that too. Or if they have like some kind of crisis or some kind of tumultuous within themselves, and then there's also so many other like components that could come through, like different divine intervention events that could stop them. Because I think like what they want to do is it's be brutal if like they if they fully were able to do everything they want to do. I mean, we can already just see what these guys are about. I mean, even just these world wars. I mean, those were 100% led by these guys. It's like that was not like real. In my viewpoint, those were not real events of real humans out there like wanting to do that stuff. It was all orchestrated.
Yeah, did you guys know that on QE's thing it says, I am the globe terminator, quantum eraser, in parentheses, John. I have quite a substantial background in quantum mechanics, genetics, and biochemistry. I am also retired military with half my career spent in reconnaissance. I hate that word. The other half is need to know. If I told you, I'd have to kill you. That's like his intro to himself on his website. I did not know that.
It does ring a bell because I think one time I looked at his site, I glanced around and read some of the stuff he has on there. So yeah, it sounds familiar.
Reconnaissance and the other half is need to know. Dude, it's literally military observation of a region to locate an enemy or ascertain strategic features. Preliminary surveying or research. All right, I won't even go there.
yeah, I personally think there is like intervention or like divine intervention. Like if a righteous man is persecuted, I think there is something that happens.
Yeah, I mean, like with how crazy these dudes are, like, yeah, think about if they just went full on, just World War III, massive climate disruption, World War III, like directed energy weapons, just toasting like neighborhoods and cities all over the world, and telling them it's aliens. I mean, it could be crazy, super dark, like out of a movie, if they just unleashed all that shit at once. Or not even at once, but even if they just rolled it out over time. That's why I think, there's going to have to be something that's going to have to either slow them down and give us more time, which I think is going to happen in and of itself. I think they're already kind of slowed down.
Well, they put the whole world on pause and then like reintroduced the new speed.
I personally believe they're gonna have some sort of like exposure of the Illuminati, exposure
Yeah,
of the
like a diet
Vatican
woke
or
expose
whatever.
on the cabal.
Yeah, like, oh, we caught them. Like, we caught the Vatican. They were trafficking kids, but we got them. We got them all. And then
I think it'll be like the
basically,
deep
like,
state
as
cabal.
that occurs, yeah, and as that occurs, like, America will collapse. No, well, now that we caught all the bad guys, we can just like implement our new world currency and just have the AIs run everything. It's so great that as we're getting our AIs, we also got rid of all these corrupt guys. So now we can just live in our new AI paradise with no corrupt people. And then actually, the people are going to be more wicked than they ever were before, even without the secret societies and shit. Like they're gonna think like, oh, we're righteous because we got rid of the secret societies, while simultaneously becoming more wicked than ever.
Well, yeah, if they were going to do some big like outing type event, maybe even the Epstein stuff kind of plays into that, just the way that that's all in the news and publicized and the trafficking, all this kind of. I mean, however much of that is really going on is its own thing as well, but it also seems like they're kind of making it a thing. So, and then getting people up in arms about it, which makes sense why they are, because yeah, it's horrible shit. But if they then were to, because that's another card they could pull. Like, all right, we found this corruption, and we're they could do a whole psyop thing with crisis actors going through some big court case, like another like OJ Simpson type thing, and get everyone all wrapped up in it, and they make it look like they're really finding the corruption, and then yeah, meanwhile they're just like would be cloaking themselves even more, or trying to, while they're trying to call others out, or even to the point of like throwing NASA under the bus and like having some new like SpaceX government space agency or something. Who knows? There's a lot of possible cards they could pull.
I think if you kind of like look at it like this, like with this pattern, like try to recognize these patterns, it like cuts a lot of it out. If you're like, so obviously one of the primary focuses is to get us to like not agree on anything. Like everyone doesn't agree on anything, right? Like everything is a divisive, typically a binary, right? So if there are some things that everyone agrees on, those are the areas they can trick everyone. And like if you asked all the Globers in here, they'll defend like every official narrative, many of them the leftist narrative, right? But if you ask them how they feel about if like super powerful people are trafficking kids and abusing little innocent children like sexually and beyond, like would they agree with that, advocate that? Is that okay? All of them are going to say no. So that's something that everyone agrees on, pretty much, right? So like pretty much like literally almost everyone. So that would be a perfect way to deceive everyone because everyone's going to react in unison.
Yeah, you're a silly Christian. Why would you believe in that religion that all the pedophiles were a part of that we exposed? Might as well put you on the we might as well put you on the pyre and burn you with them because they were pedos and you believe in the same religion as them. I can already see it. Meanwhile, we're going to be implementing our new AI utopia, and nobody can stop us.
Like really think about it, right? Like if you bring up anything with a lot of the ballers that come in here, not all of them, but they'll defend it, right? Like anything, like can only biological men have babies or something, like, or like, I mean, can only biological women have babies? Like whatever you say, like they'll hit you with like the official mainstream counter, almost like a contrarian, like on steroids, If you ask them about pedophilia, they're gonna all disavow it pretty much. So, like, can you guys think of any Glober that would like try to present some contrarian position to defend pedophilia? Like I've never really heard that. So, I wouldn't be surprised to hear someone say minor attracted person. It's just it's a psychological issue. They were probably abused and then they should be accepted. But I haven't heard that really. So, I think if they say that powerful people do it and they have some people they throw under the bus, like, bro, people eat that up. Oh, the cabal is being exposed. I don't know. I think they have a plethora of things they could do.
Yeah, I personally believe this. I've come to the personal belief that this world is kind of like the Matrix in that it's a machine with an architect, i.e., Satan, and it harvests your soul, not energy from your body heat. And the whole point is basically to harvest your soul before you die. That's his legal precedence. His only reason for being here is because you gave him jurisdiction. So he needs you to sin to keep him on it.
I don't know, like you seen they've conditioned us for like a cyber attack. So they
cyber pandemic.
Yeah, there's that card too. Yeah, internet lockdown. Yeah, so if there's countries spying on each other, they need to lock down all the servers in the United States. That would suck actually. Like if we all got disconnected, like we couldn't talk between the countries. Like if they did an internet lockdown, that would be nuts.
Yeah, bro, and like they'd be like these places like Discord, you know. Yeah, because like they've actually said that all the experts say that will happen within the next 2 years, which is them. That's how they say like we're trying to plan this. You know, like Event 201, like when they say like it's very likely we face this in the future. It's like them saying we're going to try to implement this. They what something else they said at the World Economic Forum in that same type of way was extreme weather was going to increase. And I found this after deciding to do my live stream with my speculation and then just randomly searching the internet live with everyone. And you just keep finding the programming for extreme weather events everywhere. And they just boldly say that that's going to happen in the next few years soon, as pandemics will also be like just an accepted part of life now. And then, yeah, they say the thing about the cyber attack. They actually ran a whole drill, just like with Event 201, you know, they ran a whole drill about it. So wait till they run their drill about climate emergency. I think that's why my video actually got taken off, just because I didn't actually say anything. Like I didn't even directly make any medical claims. So just the fact that it was referenced gives them an excuse. We'll see, I guess. I mean, I don't know. These are crazy ideas. Imagine if they kind of like trifecta us. You know? Like they're like extreme weather, cyber attack.
Well, they've amalgamated all the technology together, isn't it? I remember when phones used to be on a copper wire, and if you had a power cut, you could still make a phone call. You know, like all of the technology these days relies 100% on, first of all, electricity, second of all, the internet. So there's no escaping. The only thing you could do is maybe have ham radio or long wave radio, something like that, and make sure you've got lots of walkie talkies backed up just in case, because you know things happen really suddenly, unexpectedly. You never know when it's going to happen. Could happen today.
Yeah, I personally think it's called the internet because it is a net. At some point, the net is going to close. Right now, we're a bunch of fish in a net. The net's open, but once it closes, it's going to be you have to do this, this, and this to access the internet. All your life is dependent on.
What do you think about
Yeah,
the Great Deception?
The net will drag you into hell, literally.
What do you think? Like in the Bible, that there was and other sources saying that the Great Deception, everyone in the whole world at the same time are going to see the signs in the sky. Do you think the net, the matrix, the tracks that the sun and the moon revolve around on? Do you think the sky is going to like become it's going to change like its shade or its color so that we can visibly see like all of
It
these
says
tracks?
it says that the entire heavens is gonna be rolled up like a scroll. Yeah, that's gonna be extremely destructive if the entire sky is rolled up like a scroll.
Does it have to be? Is that talking about end days, or is that talking? Was that
Yeah, at
in
the end of the world, basically, the heavens gets rolled up like a scroll. Like you know how like
okay?
if you had a piece of paper over something and you just kind of took the paper off of it and just rolled it up really quickly.
Is it the end of the world or end of the world as we know it?
End of this world, and then a new world comes after.
Do you think before that might happen? Do you think there might be signs in the sky, like we'll be able to see the truth of how this place works? Like, you know, at least the
Yeah, wasn't there
tracks.
supposed to be a green comet tonight or today?
Soon,
There's,
yeah,
there's
that's what
going
I
to
was
be a
talking
green
about.
comet appearing in the sky. Because one of the signs of the apocalypse, or one of the Indian myths, is the red and blue Kachina at the end of the at the end times, or right before the end. Wasn't there supposed to be a green comet? Who was saying that the other day?
Oh, someone was saying there was a comet and the tail was in front of it.
No, there is, bro. Like yesterday, I was at the beach. My friend was looking for it, but it was too light out. And then today, I went to the hot tub with my family, and they were talking about it. So there's supposed to be some green comet.
Yeah, that was in Don't Look Up for sure, right? I mean,
Yeah, and to answer the guy, I think it was Carlos. Like,
Yeah.
it says that like there's like a bunch of seals that are broken, and like the sixth seal, there's an earthquake. Uh, the sun becomes black, the moon becomes blood. Third of the angels fall to the earth. No, all the stars fall to the earth, and the heaven is literally taken up like a is literally it literally departs like a scroll that's
Is
getting rolled
what
together.
what
So
Bible is
it's kind of
what
like the
version is
destructions of everything. Revelation
what
6.
in which Bible?
Anyone,
In which
bro,
which
you can look
translation?
up.
Oh, the Old Testament.
How would you no Revelations, the last book?
Okay, so that doesn't make sense if the stars are going to be falling on a globe, does it?
No, exactly. But yeah, it says the sun turns black, the moon turns blood red, all the stars fall, and the sky is literally taken, like rolled up like a scroll. So that's not, and right before it, there's a huge earthquake. So it sounds like the destruction of everything we would call this world.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure the shitheads in charge know it's coming, and that's why they don't care about the Earth in general. And I was looking at the zodiac in terms of, a 26,000 year cycle, and who the hell figured that out is sort of an amazing question. But out of nowhere, I started to think of a pole shift, and halfway through the cycle of the zodiac would be 13,000 years. So I type in the words 13,000 years ago in Google, and up comes an event called Younger Dryas, which was a melt off that supposedly took out, dinosaurs and species and such. Um, Something we might know of as the flood.
13,000 years ago, there
Yeah,
were dinosaurs?
the deceiver Joe Rogan talks about the Younger Dryas all the time.
There was a great species die off 13,900 years ago.
Where, dude, it's so funny if you look into the dinosaur thing, like the bones they claim are dinosaurs, like they were found with like tissue and blood cells and stuff. So I think there were maybe some crazy creatures. It's nothing like the ones they've shown us cartoons of, and they were here much more recent.
Everything probably
Dude, you
grew
guys,
bigger.
that's so funny with it.
Without
It came
annihilation,
with a
things
little
would
meat.
grow bigger.
Came with a little meat that you could gnaw on it. Like, oh yeah, chicken wing.
Well, that destroys evolution, right? Like there should definitely not be any like flesh material or blood cells whatsoever.
Dude, the guy was a
Yeah,
33rd degree Mason, and his theory was actually made. The theory of evolution was made up by his fucking grandpa, and then fucking his uncle was trying to like fucking bring it through, and then he was like the final successful one to actually like go and like record some finch beaks or something and give it scientific like evidence. But the theory literally existed for 2 generations before him. His whole family was involved with this shit. It's
Well,
just
I mean, what do you
funny.
think about what I said though about there actually having been crazy creatures that lived here recently and they just hijacked it?
Yeah, I could see that.
Because like all these other places say that dragons really existed, dude. They don't say that dragons were like a joke or something or a metaphor. Like all over the world they say that they existed, bro. Like, it's very
Yeah,
interesting.
giant Sue.
Yeah, and like I think they hijacked bones from maybe both of those and just there may have just been some crazy creatures. I don't know. These maps show crazy things. It's funny because think about how much of a clown world it is. It's like if you say that, the ballers will ridicule you and call you stupid, right? If you say like you think there were some crazy creatures, look at these maps that show all these crazy creatures in the southern waters and all these things that claim there were dragons. They'll be like, "You're such an idiot. You think that there really used to be dragons and giants and crazy creatures?" Simultaneously believing an entire list of crazy looking creatures that they call dinosaurs.
Yeah, it is quite hypocritical.
It's just kind of funny. Like it's like that's how effective it is that people don't even notice it. But whatever.
Where's that?
You ever looked into that now? Like all the different claims about dragons?
I know that the Russians have a lot of, or Eastern Europeans,
So you know
Russians and
the
Polish people have a lot of stories about dragons that aren't even like that old actually, which is the craziest part. Like this isn't like claims that there were like these claims come from like 1,000 years ago, not thousands of years ago. And then I know in South America they have that the feathered serpent or a maru or something like that. So I've looked into it a bit.
yeah. So like you've heard of course, the game that you like cover your
Oh,
eyes and you
Saint,
count.
that saint. There's literally a saint who's a saint because he killed a dragon. Like he is canonized because he killed a fucking dragon with it. Like it's so funny.
All of all the Polynesians have stories about dragons, and they all live in the rivers, and they come out of the rivers and they can fly. And just think about there's many stories like even in like Puff the Magic Dragon is one of them. I think you've probably heard
Let's
of
go
that
look
one.
at China. I just want to
Bro,
say, so like
Saint George.
the game you play where you like cover your eyes and you count in the pool or whatever, and you're like Marco Polo, right? That's obviously like an explorer that's pretty famous. He went to China, he came back, and he wrote about dragons as if a very real thing that existed in China. They had parades and even had them like pets.
Dude, Saint George, the guy who a country and a state is named after, is literally canonized for killing a dragon. Like that's the reason. Oh, he killed a dragon. Like, and then they went and named a country after him, and then America went and named a state after him.
Yeah, it's crazy because we were like, that's what all the like hero stories, a lot of them say, right? Like, fought a dragon. The hero destroys the dragon. Maybe the dragons are actually really cool and they just don't like corrupt people or something. Then you also have Game of Thrones, which was all about the lady who had control over the dragons. The whole show was about, right? So
So
I
it
just
says
find it
during
interesting.
this 12,900 years ago, that the potentially nano diamonds rained from the sky.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness.
So that would have been what people thought was the stars.
Yeah, they also use carbon dating to test a diamond and got like insane numbers back. Everything they do is ridiculous, but it's like if you say like right here, I'm like, I don't know. Like me and Noah are like, I mean, it's interesting. There's a lot of claims about dragons being real. I don't know. I'm open to it. You know, who knows? And they'll ridicule you for that, if you will, but at the same time, they'll say that their claims of like dragons and some basically, right? Way longer ago, way more unverifiable claim. They'll say that it's like been proven, basically, but nothing's been proven, but it's been proven, right? Nothing's been proven, but technically, this could all be a simulation. That's their way of saying I'm claiming it is not questionable, but I won't say proven. I don't know. You guys get it, but I just think it's crazy. I'm not even talking about them earning like that. I'm talking about like the psychological aspect of it.
Yeah,
Like you'll believe in the dragons of the textbook.
the Vavel dragon supposedly lived in the 13th century in a cave. And is recorded in a Polish chronicle. And basically, the dragon kept on eating people. So the king said, anyone who kills the dragon gets to marry my daughter and become like the prince or whatever. So the shepherd poisons one of his sheeps, puts the sheep in front of the cave. The dragon eats the sheep, and then the dragon starts like choking, goes to the river, starts drinking from the river, and dies choking and whatever next to the river. And this is in the 13th century, something like that. So that's like 800, 700 years ago. It's not even 1,000 years out. That's a famous story.
They basically claim that dragons like existed. You know, like they I forgot what it's called. But they claim a certain type of dragon that's like basically a dinosaur that's basically a dragon.
Well,
Guy from
those ones
NASA
that
says that
fly.
he filmed dragons in space. Guy,
What?
one of the
You can't
astronauts
film anything in a space. You can't film anything from a fictional area.
just posted it. It's also been seen from the ground and the ISS, I guess, or the shuttle. It's pretty trippy footage.
Pterosaur, Parasaur. These stupid ass names too. Like look at all the names of dinosaurs and then all the names of different species and subcategories and the bones and stuff and evolution. Like just go read them. They don't even make sense. Like the names just like make you want to like just check out. Like it's on purpose.
It's part of the joy. Once you discover something, you get to name it.
And they just name it the stupidest stuff though, right? Like just ask Jace to talk about like the fossil record of evolution and sit back and listen to the words that dude says. It's crazy. And he's got the terms down, I guarantee you.
I will say, dude, what's it? In the text chat, you have an extreme amount of Glover fanboys. It's literally people who never talk in VC, who literally only tag you and say like, "Oh, what's it?" Like, "Oh, what's it? Oh, what's it? Oh, what's it?" I'm not saying anyone in particular. I haven't been on Discord for the past like 3 days. I get back and I'm looking at the VC or the text chat, and it's literally like people just tagging you up the fucking shithole. Like, geez, like just enter the VC and talk. Like, not much wrong with it.
Yeah, like actually like the last couple of days I've kind of been upset with myself because I get like I've gotten real worked up and kind of like aggressive in here. And yeah, I'm like I was like failing the test, you know. So I think I'm just kind of gonna be like accept the interruptions inevitable and just kind of let it go. It just sucks because if that gets abused if you get interrupted and you like yield the floor gets abused. But I was like getting worked up. But anyway, like the chat thing is something I'm usually pretty desensitized to. But even like the last couple of days, I'm just been kind of at times infatuated with it. Like, what is going on? Like,
Oh, the shit C4 used to tag you in. It was like literally like this isn't related to any subject. It's just literally just fucking trying to like, man, some of the shit, dude. Oh, I don't know.
they're just trying to like provoke me to interaction.
I gotta say, I don't know if I could do that, dude. I'd be literally
Yeah,
like,
I don't know. I don't
taking
know how
back
you
and
do it.
on.
I don't know how you do it. You know, with all the conversations going on left, right, and center, you've got conversations from the past coming to the forefront, and it's just such a mind fuck. Your brain is just must be overloaded with questions and conversations, just like attacking from every side. Eh?
Well, it's why that the like petty like narrative, dishonest narrative building is like way too much to add into all that, right? Because people will come at me. For one, Globers think I work for them or something. It's like there's a psychological paradigm where they think that I owe them full, thorough explanations to whatever questions they come up with. But yeah, like someone will ask me, like you saw tonight, someone bringing up something I said in a debate 3 years ago. Maybe you saw that, but it's just kind of a lie. I don't know. I just think it's stupid for me to give energy to any of the like, yeah, disingenuine like sidetrack stuff. 'Cause that's where it becomes overwhelming. Is where you're like, it's all that too. It's like, whoa, stupid.
You're kind of like on your sort of on your goal and on your track of where you want to get to. You like for the purpose of informing like everybody what's going on. You kind of have to keep up with it all, otherwise you won't get the subscribers and the attention. And you need that so that you can talk to people like, you know, what's Joe Rogan's sidekick? What's
Jared.
his name?
Eddie Bravo.
No, Eddie Bravo. You could, once you start talking to people like that on a regular basis, it's kind of that's when you can really start getting the ball moving.
Yeah. What's funny is I get attacked by a bunch of flat earthers when I interact with Eddie Bravo, but it doesn't matter. Like you're right.
That's ridiculous. Like if the whole point is you need to get the word out there.
Yeah,
you're
I
not
agree,
going to do that by hiding in the shadows.
Yeah, for sure. It's not going to happen in here. This place is super.
But here's like you come in here is like coming home, or it's coming home where you're familiar and you can just talk about whatever. It doesn't really matter. But once you get onto those platforms, you've got to really be sort of onto it, and like loaded and awake and caffeined up.
But like say that say I'm just like some crazy dude that rants about flat earth that's stupid on the internet, like why would you keep up with me? My life would be so much more simple if it was just like honest inquiries. And like I can't really do that because I like in a way feel like I have to kind of go in there and debate these people, like certainly on modern day debate and stuff. So it's like I don't know. That part, I'm not gonna lie, like that part of it does suck. Like I get like migraines and stuff on like here I can like fall back whenever. I can like be like stop interrupting me, and can't really do that online. I do want to shift more to what you're saying this year though.
Have you ever had a chat with Logo, Dr. What's his name? Dr. Logo from Old World, Florida?
I've heard of the
like I could just imagine you and him having a chat together. It would be quite a good conversation. I think he's not really onto the flat earth, or he's maybe still in the closet. But he's a really good host. I think he's got really good control over his channel, and he's got sidekicks that really look after his narrative when he's making like a live stream. He's got people that sort of he's got one guy that's like really onto it, and he's got all the files and everything, and as soon as a topic comes up, his sidekick sort of recognizes what is going to be the next talking point, and he's already got the files up for everyone to see. It's really well organized. I think you could learn a lot from his his style. Yeah, maybe worth having a chat with him.
Would you say? You said what the channel's called? What?
Old World Florida.
So he's got stuff about the anchors, the stones that are like anchors in Atlantis.
He does really awesome like interviews and live stream chats and it's really intellectual. He's got a lot of really good content. Yeah, from all angles. Yeah, but I
Austin,
don't think he's.
I want you to. I just really appreciate you being around, and you really strengthen everyone else. You know, I just want to thank you personally for what you do for everyone else, because you do give us more legs to stand on. You know, we really.
Yeah. All props, man. We need to prop you up some more because, like, we know it's not that easy, eh?
It's hard
Thank
to
you,
put
thank
a face on stuff, you know, and you put a good face on it, and you're well balanced in terms of your patheticness doesn't come out first, like it does for most of us, where our emotions come out first, and we never get to the subject matter. You start the opposite. I just appreciate that a lot.
Thank you, man. I could work on that part of it, in my opinion.
No, it's just you don't lose your cool. You know, for instance, that's why going out with Nathan was a disaster, because he starts with losing his cool.
Yeah. We were not a good match at all.
I'm glad glad that didn't go on any further. And
No, it was terrible. He had me like wanting to argue on behalf of the Globers in public.
yeah, that was tough on you, man.
Yeah, but not thanks for the kind words.
How did Chris survive?
Chris was going crazy with that dude. And then it was me and him. It was smooth sailing, bro. We're both like really laid back people in real life.
How's Chris doing?
He's good. He's good. Starting a new business.
Did you guys destroy that vehicle?
Hey, what's it?
RV.
I just discovered a really like if you've got access to a little bit of land. I don't know how it is in the States, but in New Zealand, we bought a dog for the family, and then we thought, well, we bought another dog from another place, so the same breed, and then they just had 9 puppies yesterday. Each puppy is worth 10 grand, and they can have 2 litters per year.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
And it's totally effortless, you know. If you have a little bit of the land, you just add the numbers up. Dog breeding is a really, really good income if if you're at home anyway. Like, it's a really good occupation without having to sort of do anything except for feed them, and let them run around,
Oh yeah, that's pretty interesting. That's a pretty insane number there.
What do you
I
think
don't
about it?
currently have
2 grand.
land. I'm trying to like find somewhere to buy.
That's just a German short-haired pointer, 2 grand. So there are other dogs as well, like French blue bulldogs. They're worth, like in New Zealand, they're worth $7,000 each.
Oh, you said 2, not 10.
Our dogs had 9 puppies yesterday.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
I can't afford land right now, and I don't know where exactly we want to get it, but that is definitely the plan. That's
cool
like our
to-
goal. Is just land
If
and
you can't buy it,
trees.
you can always rent a piece of land. Rent a house that's got land.
Yeah, I mean, I have like some land where we are right now, but I guess you could like rent to own. But I put a lot of work into this place, and it's just me renting. I'm paying someone to like make their house better, and I'd rather put a lot of like work and time into a place that's mine. But yeah, I don't know. I was going back and forth a lot with Leah coming. I've decided I'm probably in 2023. I'm gonna really try and like make my job be stuff online and launch a couple different businesses, and hopefully it works, right? And if not, we'll go from there. But hopefully, I mean, works as in I can set my family up to have land and animals and fruit trees and gardens, preferably with some like water source kind of close. So that's kind of the goal. I think 2023. After at the end of it, I'll have more clarity as to where to go. But I'm kind of in the air as to how it's all going to work. Of course, the ballers say I have no job, but it is what it is. If you make like constant online content, that's a job. Anyone that does it knows that. So we'll see how it goes. I think I also want to launch. I want to launch. So yeah, I have a couple of ideas, but none of them are profitable. Like I think when you try to like prioritize doing something that would be impactful or for good for the truth, and it's usually at the detriment of profit. But I want to do like like First Amendment audits, and I want to call it True Earth audits, and then I want to have like like an offshoot, which is NASA audits. So people like in person going very professional and cordial. You have to look professional, you have to act professional, all that. And you just like ask them questions, and we audit their logs and like a business plan where I'm not making any money, but the business is, where people can actually get paid to just comb through the hours of their content and catch them messing up and catch their lies and discrepancies, and just fully auditing NASA as the public entity that it is. So that's one thing I want to do this year, but that's not going to make me any money. It's just going to take a lot of my time. Also, I want to make homeschool curriculum, but I want everyone to have free access to it. So that's going to take a lot of time and money, but not make money either. So I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how everything goes. I kind of trust the creator though. Like if I do what I think is right, and it'll be good. So we'll see. The dog thing is kind of cool. I would be if I could have land. I think that'd be pretty cool. Depends. Unless they're gonna mess up my chickens or something,
Are you wanting to make homeschooling in your own style? Is there no good homeschooling sort of curriculum already that you could sort of use as like a template?
I'm sorry. Say again.
So is there no homeschooling template that you could use, like to as a
Maybe.
template just to alter? Yeah.
Maybe think about like biology, for example. Like it needs to be completely replaced as it pertains to health with terrain theory. And that's a whole freaking rabbit hole, man. Like that's a whole rabbit hole. That's like, where do you cut it off? What do you teach? And then you got like earth science, and how do you balance like them needing to know what the mainstream propaganda is, but also like not being taught its truth, and how much can you divulge to that or whatever. So I think the templates are only gonna be so useful. Like, I mean, it's so bad that it needs to be radically changed. And
Yeah, like
I'm planning on having lots of people help me do it, or it would be impossible. So we'll see.
I'm kind of wondering if there's like any sort of political correctness and sort of these groups that would look at the information that you're wanting to teach and say, well, you're not teaching the truth, and you're giving the wrong information, that type of stuff. Is there any pitholes that you can see like ahead? Like, are there stuff that you think that you're not going to be able like to develop a curriculum around?
If I followed your question correctly, it's like a difficult to develop the curriculum. Like, yeah, and there's all kinds of things that like we don't know the answers to, like electricity and stuff like that. And if you're talking about like legally, like I'm just gonna allow it to be free and try and get the word out there and make it popular, and you can just download it for free. It's the only way to really get it out there. So you could accept donations, maybe. It's a lot. Both those tasks alone are pretty big, and then me and Jaren are doing something that's also very time consuming. And I want to launch the full channels and release edited clips and start having interviews and start making appearances on podcasts. So like it's just a lot. I've kind of like really chilled. So I know I'm like once I start doing it, it's gonna be a lot. But
you need to get a flatmate. I don't know if that's what you call it in the States. A flatmate, someone who stays at your house, and they could stay at your house for free, and they could be your receptionist, your helper, or whatever.
Yeah, that's
You need
interesting.
some
Or
help.
I don't know, at least like someone that would do it even virtually.
Yeah. Even someone that had some but how would they get rewarded? That's how my friend has someone to look after her house in the countryside. That she just lets them stay there for free, and the way that they pay for their rent is to look after the grounds and maintain the property.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, Chris used to do that. With a really nice estate.
Like mowing the lawns takes a whole week at my friend's house because you have to do it in lots because you couldn't never do it in one day.
Oh wow, he has a video called Land of Dragons. Like that's in the thumbnail, Land of Dragons. No, like eventually I want to set up like these multiple businesses and kind of get them bringing in some stability, and then I would prefer Kai to be able to make a bunch of children not have to work, and she can kind of help me on the side, like secretary style. I have a couple people that want to kind of help, like Owen Benjamin as Coddington Bear, like you said, Rogan has whoever, but like someone to help run the stream smoothly, deliver super chats, kind of help through some of the messages, filter through some of the like immense amount of messages I get.
Why don't you have your wife do that?
She currently has a job, right? So like, she's on maternity leave. Though she's on paid maternity leave for 3 months, but
What's her job?
I'm not even gonna go in that realm at all because those Glovers are psycho.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can't even.
yeah. Like I don't
Can
know
you at
if
least
you've
tell me
seen.
the? Can you at least tell me the industry, or is that you're not even gonna go that?
No, sorry. It's
So,
it's she
the
does it at home.
old
Right? She works from.
so that old world
No,
Florida
Glovers are.
channel. You should check it out because he's got his helper who comes on the live stream. He doesn't say much, although he does when he talks he does have a lot to say. But his role on the channel is to basically make sure everything's running smoothly and all of the slideshows are all coming up and all the information files have been sent from his host. Like when he has a guest on, the guest sends all of his information, all of his files to his helper.
That's
and
the
then
what show?
the Old World Florida channel.
Okay, nice. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah,
That's
I
what you
really
were trying
think
to say earlier. Yeah.
when you check it out because you can get a really, really good idea about how to manage a live stream if you have someone like helping the chat, because then you can just talk and talk and talk with a guest or someone that you're interviewing or having a debate with, and then you've got someone there to manage like all the computer tech stuff.
Yeah, that's a good idea, especially like he uses StreamYard clearly, and I have StreamYard where you can just make someone else an authorized admin, and so they can run the stream while you just kind of chill.
Or someone
He
like
doesn't have a bad channel either.
You
I was already subscribed to him.
you could take turns. Like Jaren would be really good at that role.
Jaren's not going to do that. Like Jaren has to run his own thing. I mean, I have a few people that have actually offered to do that, so I think I know who. Yeah.
Or someone like Jaren, someone who can
Knows what
manage
he's
the
doing.
tech.
Yeah, like OBS is better and next level management. And when you're not in person, OBS gets tricky. Both people can't really have access to it. StreamYard you can. Yeah. Well, yeah, I agree. Like the channel needs a whole new look. Like, well, I'm gonna start having people on for interviews. I think that right there is really gonna make the channel way better. Like just that lots of different people are I'm gonna get to come on my show and talk and just kind of let them talk, like explain their thing. I think that'll help my channel a lot. Me going around different channels, like Dave does, is also gonna help it a lot. And that's why I feel like I almost have to limit my channel to Flat Earth and like or like take the big boy talks to the other platforms because it'll just get deleted. I don't really want to invest a lot more. I put a lot of energy into the channel already. I don't want to like go all out and then just get taken. That's kind of
Well, you can see how other people do it, like Lex Friedman, is that his name? He basically all he does is interview people, but he's got a lot to say himself as well. He's well versed on a lot of the topics of his guests, so it's not just blindly interviewing anyone. And he gets people of quite high caliber sometimes, well known people, and I think it's because of his intellects and Lex Friedman.
Yeah, he interviewed Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, and Kanye West. He had like a
Yeah.
big
Yeah, he looks like a
disagreement with
vampire to me. I
Kanye
wouldn't
West.
trust that dude in my house. But I get it. I get it. Yeah, he has very good production. But that dude sucks. He just had some dude on talking about space. It just automatically played it the other day after I watched Mindshock's video, and I'm like, bro, this dude's like a vampire introducing a wizard. But yeah, I get the gist. I think that you have to be able to pay them. Okay, so if I'm gonna have someone that like is on call basically, and I set a schedule, but I could do impromptu streams and interviews last minutes that I happen to land, and I need them to pull through and invest time consistently. You have to be able to break them off some money. You know, maybe I could work out something where they get like a percentage of super chats or something. So I got to figure out the best business plan.
Eru, Eru would be really good at that.
Well, Iru has offered many times to do that very thing, basically for debates. So like he wants me to agree to a 2v2 and he wants to go. And he said, I'm not very good at the English, so really you just talk and I'll immediately be pulling up stuff to support what you're saying. And Iru is like the man for that, you know, like you give Iru 7 seconds, he's going to pull up the video from 2018 at the timestamp, you know, like it's incredible.
Well, that's the same as the Old World Florida. The guy that I was talking about that helps him out. He's Mexican as well, and I'm not sure if his English is his first or second language, but in any case, yeah, someone who's sort of you can trust as well.
Yeah. I mean, he's also very busy and has lots of people listen to him in Spanish, but someone like him. Yeah, if I could just pay him, that would be cool. Or if like I really like the percentage business model. I used to do that when I detail cars too, because like say, yeah, it just incentivizes people to like you have a personal motivation to make sure that the business does good. You know what I mean? So I'll maybe try and run that by someone. And I don't know. Most people already have jobs and they're busy people and they're trying to help me out, and we'll figure it out. It doesn't matter what I do or how professional my channel gets or whatever. Like the haters that frequent everything, kind of drown out everyone else, are going to be like 30-year-old unemployed father that makes his wife support the family or whatever, you know, which is like definitely obviously not the case, but it's just weird. Then no one else gets that issue. If there's someone else that like does YouTube for a living, like these people don't go stalk them and talk about how they need to get a job, you know. Like, yo, calm down, bro. Enough about me. I feel uncomfortable now. Tides, am I right?
I'm just gonna go and tuck my kids into bed.
All right, cool, bro. How many kids you got? Nice.
Got 3 girls, lah.
Nice.
Lucky, 3 girls, 16, 9, and 6.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So when they get married, they all have to have a boyfriend that buys me a house. That's 3 houses.
That's a good deal.
I'll talk to you soon.
Gio, did you ever used to go to Gym Pandas?
Yeah, I mean, not too much, but over the years, not very much, not ever really regularly or anything. But yeah, I mean, I've been in there a couple times.
Did you have a good experience?
Actually, dude, I have had pretty good experiences there. I mean, basically, like, you know, way back in the day, because there were really only kind of the 2 servers. Like, there was 24/7, and then at one point, you know, Gems started up, and I never really went there then very much, but there were a couple times where I went over and talked to those guys. Dude, I've probably only spent like, I would say I've spent a total of like maybe 1 or 2 hours in their text chat in my whole life. And then I've probably spent maybe a total of, let's say, 4 or 5 hours in their VC. Like that's the extent of my, experiences there. So
I spend a lot of time there now, and Jim's cordial with me, and their form of toxicity is kind of fun because you don't have to be cordial. So you go in there, they take some shots at you, and you're allowed to shoot back.
Well, that's why I ended up deleting it, because I ended up just the norm to me was to jump all the way down in this like crazy low toxic vibe. That's just the default. And it's like in here sometimes I get worked up and I need to chill, and like I in there I was like, it was like ego for me because there's like 20v1 and I'm like, yeah, I destroyed all of them, and it's like, I don't know, you become really callous and like desensitized to negativity and
But it
toxicity.
is like it keeps them pulled together. The little group of shitheads, they don't come around here too much. Like NASA Chill has been trying to, come in and play it like hero. They're comfortable talking amongst themselves. They're comfortable. If you want to have fun, sometimes he does a Sunday roast show where he reviews the whole week or the whole month, and goes after each flat Earth event. Calling it stupider and stupider. It's not bad, and they got some really poor tactics there, and I blew him off for the last few weeks. I had him on probation because he mutes me, and he muted me today, and I said, "That's it, bye," and I'll let them sit for another week or two, and be welcomed when I come back. But there's not really much camaraderie amongst themselves. I call them vultures and cannibals, because if you say the right thing, they'll argue amongst themselves and you could step out. So that's kind of fun also when you get them pissed and get them started on something and then leave and let them argue amongst themselves. That's pretty good sport. So I guess I don't
Yeah,
mind.
so like, okay, I don't know what it is about me, and it's probably I come off like cocky or condescending at times, for sure. I'm trying to
It's
be
more
honest.
accurate. It's like idiocracy. You're considered a threat because you make sense.
Well, but there's something like the behavior I get is a little bit different than a lot of flat earthers. Like, I get cut off a lot. Like, dude, like I start to make a point. If I'm like building my point, which I'm always going to speak that way, I'm always going to build my point. Dude, I get cut off. Like, as soon as they can start to tell where it's going, it's like they just interrupt. And that's what Nathan Oakley even did to me. And so to have like that always kind of happen as the default, and then being a server run by toxic globers that can mute me, it's just not a good mix. It's like, it's just completely unfair. And so anyway, I ended up leaving that place, and then they were like, "You're not gonna leave. You love it," and all this stuff. And then I left. I deleted it. I came back like a month later, and it was just as toxic. They had been like begging me to come back. I came back, and then I'm like, "Wow, this sucks." I deleted it again, and I haven't had it since then. And yeah, they were all like reaching out to me saying that they'd make me a mod there and all this stuff. I'm like, I thought you guys hated me, bro. Like, what's going on? So I just, I don't see it being fruitful. I think I spend too much time in Discord already. I'm always like doing something on my computer and I have like 400 tabs up, but still, like, this is plenty. I don't need to go in there and like scream with my infant, with my newborn in the other room. Like, the place sucks. So, long story short, I don't regret deleting it. Me and Kai used to go in there though after like they first rolled out the jab, and Kai and I were hanging out in person, and so we went in there and trolled them together, and we did our country accent, and we were just like making fun of the jab. Yeah, it was super funny. It was like we were like playing like roles of like this country couple, and like even like with the ball Earth, like I just don't know how people don't know the Earth's a ball. I mean, getting a damn plane yourself, you can see the curve, and then I'd be like, yeah, Becky. What I don't remember what I called her. It was funnier than that, but I'd be like, yeah, I don't know how are you feeling since that jab. Now when I get a phone call or text message, my body starts vibrating. Like I don't even know what's going on no more. I can't feel my toes or whatever. Like we were just trolling, and so that kind of made it like some form of entertainment for a while, and then that also got old really fast. So.
But I actually thank him today for serving the purpose of being there. It does leave the shitheads a place, and they're really shitheads. They're really poor examples of logic and reason. And they just like a bitch. So, they deserve to have a place to do so.
Well, and that's like this leftist virtue signaling cesspool too, dude. Like, even outside of flat Earth, it's just like, ugh. Like, I just can't. I can't. I'm about to go like all out, like just complete uncensored, like, like I don't even want to burn this place down or anything. So like, I may just start an offshoot one for when I go live, just go reckless on Rumble and other thing. Rumble takes me down, then there we prove they suck, and I'm just gonna go like, I'm tired of like playing their game. It obviously doesn't work. You're shadow banned anyway. I'm just gonna talk reckless, like about everything. Not reckless as in like, you know what I'm saying? Freely. You can't do that there, bro. Come on. Although they try to tell me that they
And
can
Gem,
do.
bro, they are literally obsessing over you in Gem Pandas, dude. It's kind of funny. And then other people are talking, well, I got the vax and I'm not dead, so that means it worked. That's what their whole fucking server is talking about right now. It's fucking absurd. That's fucking hilarious. Well, I'm not dead.
It's a strange world as I watch all that
Dude,
audit.
imagine your argument is like, yeah, we all had to just get locked down and shoved into our fucking rooms, and you had to get injected with a random form of substance. But I'm not dead. Like, what? Funny, dude. That's your argument. Well, I'm not dead, and it doesn't even preclude dying. Like soon.
You're breaking up now.
No, it's fine.
Well, a couple of the times I've gone into the VC at Gems, this was like back, years ago. Just throughout the years, I've jumped in there here and there. And with it, yeah, I do remember, dude, when you were going in there a bit, because like I was listening during that time, and I would sometimes jump in there too. But because yeah, there was like a little time period that you were going in there somewhat regularly, and it was crazy. Like it was just you versus 30 of those guys, just going absolutely wild for like. You'd go in there for like 2 hours straight.
Yeah, just like all of them at once. Yeah. Like if one of them got where they couldn't respond, the next one would just like in stride tap in with a new topic. You got to just accept you'll never get a concession or anything that even resembles it ever.
It was just attacks on every level.
Yeah, it was like how many insults can we as a group of 20 say in under 1 minute? Like it was super toxic, dude.
The only reason I've had good experiences there in the VC is because like they've really never attacked me in the VC. Because anytime I went in there, they were like, the way they are, they're all excited that someone's there. So they start asking me questions, and I would just be very like I wouldn't do anything to, put them down basically. So then they wouldn't say anything to put me down. There was a way in which like there is some like certain form of integrity there where it's like by me not attacking them, like it's like their more chill side came out. And I've actually had a couple really good times in the VC. They're just like laughing and talking and, answering their questions and stuff. And then, yeah, sometimes usually someone would not let that happen any further. So then they would bring someone in to try to, create more dramas or whatever. But yeah, but I've had some good times in there because yeah, they were like, and I've even had good times talking with Gem too. Like when their guard's not up, you're able to actually have a conversation.
Yeah, for sure. Like I've had conversations with Jim that were about something like completely unrelated to the earth and stuff, and he would agree. Or like the whole room would just disagree because it came out of my mouth, and Jim would jump in and be like, "I actually agree with them." So I guess there were some times like that.
I had about a 1 hour long chat with Jim and it was all about like the evidence of a specifically made tool to measure the Earth's curvature, and there isn't one. And he just went on and on for an hour. He's just yelling at me for a whole hour. He just went mental. What I was going to ask, Gio, you remember the other night there was what was that guy who was talking about K2 and the MK4 and the MK7 and you add like D3 and A and E? what was that formula? What do you know what K2 is?
Yeah, I remember that conversation.
Yeah, do you know what K2 is?
It's quinone.
So is it like, do you know if it's like freely available? You can just like buy it from some health store or whatever.
It's it's technically called a quinone. It's a type of molecule, menaquinone. But yeah, there's a couple different K2s.
Yeah, like MK4 and MK7.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we're switching the topic into that whole thing, but yeah, there's a lot of components to it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, because I'm going shopping for it tomorrow, so I just wanted to sort of get some more details on it. Yeah, because it sounded like something I need. Yeah.
Well, MK4 is found in animal foods. It's in eggs and milk and meat. So
You see what they say about eggs now, eh? That's like, Anyway. Yeah. But I've noticed, like, before Christmas, your server here, they had quite a few quiet spots, but it's picked up lately. I don't know what it is, but obviously you're doing the right thing.
yeah, cheers. Yeah, I remember last year during the holidays, it was pretty quiet on the server around the holidays. It's almost like the server goes on holiday itself. It's like it takes a little vacation during the because I just remember last year it was quiet around the holidays, and then this year it was a little quieter as well around that time.
Yeah, like I don't know if you had some really good clips, if you've accumulated quite a few good clips that you could sort of compose into something that you could play 24/7 during those null times. Yeah, just so people don't, freak out. Like Terence McKenna and Terence McKenna talks are just like really intriguing, and then they mix his music with his talks with like a lo-fi chill music and stuff, ambient music and stuff like that. It's like some of the conversations that have taken place on your channel. If you collected those conversations, you could do Terence McKenna style music videos and get millions of hits. And Anthony Sommer, have you ever heard of him? Well, Anthony Sommer does like those spiritual healing sort of videos with kaleidoscope style sort of effects, like video effects. You could sort of do a kaleidoscope style video, which is easy because it's just on a loop, and then you get some chill hop music from wherever and sort of put it together. I think you could get millions of hits from that type of music. It's like I don't know why, like Stuffed Beagle. Have you ever seen some of his music videos? He gets like old Tartaria, old 1900 videos, and he plays like Korn and Tool and all sorts of random bands with these like 5-minute videos. If he put that in a collection as an album, I think that would be awesome playlist. I'd put it on in my coffee shop for sure. Because people are looking for specific videos, like restaurants. They're looking for like playlists that they can just go search, play, and just forget about it and leave it, and that they know that it's going to be like 5 hours long content, that they're not going to have to halfway through the night change the music, because like a lot of restaurants, they have a video streaming. Like all of the restaurants I've ever had, I've been playing I've had big screen TVs up on the walls with, with music playing.
Yo,
Some people they search for like a fireplace with background music, just for the ambiance. What were you gonna say? Sorry.
do you have a sock with it that you go into Gem Panda servers with?
No.
That's
Serious?
what they're claiming. That's what they're claiming. They're claiming that you made a sock. Okay,
Yikes.
legit, bro. Here's what it says. So this guy was saying like, they said like, oh, why are you here? Blah blah blah. Why are you lying to us? And I said like, no, like legit, a troll came into our server from yours and said y'all were talking about Witsit. So I came over to read the chat, and you were. And then his response was, a Witsit sock came over to talk about it himself, and you joined in. That's what he.
Yikes. Well, obviously, I mean, I've only made 2 Discord accounts ever. The first one got deleted a few weeks ago.
So funny. I'm gonna screenshot this for. I'm gonna screenshot this. This is fucking hilarious, dude. That's crazy.
Is there like a way to prove that? Is like, could I go see all the accounts I've ever made or anything like that?
I have no idea, but that's hilarious. Check this out. That is fucking hilarious.
Hey Geo on
Watch
Discord, uh, are you able to see how many hours one particular, I guess, member has been like joined on your Discord channel?
Well-respected member of the Norwich Mandem. What is that?
Yeah, Carlos. Yeah, there's logs for all that.
So you can click on it and you could see how many hours I've spent on Discord on your channel.
Oh, not necessarily well, it does show the minutes in VC. So yeah, it does show when you join.
The total. Does it show the total time
Like it,
spent?
like he's been here for 37 days.
Oh, it does tell you. Yeah, if you click on their name, it shows you how many days they've been on the server and how many days they're since when they created their Discord account.
Can you tell me how many I've done? Do I get a prize?
Yours says that you joined Discord March 29th, 2021, and then joined this server September 28th, 21. But that's just right on the profile. It says member since.
It doesn't show how many hours I've logged on.
No, on the server side, it just shows like how many times you've been in or the joining and leaving VC, and then it shows joining and leaving the server, but it doesn't really give a total time. Otherwise,
Yo, so what's this? What's this Norwich Mandem?
That's what I was asking.
What is that? Yeah, what? Because he literally says a Witsit sock came over to talk about himself, and you joined in, and then he said, "But Witsit is gone now." Like as if you were actually in a sock account, and he said, "So you can talk about anything." So then I put back, "I want to know about this sock," and then nobody's. Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's what I'm saying. Like that place, they make up the craziest stuff, bro. I've heard the craziest stuff there, dude.
If you're making a soccer account, it's 100% anonymous anyway. So how could you even know?
Isn't our 24/7 server just as stupid though? Isn't it just the opposite? Really?
No, I don't think it's not. It's not as stupid. No, not hell no, dude. Dude, I'm a Gamma Panda vet, bro. Like I don't know anything about what it is like now, but that place I'm talking, bro, was like impressively insane. So
Which place? Which one?
Gym Pandas. I call it Gamma Pandas.
Okay. But isn't 24/7 Flat Earth just super lame?
I would say that they both have their own issues or whatever, but I wouldn't put them in the same basket at all. No.
I say they're like, I don't know, more entry level, lower mentality on both ends. They're not, both ends don't give good arguments on anything.
Well, I'm talking about like the morally deplorable debauchery.
They're not
Right,
that
like
bad. They're not that bad. They're
not
just
even close. It's not even
habitual
close.
bitchers. They're bitchers. They're bitches. That's all. They're bitches.
Like I've had people, like many people, like wish death upon me in there, bro. Like unequivocally, like double down on it. Like it's like to me that's very crazy. Or like people trying to drop pictures of where they thought I lived and um where they thought I worked, and it's just a bunch of crazy stuff. Like that's the kind of in that room is where the person that had sent me emails about my wife is, right? Like I can almost guarantee it. So it's the worst of the worst. Like I mean, I've gotten multiple email, like very, very not okay emails. That would only come from like those kind of people. So yeah.
See, if you just started doing interviews, you wouldn't have any of this drama at all. I mean, you could come here and talk, but then if you just did interviews, all the drama would disappear.
Maybe. My wife seems to think that I should for sure just focus on like stuff like that.
Woman's intuition, man. Listen to your wife.
Yeah, because she actually does just like want me to fulfill my potential, like um
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, and all you have to do is get the ball rolling. I mean, there's so many people I'm sure that you could interview like next week, and you'll already like be getting people wanting to get interviewed.
Yeah, I just have to go through like so many people have said like, dude, I'd love to have you talk to this person, right? So it's like I have to go through all my messages and find them all and set them all up and then start building a calendar and reach out to them all. And which would be really cool if I had a group of people, if I had like a person that would be like, that would send out like this pretty standard email to ask them if they'd like to come on. It also just comes off really professional when you have someone else come to you. Like I've been asked to be on podcasts and then like, it's not the owner of the show or who I'm talking to that comes and emails me, you know? It's all like the real professional situations. It's never like that person specifically. And
Also, I can just imagine not Geo would do just as well as you as well, you know, and he would be, because I think he's quite fair and really good at moderating, controlling the situation, and he's quite forgiving as well. I mean, he can get flustered and pissed off as well, just like anyone else, and everyone has a bad day, but at the end of the day, he can keep his cool, and I think he can manage to interview people. You know, I don't know why, like Geo maybe could consider doing that as well, but you know, it depends if you want to show your face on the video or not. That's the thing.
yeah, that is a pretty crucial part of it, I think.
Yeah, it could be quite nerve wracking, you know.
I think that's really the only advantage I have over like any other flat Earth producer would just be like a lot of flat earthers don't reveal themselves, and like to really connect with someone, like you have to see them and see their facial expressions and like, you know.
Yeah, that's the only reason
Yeah,
Mark
but you
Sargent ended up being anything, because no one else would stand up and take the interviews. No one would.
Well, it's intense. You know, I'm kind of past that point, but I can definitely understand why people don't.
Do you want stuff that, like, I'm being contacted by people, like a guy wants to do me right now. His show seems legit. Like he seems like, one of those, regular show kind of guys. But
Yeah, but like a lot of players would be really mad at me if I allow myself to go out there and get hit pieced up and look stupid. So
Yeah.
yeah. Like I do take it very
Who
seriously
cares?
that I feel like I can only take care of myself, and I have to do everything in my power to represent Flat Earth as a net positive. I feel like not many people do. So, and I mess up, honestly. I get upset, and I've talked on here so much, like someone can find some place where I look ridiculous and was way out of character and upset, but I don't want to add. I don't want to. I don't cuck to a bunch of like paranoid flat earthers who claim that everyone that's on camera is an agent. At the same time, I don't want to like. Yeah, I don't want to like get like in hit pieces. I've turned down quite a bit of stuff that I think were hit pieces that have like potential to see millions of people.
If I
decision
could grow a beard, if I could grow a beard like yours, I wouldn't mind showing my face. But I can't grow a beard, so it's fuck. Yeah.
It's funny because like my wife insists she thinks I look better without one.
They
Nah,
really hate you over here, eh? It's
Yeah, bro.
they
It's like you have
fucking
no idea.
hate you at Gems. This is fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Show me out. You go to one of those barbers and they can do it. They could just give you a perm,
Do an interview.
perm on your beard.
Put it in chat if you can check it out if you're interested. I'd rather you do it than me. You know,
All right, I'll check it out.
the guy just
Well,
contacted.
it's not it's like you got to start somewhere, but at the same time as saying you've got to start somewhere, you've been there, done that already, and it's kind of not trying to belittle you in any way because what the content and the amount of information that you've and the amount of time that you've already spent is already surpassing the level of simple interviews. But by doing interviews, it's kind of like another level. It doesn't mean it's a higher level. It's just another level.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like me making appearances and having people on and doing interviews are both like would make my server's value go up quite a bit. And also, I just have like really raw, like from the hip data. I just like rant on camera for 3 hours. So like, there's a lot of things I could do that would make it much better.
Yo, what's dude? This is so funny, dog. Is that the vomit comment, bro? They're like talking shit about you, saying that like you're stupid for believing in a vomit comment now. Like, I don't know, bro. I haven't been on Discord for 3 days. I'm not gonna lie, it's too addicting. It's just too addicting. It's like it's the best.
I don't know. It's like
fucking-
the conversation over there is kind of like watching a series of the Office.
That's hilarious, dude. Like, Kevin? Curved is Kevin. Is Curved still there?
Yeah, he is.
Curved is Kevin, bro. But, like grumpier. Curved is like Kevin mixed with Stanley. You might be more of a Stanley, where Stanley's like always just really negative.
Cooler, actually. Both of those guys are cooler than he is.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, that dude's one of the guys that wish death on me, bro. I'm like, whoa, buddy. You gotta chill, man.
He's bitter.
See that one episode where he heated up the door handle with a flamethrower?
No.
And what did he do? He went into his boss's office and he wrapped everything with cling wrap. Like everything. Yeah, that's the kind of shit that goes down on the other channel. It's just a whole bunch of immature, juvenile, low IQ, fucking normie garble.
I found function for them. Like when I'm interested in something, I'll post the links there and let them try and shoot it down, and they'll do all the reading for me. I'll let them pick it
But
apart.
honestly, do you ever get any good feedback from like being over there? Like, have you had anyone say, "I heard you on there, and now I'm a flat earther"?
No, but I've never had that happen anywhere.
What's the point then?
So you can sync your YouTube with your Rumble account? So that means it's going to upload all my YouTube videos on the Rumble. I don't know if I should do that. Pretty bad. Not all my content's that good on YouTube.
Hey Dan, I just watched that video.
Which one?
The one you just posted. Oh shit.
What, Karen going after me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got more flat earthers that fucking hate me than do with Gems. Trust me. They're friendlier with me at Gems than they are.
It's weird because
Big fucking globe bug.
it's weird because Karen only speaks highly of me. You know what I mean? Every time she talks about me.
Does she?
No, she hates me, bro. She hates me so much.
She hates me too. I didn't even do anything.
Well,
The funny thing is, they're the ones with the actual flat Earth and their name over at this Discord. The Discord's over here. Earth Awakening
You know about
doesn't
the
use
flat
the
Earth
word
debate
flat.
Discord?
What'd you say,
The
Drew?
debate? No, I was asking that guy if he's talking about the flat Earth debate Discord.
No,
Debate
he's talking
flat Earth.
about Gem Pandas.
Yeah. What's it called? I thought it was called Flat Earth Debate.
Oh, it might be.
It's called debate. It's called Debate Flat Earth and More.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Exclamation
I
point.
went on there a couple times in the past week or two, and just went on there, and I was like, "Here I am." You know what I mean? I'm throwing myself to the wolves, guys. You know, be as mean as you can.
Today, Jem personally argued with me, saying that the British announcement of Building 7 falling prior to its falling was not a press release. I'm like, okay, dude.
That's such a moot point. It's such a moot point as opposed to like how it actually fell. You know what I mean?
And
How
then
can it not be a press relief? It was live on TV.
Yeah, it's spoken by the press.
I mean, even if it wasn't, how did that building fall? Nothing hit it.
And he
You
saw
know?
no parallels between 9/11 and 7/7 whatsoever. I was like, okay, good luck with that. But that poor guy.
What is 7/7?
In Britain, they had a false flag event that looked like the whatever their Secret Service was hired a bunch of people to pretend they were going to be terrorists and pretend they were going to be doing a bombing, kind of like our terrorist here. May have been in an exercise and didn't know they were going to be set up to supposedly die, or maybe never existed. But they really existed at first, I guess. But the point is, they had the same sort of drills running at the same time that prevented anyone that noticed what was happening to being acted upon. Anyone that had due diligence was told it was just a drill, and it was only a bus bombing, and there was maybe, I don't know, less than a dozen people killed, but it was the same staged event designed to get the British to wave the flag to go to war with us. And it worked. It definitely worked. We needed international support. Boom, 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 and that was it.
What year was this?
Oh, that's a good point. It must have been. Oh, I think it was 05, 02 or 05. Let me check.
So it was after 9/11.
It's kind of a theme. It's kind of a theme, isn't it? I mean, that just kind of happened. The same thing. They were doing a drill overseas, and the next thing you know, Iran just got bombed, and they were having a drill about doing the exact thing.
It's funny, you can tell that the Americans hate the French because no matter where we get into a conflict, we accidentally bomb their embassy every time. It's so sad. Oops. We accidentally got the French embassy again.
Yeah, and there's only one fucking French embassy, and you happen to get it.
There might be something symbolic about that.
We must have burned
with
the
the French.
Yeah, we burned them bad. They hate us so much. And it's, it was their place. The U.S. was their place at one time, and we took their colors. We took their revolution, the ideas of their revolution and made it ours. And really embarrassing. We sort of pushed them north and south. And I heard we still owed them money, for money that they loaned us during our revolution, or maybe the War of 1812. I don't remember which one it was.
Wait, the war with the what?
The War of 1812. I think that British came back again.
What you know about the whole storming the beaches of Normandy, World War II, yada yada yada. Now I watched this thing where they're saying like they're attributing the victory of storming the beach on Normandy that day to the HMS Conundrums, bro. And I'm like, dude, I figured it was all about laying undersea cable, dog. You know what I mean? They got the Pluto pipelines under the ocean. They got the HMS Conundrum, which is Her Majesty's ship, cannon and drum, where they use these things in the English Channel. Is all to lay undersea cable.
I never heard that till
Why
this
do
week.
do they really need undersea cables? If you just think about it logically, like whales can communicate thousands of miles apart from each other, can't they? With their sonars. Like if whales can do that, I'm sure there's a technology that they can just put through the oceans. You don't even need a cable.
Well, the cable would be efficient for many reasons, right? I mean,
Oh, he's back with the same sock account argument again.
well, yeah, but check this. That guy probably actually has made many sock accounts and has a Discord default profile picture and is 100% anonymous.
Which asshole? Which one?
Horus Osiris or whatever. Horus Isis Osiris, my bad.
I never
like-
seen that hanging out over at Gems. I never see that.
Okay.
Here's another one.
They probably have different names and icons though over there.
It's probably
If that's
Brenda.
even possible.
He's saying the sock count came in and brought me up 3 times, tagging people.
Somebody's trying to start shit. Fuck it.
Well, just like this weird little drama, little girl world. I don't really miss it.
You got all kinds of fanboys with it. You know what I mean?
That's lame.
You do. You have so many fanboys. It's hilarious, bro.
Yeah, but why?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Kai's right. If you reach your potential, it'll be intense. If you get to real market audiences, it'll be pretty intense. I mean, you've had plenty of setbacks, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
I just really thinking about that. If you went real public instead of flat Earth public, what would happen?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, think about this. What do you think the number is? Like, how many viewers or how many people could you have on a live stream? Or like, what's the elite's number that they have? Where like, okay, his number has gotten too big. It's either Plato or Pluma at this time. You know what I mean?
I don't think they'll ever let a truther get more than 2,000 live viewers, and I think it kind of maybe depends on your impact, but I don't really see them letting you get more than 100 tops subs. But I don't think they'll ever let you get more than 2,000 live. They'll either kick them out or they won't register them, and it won't promote it. And, like if there's a live stream on YouTube and it's got thousands of live viewers, it should just get shot up the algorithm, right? But that's not really how it works. I mean,
like I think even if there are thousands of people watching, it's not going to say that on the thing at the time. Do you know what I mean?
yeah,
they always have.
I think it's even. I think actually the censorship might be individually tailored in a way.
Yeah,
that's my opinion. I don't think there's like this like blanket. If they put this flag, you get this treatment, but it could be. But I don't know. Like
no, I think for sure it's individually tailored, and when you specifically like get a strike or something like that. Over something that's like veiled or something that you just posted from somebody else's channel, it's usually because somebody like they have an actual human on your stuff, because your sarcasm will beat the algorithm every time. But if they actually have a human on it, like watching it, either that or somebody complains about it and they're like, yeah, and then they'll have a human look into it, because it's easy to beat the algorithm, dog. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like obviously you can never stop. Like look at the people in the chat, right? Like how would I ever stop them from reporting me?
Exactly. Yeah. You know what I mean? You probably got a lot of people just waiting. You know what I mean? Listening to your thing and seeing like how many people you impact, and then like there's got to be a number though, like a number that you reach before they come to you. They actually have somebody come to you and offer you silver or lead. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean by that?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I think, bro. Because like the amount of trouble, blood, sweat, tears, and millions of people, billions of dollars. I mean, this goes beyond like socioeconomical boundaries and geographical boundaries, where like what they've done to push the globe Earth. You know what I mean? Like what won't they do to stop somebody from stopping them pushing the globe Earth? You know? All I'm saying is like I would like to see you around for the long haul. And if like skyrocketing and ballooning with like followers and like getting hella views and like like reaching out to more and more people, I don't necessarily think is the best ingredients for being around for the long haul. That's just my opinion, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, I've already kind of accepted that part of it.
Yeah. It's a rare breed, though. Rare breed, bro. That's willing to die for something. You know, and I would lay down my life for what I believe in. You know, I know you would too.
God, Austin, how do you really spell it? Two T's? I'm so tired of trying to remember how you really spell it.
Yeah, WHITSITT.
Makes me nuts. It's always different.
It's just yeah, I just dropped the unnecessary letters.
Dumbing it down for the masses.
Well, also I just didn't want at the time I didn't want to deal with like kickback on my actual family, which that's far gone now. So. And also like really what I was called a lot was wit. And that's taken, so.
I'm gonna send him the link to your YouTube. There's nothing else to send, right?
No, not really.
Austin, do you have stuff on Instagram? He's on Instagram. I could send him that link.
Yeah, Instagram.com/what's-a-good-set. I don't really use it, but
Oh, you don't use it?
no.
Where's all the tour stuff?
It's on my YouTube. That's pretty much it. I think I saw a post from the tour on there. I some of them aren't on there anymore, but there's a good amount from the tour on Instagram. Just
And,
pictures, right? I mean,
you
all
know,
the
when
live streams are on the YouTube.
when you make playlists, you know that they come up as a separate listing in search results. So, like, if you just did the tour as a playlist, it would come up.
Yeah, maybe I should. Yeah.
That shit's so impressive. Just to see just to see the icon, you standing with the iconic places of the United States is lovely.
Yeah. Those thumbnails are trash. I was just making them on my phone on the go. Oh.
Man, I can't get a link to your channel on my phone. I don't know how to do it.
There's a share button somewhere.
Yeah, I have so much trouble transferring phone to computer and phone. Like when people text me and stuff. It's just different. I got to make that more fluid somehow.
Telegram.
More info. This is a good link. Copy. Okay, back to my text. All right, Cool asked Austin Whitsitt if he would do if he would do an interview with if you want him instead. So I'll send him a link. I'm really a bad interview right now because I'm pretty down on flat Earth. You know, so I don't really want to do interviews. Plus, I've had a lot of exposure already.
That's fine.
I don't need it.
I think Flat Earth's gonna blow up soon, regardless.
Hey Dan,
Yeah.
if you ever want to throw me some scraps from the table that you would just normally feed to the dogs, I'll take some interviews. You know what I mean?
All right. Yeah, it
I love
doesn't
doxing myself.
come up at a couple of times a year, but my number's out there, so and I have that like group, a couple of groups.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I joined the group, and then he messaged me within the group. Is what he did.
What kind of group is it? Like a Flat Earthers Anonymous group?
Also meetup.com, and then
Oh.
the Flat Earth Hollywood Facebook group.
How often do you go down there to Hollywood?
Not often enough. You want to go?
I mean, yeah. I mean, dude, I get off probation in March, bro. I'm so happy. I've been on for 3 years, dude. You know what I mean? I'm thinking I'm gonna go up to Flat Earth Farms in April with Travis Finley. You know what I mean? You know Travis, huh?
Sure.
Yeah.
Ether boy.
Yeah. I was the one who helped him build his mustache to what it is today.
It's a throwback to like the barbershop quartet days,
Dude, it's dope, dude. Yeah.
All the way around though, like his attitude. It's like the guy's right out of
Yeah.
1880,
Yeah, for sure. I gave him a puppy, or I gave his mom a puppy last year, dude. One of the puppies that my dog had.
What kind of dogs?
They were like part terrier, part Zolo Quinishi. They're
Yeah,
little.
Flat Earth Hollywood is still a sweet thing, It's people like to watch it, but I got to do the same kind of sort of like win $5 for answering questions right, where they can't answer anything kind of thing. But I got to do
Or we could give him double that amount in EBT, like food stamps, like win $10 in food stamps, or 5 in cash.
It's got to be fun. Like I want people to be standing going, I want to be next. I want to be next,
Dude, last time I was in Hollywood, I caught pneumonia because some tall, skinny flat earther poured water all over me in front of the Jimmy Kimmel studio.
Who was it?
I don't know. Some tall, skinny flat earther guy. He just poured a whole gallon of water on top of me.
Yeah. Yeah, that I did do that.
Waterboarding with Witsit.
People were like, "What the hell is going on?"
Right? Yeah, yeah. Jim, that was your first time on Hollywood Boulevard, huh?
Yeah.
Shit. Those, I think, were they Muslims or they were Muslim. But were they the guys that you were yelling like
Oh,
word
Black
for
Hebrew
word?
Israelites. I think that was actually my second or third time because I think me and Chris went, but
What's
I
that
remember.
quote? What does she say as she runs away? The
Uh,
earth is flat.
Yeah.
The earth is flat.
Yeah. That's probably the funniest clip, the whole thing.
Yo, what's it?
Mhm.
Someone named Modus Troll XIX.
That's Psycho Warrior. That's Psy.
He's tagging me and saying, if you unlock a message, a photo text he sent you, he won't troll you for 2 weeks. I don't. Bro, these guys are funny in Gem Pandas.
It's like actual. It's like mental illness. So
Do you think that name in reverse describes anything? If you were to put Jim Panda's name in reverse,
no.
Like pangender. I'm just saying. That's how my mind always works. You guys try living with this mind. It's not easy, dude. You know?
You see what he's saying with it? Like, what is it? I wouldn't open that photo, but like, I mean, I just had to pass the message on. It's too funny, bro.
You're gonna make me go over there and fuck with him.
Wow, that's so weird.
That is kind of creepy, eh?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, dude, these are the kind of people that obsessively send crazy emails and stuff. So I'm talking like it's like dangerous. Like I actually consider that place a danger to my family.
I consider it a danger to my soul that I'm still in the text chat. Just waiting for people to stop tagging me. I think that should be it, though.
Like if I went there, I would actually feel like I was being irresponsible for my family's sake. I'm not kidding. It's 100% that bad. I'm not exaggerating. So I know that sounds like I am, but
I see so many of the toxic globers that come to like Cosmic Tartaria and Earth Awakenings. You know, the ones that are just only toxic and never have anything of substance to say. So many of them are together on Gem Panda's server just yucking it up. It really is birds of a feather over here.
yeah.
I mean, if you're really interested, I'll go there. I mean, you can hear me fuck with them. I mean, they're friendly as shit with me.
I believe you.
I just go, good evening, shitheads, you know?
You go to Tartaria Cosmology, like all the ballers are just chilling. If I jump in there and say something about like the magnetic field, dude, people just go crazy.
It's fun to get them wound up. They're pretty easy to wind up. They're not complicated people. And they're bored. So that's why they try and lash out and troll. They're bored. Because they get tired of cannibalizing on each other. So they look for anything outside.
Okay, so it's like when the girl has a crush on a dude in 7th grade, but can't get his attention, so just starts picking on him. And eventually he'll respond to her, but that's better than no response.
Yeah, like the stories. Did she really come all the way across the play yard just to tell you she hated you?
Yeah.
So
that kind of
I
obvious
have a crush on Witsit, or what's the?
I don't know, man. I don't know what you do.
It has to be.
Is that
It
the case?
has to be, dude. There's no other explanation to how they obsessively talk about you.
After all this time, Laura, you've come out.
Sorry?
I sounded like you were confessing about an obsession.
That was a question, not a confession, but sure.
I'm married, bro.
Cool, cool. That doesn't stop love, though.
Oh, that was gay.
The distance might, though. Like from Finland to there, it's quite a long distance. I don't have a cock that big.
Yo, we should make like a flat earth song that's like thanks to all my haters type of song.
I did make a little
That's the
video.
song we need to make. It's like thanks to all my haters, and then we can literally describe the shit that Globers do.
Have you seen my little like response to haters thing? But I thought about going through and taking
No.
the time to like put in like tons of the chats and screenshots and comments and stuff I get, like just bang, 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 bang all over the screen. But I'm like, nah. It took me a while to make this like 1 minute long video anyway. But I put even like the flat earthers that hate.
I'm kind of halfway through a song. Drew, you want to finish it? Let's see. I call it Behind What Curve, I called it. You could do it with Kai if you want. Anybody else wants to do it? Got some lyrics. It's kind of aggressive. It's not for like an R&B song or something like that. Oh fuck, I posted it in Gems. That's funny.
I just saw that, Dan. I literally just saw that. I was like, I just started laughing when I seen that, dude. That's so funny, dude.
How appropriate is that? Oh man, God does work in mysterious ways. That's funny. Oh well. They can sing it themselves.
Yeah, but if you drop this video in there, they would get super triggered. Oh, you're saying you dropped this poem thing?
Yeah, I accidentally shot it over there. It's totally perfect for them. Way perfect for them. That's funny.
Oh, yeah, they're not gonna like that.
Do you think Jem admits to people that he runs a Discord about a flat Earth? Like the people out in the world that he meets, like if he
He
were to
has to.
like, hey, how are you? Oh yeah, nice to meet you. Oh yeah, what do you do? Oh yeah, I run a server about flat Earth, even though he's like completely against the entire idea.
I don't know. I've often wondered, like,
He spends way too much time that people in his personal life have to know.
well,
Like,
that's a
no
very
way.
that's a very bold assumption of you. That there's like this immense amount of people around him all the time. I don't know if that's true.
The reason why the room gets toxic at this time of day is because he's not around to moderate. So it gets super toxic when there's no moderator. That's really what goes on. Otherwise, I'd go ask him right now what you guys just wanted to know. But the reason why it gets super toxic is there's no one even close to a moderator. Curved is the only one that has any like power at all, I think.
And I gotta dip, bro. I'll catch you guys later.
Later.
Good night. let's see, if I came in here with a different account, I could go over there and fuck with them. And share the screen here. That kind of starts a war. It's not worth it. Still sounds like fun, though. Come in. Here.
I mean, Dan, you were saying that you're kind of, feeling, whatever the sort of term you were using about everything right now, in terms of like not feeling like in your mind that things are moving as much as maybe you would prefer. But I was going to say as well, though, but do you really think that we're going to go this whole life and have this truth not come out? Or do you think it is inevitably going to come out?
Hang on. I got 2 Discords open. Okay, I'm back over here. Do I think there's a chance? Is that what you're asking?
So you're telling me there's a chance?
I mean, your optimism is powerful, but if it remains pocketed at the top, like Bob Nodell seems to be fading away, and if that continues to happen, then we don't have to defend past behaviors and we can go forward. But if we have to continue to defend the past, if they're still willing, like there's a few people around that are comfortable calling me names and a troll, and they're not going to allow any of my projects in to what they call flat earth. So I've got a resistance within flat earth that's insurmountable. The people at the top have decided I'm a problem. So anything I'm attached to is going to get crapped on. So that's pretty tough for me to go against. I have to outdo them somehow and just make it cooler than they can ignore. I don't know what to do about that. Other than that, I'm diversified. I do as many things different as I can, and I try and share, but I got no one, aside from, people like yourself that are genuine. Most people are just fucking around, having a good time. They don't want to do anything. This is also the extent of it. If they're putting in 2 and 3 hours here or more than that, I mean, that's their work. They're not going to go physically do anything. So other than Flat Earth Day Saints, who's near here, by 2 hours, I can't really nobody's crazy enough to mobilize. They're not going to go out and do anything. And when I started, there was a group and they were standing with sandwich boards on the beach, that said the earth is flat. And they looked so hapless and useless and embarrassing to me that my whole idea was to stand across the street pretending to be opposition and screaming, holding globes up and screaming, defending the globe, because I thought that was a better tactic. And they go, "What is that guy going on about?" And I go, "Oh, there's some people across the street that think the world's flat." But I wanted to make a bigger stink about it, screaming about the globe. And that's really where I started, was like with reverse psychology, was, oh, well, I'm going to put on the lab coat and show the globe and dump water on it and do all the little demos that don't work. And I found that props were so valuable, between like holding a globe, walk around with a globe and a lab coat, and people want to know what you have to say. So I got lucky. I stumbled into walking into the public where people weren't surprised to see somebody dressed up in Hollywood. So they accepted me as the role, just like they do the guy dressed like Spider-Man. You know, like, oh, there's the flat Earth people. You know, so it was really cool to mobilize people because we were easily recognizable and representable. And so I thought that was the most important thing possible, is to put a face on flat earthers. So I thought that was the biggest thing. And now I think the most important thing is for young people not to be medicated or incarcerated for thinking, because I'm sure that's where we're heading. You know, just for thinking outside of the box, regardless of subject. You know, if you're outside of the box, that's going to mean a lot more in the future. You're going to be outside of your chip range. You're going to just turn you off if you're outside of the box. You know, so what you and I grew up with, we think, well, that's very un-American and that we love diversity, but we kind of love the average more. And even the best are well hated, you know, the Tom Brady's of the world, you know, or the Whitsits of the world. You know, if you stand out for any reason, there's room for a lot of haters. So unfortunately, I personally attract a lot of those, and I can't figure out how to make a group that's stronger than my name or anyone's name, you know? I don't want to brand me. That's for sure. So in answer to your question, no. I think the big jump that's going to come is going to come from a celebrity or a musician, and the people that are going to come because they think it's cool, like wearing a certain type of tennis shoe or something, and it's going to come out in a product like that. You know, flat earth shoes or flat earth clothes, or someone gets behind, that's popular at the moment. And that's crappy, you know, and has nothing to do with social issues. I don't know how to get it wrapped around earth and social issues, which is where I thought it was and where it should have been. I just think it's a big billboard that shit's not right. I don't think we're right about everything either. That's the other problem, is we're not right about everything. And that only opens up other questions about the true nature of where we live and how much of it is related to physics, and what is anything possibly flexible. You know, just as we see things from different perspectives, is the world, you know, some sort of projection or common projection, common rendering? You know, and that would explain some Mandela effects that seem legit. There's a few of those that seem super legit. And the real secrets of who we are and what we are, they kind of know. You know, so I think, in a good answer to your question, if we were more psychologically sound and went after it with trickery, psychological trickery, we would get people to expose themselves. And if we did it right, we'd spark an interest in their wanting to know more instead of our interest in challenging them. We need to spark their interest in wanting to know. So I've gotten lucky with the lab coat in public, because the people are used to walking up to the guy in the front with the glasses and the clipboard and asking him a question. So that's been super successful to me, to get people to start asking me. So I won that accidentally, psychologically. If people come up to you, you're already so far ahead, you know, then, oh, Would you like a flyer? Would you like a flyer? I'm really not into that. I'm really trying to put a face on it. But in the end, it was sad that I never had nothing to invite people to. It was big time sad. So I don't know if you know, but when I ran into that, like where I handed out something, it turned out to have some bunk information on it. And when I tried to fix something that we were all saying that was wrong, it turned into a giant feud where Modell started to call me names and block me everywhere. So I don't know what to do, and I'm not going to do anything different. Tell you the truth, I'm going to put a face on it and make sure that somewhere flat earthers have the ability to use the words instead of running away from it. The public's interested in flat earthers, not flat earth. And the ridicule is a natural reaction that even you and I had at first. So the ridicule doesn't stick around when we start to speak. It doesn't stay in ridicule mode. It really doesn't. So we have to let them come around and take their shots. And hopefully with psychology, the right pictures, the right props, they do show answers. So for me, I'm lucky. I can carry water. I can dump it on a globe. I can carry tubing and show level. And I can do minor demonstrations, but their visualization is what gets people's brains going. And that's what we're trying to do, is get people's brains going. In the meantime, we don't want to manage people. So that's, it makes me a dreamer, right? If I'm going to invite people around, the hell am I going to do with them afterwards? So I'm definitely dreaming that there's a healthy world and that I'm inviting them. So I think that makes me an irresponsible dreamer, because I'm, the average person not only doesn't care, they're not very bright. And I don't know how to communicate with stupid people. I really don't. Except to appeal to their emotions. So that's why we tend to challenge them, because they're not intrigued by knowledge. They're not intrigued by investigation. As a matter of fact, what they know is to stick in the school and stick in the crowd and stick in the herd, because that's good instinct, and that's being a good person, doing what you're supposed to. Flat earthers aren't they're not like that. I wished I'd say that they made better friends, but they're generally people full of angst and don't make the best of friends. Turns out they're not the kind of people that like to join groups and go do group things. And when it came to physically meeting people, it turns out that there was different agendas. Some people wanted to party, and some people wanted to go do street activism, and others wanted to go do experiments. So now we had a division again. Even when we're going to meet, what are we going to do? And a lot of people didn't want to do stuff, and I thought that was stupid. I thought, man, we need to do stuff. But a lot of people were just happy having a beer. So I know that was long-winded, but what do you want? If it was a perfect tomorrow, what do you think we'd get? And flat Earth would be greatly diminished immediately, as in terms of priorities and such. If you were in charge tomorrow, probably never mention flat Earth again. You know what I mean?
You mean the actual term or the shape of the Earth?
It would be the last of your concerns if you really got any governing position. You know.
How come?
Well, you'd look to clean up the control of why we have media control, and you'd pull all the troops out of everywhere, and you'd probably forgive a lot of debts, or internationally, and try and work domestically on I don't, not Amish terms, but I mean, back to basics on a lot of things. In other words, the U.S. trying to run the world is not really a great idea. It's been to our benefit, but it's not maintainable, and that's kind of why they play dirty pool everywhere. So I'm assuming that would be of some concern. I don't know. I don't know what you think. I don't know what you think would be. I think whatever happens is going to be happenstance, because we're not going to make the plan. Doesn't seem like we can make any headway together in 6 years.
Hasn't that kind of just been history repeating itself, though? Like, man has strived to have control and power, and then it gets knocked down, or suburb it's somehow, some way that power shifts through propaganda, through greed, through trickery, through like deceiving, and then you just have a new power. And as empires rise, eventually they break down, and then there's a new body in town, a new person in town, a new power in town. And
Sometimes it's just generation. It's just the third generation doesn't know anything about maintaining it. It happens with restaurants and things like that, where the second generation takes it over, but the third just loses it because they don't have the feel for it, anymore.
Well, they probably also don't have the same drive as the original owners and creators. If you want to look at it at that aspect, like, let's say your dad, starts a business and he's driven us, thrive, and then he becomes a grandpa and his son then takes it over, and he really doesn't want to, but he's doing it. By that time, his grandchild takes it over, and that wasn't his dream, that wasn't his drive, and his drive might be something different. So I mean, you could relate it in that sense for powers that be in countries. It becomes a really, really selfish thing. Like, what does that generation want at that time?
And that's if it doesn't get divided by the original founders, like Steiner and Blavatsky, or whatever that situation is, where it seems like everything gets divided by human nature.
Yeah, it's history repeating itself. There's always a divide coming from some angle, and that's only because in the works of that divide is somebody else trying to take that place in power, and they have these these tools and vices that they can implement in any system, in any power, and it works. Like, historically, it's worked that way. That's just the way it is, like, for lack of better words.
Yeah, I'm not going to say I don't have hope, but really things have degenerated so much, and with medicine prevailing, they're pretty soon going to require us, if we think different, to be medicated, essentially.
Well, I mean, if you rewind the tapes, it's kind of been what's been in plan for decades, if not centuries. And it's all been under the guise of control. So when you have a system that has manipulated its people into believing and thinking that this is what's needed and this is what's good for them, and they do it, either unwillingly or willingly, is just what is it's the end result of what they initiated in the beginning, and what their plan and agenda was to begin with. That's the way I see it. I feel like everything that we see today has been planned since the early 1900s at that point, and they're just it's just kind of like the fruits of their evil, labor. That's what we're witnessing. And with what comes with that, though, is innovation and technology and these new ways to accomplish that. And some people look at that as a good thing, like, man progressing, but others may see it as, well, that's our downfall. And I think both are right, because in every empire they try to change things to be better, but with the guys that actually is to destroy it eventually, because there's another power somewhere else that wants to be that power. And unfortunately, it's kind of like comes like look at it right now. Everything's like becoming electronic, and AI is now, it's no longer in the baby steps, but it's going to get to a point where it's definitely going to be overrunning our society to where we are a weaker as a people, and that will enable the downfall of what has been built over so many years. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's why I think like sometimes we need to use more psychology with people. Just like even pictures compared to words. They're more valuable, like impressionable, making impressions. Like I don't think taunting people into thinking is a great idea, and that's been my plan in the past. Oh, I'll just taunt them into thinking. That's really poor logic. If they weren't capable of it to begin with.
Wasn't that the great push of the time during the Greeks with their philosophy? And it was trying to make man question that famous line, I think therefore I am. And that kind of gave birth to we have a conscience now, and we can think things through, and we will be victorious as man through philosophy. But philosophy kind of like grossingly, it turned into where we are today. Like, people have a philosophy that a man could be a woman and a woman could be a man, and that's all ideology. And that is, like, again, it's just a downfall of man at the end of the day. It ends up being, because it becomes this, it's just another way to divide, another way to separate, and then another way to conquer. It's weird, but it works.
Now, I wonder if in nature, populations are generally controlled by nature, So I wonder if we've screwed up our balance, and that
Well,
it's a natural thing that we literally need to get.
well,
We outbreed ourselves, our
it
space.
it used to be that nature controlled itself, but once man got knowledge of, now we can control the nature, like, once upon a time, if it didn't rain on your land, then you didn't have crops, and you had to migrate somewhere else where you can survive. But nowadays they could generate storms, and they could build adequate facilities that can you don't even need rain clouds no more, because you can create this environment in a greenhouse to where it will still grow crops, and you don't need the rain. So it's kind of like we've are we outsmarted, if you will, or something like that. Like, we are now nature. We can control nature. We can create nature. But before, no, yeah, you were screwed before this was our before that technology was around. But here we are.
Yeah, but nature had respect for nature, and things were more imbalanced. I just don't think. I mean, okay. The question is, if everyone was well fed, housed, entertained, would that be enough? In other words, could people even be satisfied? What would be good enough in your utopian world, right?
Yeah.
universal income, universal housing, everything's great. It's what we grew up thinking was communism, but is that the end of the world? Is that what's driving the Chinese nuts? They just want to do anything to get out of that, because there's just too many people side by side doing the same thing. So they want to break out. What is
Well, isn't there that like famous quote, like give them bread and a circus and they won't revolt? Like it's under that same, idea of keep them happy and we can stay in power. But you're right, like if everyone did have everything they ever wanted, there will still be something missing because there are, people that are millionaires and billionaires and they commit suicide and they're not happy. They kill themselves because it's just enough is never enough. People can't be content. Well, some people, but some people can't, should I say. And they never will be, no matter what you give them. Sometimes it's also their downfall. Like you hear about these people that win the lotto and they're dead within 5 years because they ran themselves amok. And they didn't know how to even enjoy everything that they could be given because they in excess they went overboard and they end up fucking themselves over.
There's a lot of stories like that too.
Yeah.
So I was still going to say this is the learning place and that it's a privilege to be here. And we probably live in really exciting times when it comes to our ability to take in data, and learn.
Yeah.
But maybe some of the things, some of those setbacks, even greed, as part of people's learning process.
Like that great quote from Solomon, right? Solomon the Great is like, man just has to eat, drink, and be merry. That's all man has. But where does that get you? At the end of the day, still unsatisfied, still looking for more.
If you work really fucking hard, that's all you look for is a beer and to go to sleep, really.
Right.
If you were in the fields all day, with a shovel or a plow or whatever.
Essentially a slave.
No, but people are kind of better fit to work hard, like a dog, doesn't mind being run all day and then it passes out,
Yeah.
So we're probably strong work animals that don't get worked well anymore, like our brains are wandering about because we're not busy at work. Most of the stuff we do is pretty automatic.
Like we've been programmed into the system, and that probably goes along with, there was a, when they first created the Secretary of Education to implement a system to where they train kids to wake up at a certain time, do school for so many hours, then go home and enjoy what this free nation has provided for them, be it art or food or whatever, or entertainment, be it football or baseball or a movie theater, whatever it is, or a race car track, whatever it is. Then you wake up the next day, but you're programmed to that. So by the time you become an adult, you're already like programmed to live in this world where you do something for 8 hours to make ends meet and then enjoy the 4 or 5 hours during the day of the fruit of your labor, and then you sleep, and then you just wake up every day to do the same exact thing. And that's kind of like the programming that's been since they started that educational system. Telling them you got to sit there and be quiet and listen to me, and that's the control. That's the you stand in line for lunch. That's the control. It's just all this weird man-made system that it works, but to our demise, because then you just become working slaves. You're no longer shackled in chains physically, but there is a there's still a sense of being shackled in chains. Just it's now debt is the chains, and having to pay bills is the chains, and you have to do it. You just have to do it. Sadly, but that's the world we live in.
Well, I just hope that we're a young species and we can mature. That's what I hope. And I think, healthy children would make a big difference. We've got some damaged generations here. And maybe it would only take one generation of healthy people, going forward. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how bad inherently people are. And I don't believe in the fall of man. I'd be surprised if that's what was up.
Well, let's look at like the early 1900s, right? Let's say like my grandparents. They lived a life where only my grandpa had to work because he made such good money with General Motors that they lived that life where my grandma stayed home, and then they would buy a refrigerator and stove, and and they lived with the accommodations that society provided to make them content and happy, and they could go on vacation and enjoy life. But then it became greed came into play, and then they wanted the woman to also work to make more money off of now the masses, off of men and women, and they increased the prices of goods and services, and they kept the pay of men and women to not equal that. So it kind of like slowly but surely over decades they enslaved us back into this machine that makes the rich richer and the poor poorer. And even with healthy kids for a full generation, it's still it's a system that needs a healing, not the people, because you could be as healthy as you want to be, but you're still part of a system that's going to you know guide you down a road that's you're just repeating what your previous generation was doing, and that's just working for the man, whoever that man is. It's a repetitious, catch 22, right? Like, you try to be better, but you're still stuck in a system that it's kind of designed that you not necessarily everybody can be better. Maybe a few can break from those chains, and you own your own business, and then you are profiting off of the work off the backs of others. But there's still a whole generation of people that are having to work for you. So I don't know. I don't know the cure or the answer to that, to be honest. How do you? Because that's the system that's in place, and those gears are not going to be stopped by any small wrench that we could throw in it. Because it's a uncontrolled. It's like a runaway train at this point, and you can't stop it. It's a system that's just it's not going to stop unless something severe happens. Like, I don't know. I don't think the people are going to change it though.
There you have it. I guess I got to go over to Gems and yell at Merle for flip-flopping to the globe. So I think I can share it here, though. I think if I duck out under Dan, come in over here. Let's see, I'm going to mute myself. Come back over here. Oh, that didn't work out too well. Okay. Am I back over here?
Like, what would be? I mean, think of it this way: what would be the purpose of a controlling government to allow flat Earth to be even discussed in any way, shape, or form? I mean, they've tried to censor it, and on the Hill, and they've even passed legislation to censor it and to try to prevent it. But why would they have to even do that, because if it was a ball, if it was a sphere, then there shouldn't be people that would be arguing it, because it wouldn't make sense to argue it. But I guess it's because the fact that there is arguments to be raised, it's casting doubt in a lot of people, and it's waking up a lot of people to a truth that they may have been taught otherwise, of an alternative truth. And so here we are, a lot of people once again just divided, even in this this philosophy, because I think space is a philosophy at this point. It's not a science. It's a belief, and it's that's what I see it trending more towards as we go down year after year. And it's just those that believe and those that don't.
I'm not giving up, but I don't know what I'm fighting for. So that makes me pretty retarded, and it makes
Well,
them.
it's not about fighting for it though, because the grass is still grass and trees are still trees. You don't have to fight for those things to be. It's more of just an argument of someone telling you that the trees are grass, and the sky is water, and if you don't believe that there are some fundamental principles that can actually be proven one way or another, because like for instance, I do believe that the sky is filled with water, and but that takes me down more of a path of a spiritual sense. Although even through science, they're now admitting that there is water up there, So I don't know. Where do we go from that?
I just assume we deserve to know, and that it's been hidden for a long time. Like, it seems like your mushroom eating American Indian knew what life was about.
Yeah.
Because he sat on the earth and looked at it, and it possibly communicated back. Have you ever heard that prayer is supposedly outward communication for you, but meditation is inward, where the information comes back?
Right.
That's pretty cool to think about.
Yeah.
It's enough to make you want to meditate.
And as I sit here smoking a cigarette and drinking a beer, talking with you, I think that no matter what we talk about, it doesn't change the earth around us. It never will, because the only thing that changes the earth around us is man's idea of it. So, there's this wild belief that water sticks to the center of a core because of this force that is not a force, and it's moving and spinning and blah blah blah. But in that thought, in that way of thinking, like, imagine putting a child on this earth and never teaching him that it is space, heliocentrism, all that. What would that brain come to a conclusion of? I honestly don't think it wouldn't come to that conclusion, that it's on a ball spinning. I truly believe that whole belief is from an unseen power, an unseen force outside that was taught to man. So it's like an evil thing. I think that heliocentrism is an evil thing, because it's now captivating your imagination, even though that's not your reality.
Here's how dumb people are. Okay? In the past, people used to see angels. There used to be reports of angels and paintings of these winged creatures,
Mm-hmm.
Well, imagine if your great grandmother seen aliens came and spent the afternoon with them, gave them water and food and samples of our fruit, and things, and sent them off, and told your mom, or your grandmother, who told your mom, who told you. So there was certainly no reason to deny the story within your family. And now you tell your daughter, and she's an artist, and she paints it because she knows her great great grandmother spoke to the people that came from the sky.
You're right.
But not having any interest or knowledge of aircraft, if they came from the sky and they were told they flew from the sky and went back to the sky, of course they had wings.
Right.
So I think that UFO sightings of the day would have been depicted as angels because the story by the trusted people told the people came from the sky. Of course they had wings, right? We didn't know of machines later on to be known as chariots of fire. Once horse-driven machines, chariots existed,
Right.
and now
Right.
now UFOs. So I think we're dumb enough to think we're special when we're probably not. Aliens can be from across the pond of ice in their own pond, distance across left and right. Doesn't have to be in the infinity of space for people to have visited here, whether they're neighbors or are overlords, whoever they may be. We're dumb enough to call them gods when they arrive. No matter
Yeah,
who they
well, it's interesting you say that because by its definition, extraterrestrial means extra land. Doesn't mean that they're coming from planets that are trillions of miles away or galaxies, that are trillion light years away. It just means that they came from beyond the land of which we are on. So when you say aliens, like even in our society, you're an illegal alien. That means you're not from this land. Doesn't mean you're this other species that it just means you're not from this land.
So I think the big cover up is that we're not alone. There are other species,
Correct.
And that's kind of logical.
Well, I've always considered when they say there's UFO sightings or there's aliens, I always looked at it through the eyes of from a spiritual side, well, those can be the angels and demons that roam to and fro, to this earth and not necessarily, these different creatures, that live on other planets in their imaginated world. But I think it's through movies and through stories and through these sci-fi scripts, we have an idea of that, and we don't have an idea of no, it's just these beings that are beyond our ice wall that I think that's the difference, and again, that's the divide.
Yep. So, if we were clearer on our history and maybe clearer, less distracted, we'd find that we're very capable mentally. People focused are amazing what they can do. Contortionist, sword swallower, the tennis player, the juggler. When people focus, they can do the impossible.
Well, I think something that a movie that can really tap into that idea is that movie Lucy, and there's a really good part in that movie where she talks about how man has suppressed us from truly utilizing our brain that we have been given. And when you can unlock that, it can unlock things, like controlling matter and, telepathy and all these different, ideas and that we have come to learn through, books and whatever. But I think there's truth to that. I think from the day that you're born, the water that has certain chemicals in it when you bath, the food that you eat and ingest, I think all these things do keep us dumb, if you will. It keeps us from expanding as a species, so that way we don't become these super beings, if you will, because we've learned how to do these things from within using our own minds. It's nothing having to do with what you practice that is just it's like unlocked, like kind of like, I mean, a simple way to say it, like language is something that we have naturally, and we're born into, so we just take it for granted, but we don't realize like how much really goes in that, in your brain at least, and it's just a skill, right? Some people are very good at language, some people aren't, and those that practice it, and you learn more words, and you memorize them, and then you have, then you could be good, you could be better than the person next to you. But what else is there besides just language, besides just like, think of a mind of like an engineer who can see patterns, and they're just really good at what they do. Like, what if you could unlock that for everybody? Where would we be at today? What would society look like if everyone was not being hindered because of the chemicals ingested, to not allow us, which doesn't allow us to use, what we've been given since birth.
Well, that would be amazing. If anyone was anywhere near potential, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
We're pretty far from efficient, as far as I can tell.
Right. But that, again, that's the system we live in. You can only do as much as you are, able, you're given the capabilities to do. So when they talk about these drugs that unlock the mind, and there's even, things like up at Wall Street, like where they take certain drugs and it allows them to crunch these numbers, like, better than your ordinary man or woman that's in the field. Like, got to make you think, like, well, what else can these drugs do? And going back to that Indian eating mushrooms, what was being unlocked with those guys? Like, where they were, when they had the peace pipe and they had the mushrooms, and they go on these supernatural trips, and they would see things and talk to spirits, and they knew what was going to happen this way or that way. Like, it's all part of this. Like, look at what happened with the government when they were studying LSD, and then they shut it down because they say, I don't know, I wasn't there, but they say it was unlocking too many things, and people were doing things that they shouldn't be doing through this drug that was altering their reality, but actually maybe showing them reality beyond this system that's been enslaving them to keep them from even having that potential to do so. So what I'm
Yeah,
saying is,
there's
go
a
do
part.
some LSD. No, just kidding.
There's a part in the movie where the Asian culture believed this lady was a witch, and they're showing you a different way how there could be other abilities people can unlock by different methods.
Yeah. And then some people just have a gift where you have, like, savants that are able to use their mind because they're wired different, and they are doing certain things, and they see colors, and it's crazy. They hear numbers, and it's all weird at the way we look at it because that's not normal. But then you also have people that, like, they can read minds, and they can see things that happen in the future. And then, you have all these, like, back then they called them prophets. Today we call them, scam artists because they're trying to tell you, like there are legit people out there that can tell you things that are to come, and they do pass. So you would call that a prophet. But in today's world, it's not respected the same way it used to be back then, when they looked up to the witch doctor, if you will. They looked up to those people, and they treated them very special in their village because they had a gift that nobody else had. So I don't know. It's just the system we live in kind of stopped all that. Yet the government, has declassified projects where they were gathering people like that, the ones that would say that they had this gift, and then they would use them for, whatever purpose that the government would use them for. But the fact that even, like, existed in our lifetime, like, it's got to make you think. There's got to be truth to that, one way or another.
All right, I'm badgering Gems right now by sending a mean meme over. It's a picture of a bunch of pieces of shit sitting on the inside of an asshole, waiting for the tongue to come in.
Oh wow!
And I said, Merle visiting gems.
That's a good analogy there for it, because they're all just a bunch of pieces of shit over there.
Waiting for some action. Yeah.
Right. Oh man.
It's pretty late there. Pretty early for them, late for us. There's no action this time of day. Just the fucking Australians go nuts this time of day. They're ripe and ready to go.
Yeah. I am very curious though how things will be in 25 years. What's that gonna look like when more and more and more people question the narrative, and they continue to lie? Like what happened to the Artemis footage? They swore that they were gonna put from launch from beginning to end, that they were so desperately waiting to download when it returned. Like why don't these people wake up and realize they were fucking lied to, and they've been lied to?
Well, apparently there's going to be no ISS, so that's one less thing they have to fake.
Yeah, and it's probably because they're realizing that their story's crumbling because people are actually questioning it, and now they're seeing the falsehoods in it, and even though it may add up on a model, you're there. It's like Swiss cheese, and they're finding a lot of holes in it, and now they can't fill those gaps. Respectively, they can't fill those gaps fast enough. So maybe that's why they're doing away with ISS, and how are they gonna return to a moon if they've never been there to begin with? But they're how are they gonna fool the masses when it's already been proven that that's not even something that's what they're doing? It's all fucking TV
They just
screen.
say, "Oh, it's too expensive to have an ISS. It's too expensive to go to the moon." So, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I wonder, like in 25 years, what is it going to look like? What science are they going to be introducing then? Maybe they're implementing a system right now to where you're not going to be able to question it, because if you do question it, you're going to be deemed, enemy of the state, and who knows? Maybe they'll round them up and just do away with them, because they can't they don't need that in their society, in their control. They don't need naysayers. They don't need people that go against their narratives. They don't need free thinkers and people that question the establishment. And that goes with, it's almost like it's slowly turning into a communism, like a fascist state where you don't agree with the government, you're an enemy of it.
Yeah, for sure. If you're thinking, you're thinking out of line. It's out of line. It's 1984, right?
Right. Exactly.
Do you know what the last words in that book are?
No.
2 + 2 = 5.
Wow.
Because for him to go forward, that's what he had to say, even though he knew it wasn't accurate.
Yeah.
Sad that that's what it took. He pulled a Joe Rogan, basically.
We're gonna be drinking at the same time. Do you drink, Kosho? I don't remember. I must have been really drunk. I'm sorry. Matter of fact, I got DM'd some messages, and they're like, "Hey, that was really good at what you said." And I was like, "I don't remember saying that. I don't even remember what I was talking about." Oh, did I say? Oh, okay. Then I probably would. I probably will, Kosho. I'm willing to bet that actually, but not. Hold on, but not hard liquor. I'll say that when it comes to hard liquor, I am. That's I shit. 2, 3 shots, I black out. But beer, I'll drink a case and a half, maybe 2 cases. I don't know if you could drink that much beer.
I'd fall asleep after 3 beers.
See, I have a buddy, right? Rick. He could drink alcohol, like real alcohol, liquor, like all night, shot after shot, fucking mixed drink after mixed drink. But if you give him a beer, he'll black out. But I'm the complete opposite. I can drink beer all night, but if you give me one fucking shot, I'm done. I'll black out.
That shows you how versatile people are because you get used to your own thing, you know?
Right, right.
I think people take on the personality of the booze they drink. You know, tequila people are like tequila people, and vodka people are pretty serious about their drinking.
Yeah. I'm generally a happy drunk, but when people piss me off, I do go off the rails. I'll admit it.
As
Like
long
I
as
would,
it doesn't happen at a specific beer point, you know?
like I would yell at you and say "fuck you" and everything you love, but I'll still hang out with you and drink a beer, and I'll be cool. Like, I'm a happy person when I'm drunk.
Like, at about beer 7, everyone pisses me off. Don't know what it is, you know? If I drink 5 beers, it's not a problem. 6, no problem. 7, motherfuckers.
You know who Harp is?
No.
Oh, Harp. He's fucking funny when he gets drunk. He fucking hates everybody when he's drunk. Even his friends he hates. He fucking tells us off. He's in the other servers. He used to be in my asylum server.
And isn't there another Asylum one now?
Well, when I first created it, then we made 2.0, then 3.0, and then there was a new one. Then I deleted it, then I left, and then I gave it over to Shines. I think the 4th one I gave over to Shines, and now there still might be one, but I'm not even a part of it anymore. I left. I left all servers actually, and I just made my own. I made a new one because I was just tired of arguing with ballers. But life gets boring. So I started coming back to fucking argue with ballers again. It's my stupid move. I shouldn't have done that, but here I am.
See, we need to be smarter. We need to get them to just do it to themselves. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. We got to figure out how to be smarter about that because just attacking each other doesn't get much done, you know?
Yeah, I will say this though. Within all these servers, I've met really good guys on both sides of the table. You know, like there's a few ballers that I actually really I did miss talking with, you know, even if it was, you know, debating and arguing, but beyond that arguing and debating, we actually have really good conversations. So, you know, there are some good people, man, in these servers.
That's nice of you to admit it.
And then you have those that just, oh my God, why are they still here? But I guess those are more like trolls that don't ever add anything to, you know, any value to any server. They're just trolling left and right. It's just a constant wrench in good conversations and debates, and they don't add nothing, but you know, nothing new at least. Like they could always spout the same arguments, not realizing that that's the whole point of the argument. Like if we're telling you we don't believe in that, but you're like, nope, this is what it is. Well, then we're not going to get nowhere because that's the argument.
All right, I think I'm done. I should have gone to sleep hours ago.
All right, have a good night.
I'm West Coast, so it's late.
So am I. It's 3:44 in the morning over here.
Am
But I
what-
just woke up. I just woke up like 3 hours ago, so I'm awake.
You ready to go? All right, cool. Talk to you again soon.
For sure.
Night.
All right, take it easy. Kosho, we can't do that online, bro. Because who's to say that you're even drinking? We would have to go to a bar and, how do I know you're not drinking water, bro? Take pics. How do I know you didn't fill up a bottle with water? I guess it had to be an honor system. But yeah, I would love to, dude. I'll fucking. That sounds like a good plan. Maybe in next week or something. I'll fucking buy a couple cases and we'll make it happen. And we'll keep tally. Oh, that's gonna be a fun night. You'll Kosho, I don't need to take pictures when I'm done. You'll just hear me snoring, and that means okay, he's done. He passed out. Someone's gonna have to mute me. Because I when I drink, I usually drink myself to sleep. I'll just drink until I first I kind of black out, then I don't even remember the conversations, but I'll just drink until I wake up with the fucking beer can next to me spilled over because I fucking fell asleep with it in my hand. What's the most you ever drank, Kosho? We'll start there. That could kind of set the premise. Yeah, ever. How much have you ever drunk? I think my count, the highest I've ever drunk in one night was like 52 beers. And I remember being so drunk, we had to go back and get more beer. And we had to go to a 24-hour Walmart, and we found out that they don't sell beer that late. So we just had to go to the reserves, the stashed beer. And I passed out after that. But me and my cousin and my buddy, three of us, we drank over 100 and something beers in the cases that we had. And I think my count the next morning was like 52 or 53 beers. That's the most I've ever drank. I mean, that's probably a sad thing to be. I'm not proud about it, but that's the most I've ever drank in one sitting. We started like around 6 or 7, and I think we had to go back twice to get beer. And then the third time, we had to go to a buddy's house to pick up cases that he had at his house because the stores were no longer selling. It was past 2:00 in the morning, so we had to go. Dude, that will destroy your liver, bro. I mean, so would 52 beers, but I'm saying hard liquor like that much. I think isn't that worse than beer at that point? Isn't it way more toxic for your body, should we say? Cuz I've noticed that when I drink a lot, my piss is clear as fuck. It looks like I'm pissing water. It's like I'm flushing out my own system through beer. But I know it's making my kidneys, work double time, but if it was alcohol, like, dude, that's dangerous to drink that much. No, I drink Coors, I drink Modelo, I drink I love Stellas. Stellas are delicious. Um I mean, they're those are all good. True, true. TR. I'm okay, I'm not an alcoholic. That's funny as fuck. Um You're right though. They are like honestly, beer is like, especially like people that drink Bud Light. I'm like, why are you even drinking for? Like that doesn't even get you drunk. Bud Light will fucking, you could drink that all night and not even get drunk because that's like water. 10% beer. Oh yeah, yeah. I think the highest one I drink is like maybe 6%, 5 or 6%. What is a 10% beer to begin with? I don't know. Maybe an ale, maybe a dark ale. Yeah, malt liquor. Oh, okay, well, fuck. That reminds me malt liquor, dude. I haven't drank malt liquor since high school. We used to go fucking get 40s of Mickey's, drink like 3 of those, be fucked up. In high school, we had a crew called HOC Hangover Crew, because in school we all would go to school the next day hungover as fuck. Because we used to drink probably like 2-3 times a week. And we had a liquor store, a local liquor store that he would sell it to us, even though we're underage. But it's some Asian dude didn't give a fuck. He was making money. There'd be like 7 or 8 of us. We all get like 2-3 each. He didn't care. He didn't care that he was selling to minors. He was making money. But that was way back when we were fucking 16, 17 years old. A long time ago. Damn, time flies. I never even heard of that earthquake. Never even heard of that. Have any of you guys seen that movie Babylon yet with Brad Pitt? When you're being cheap. Anyways, that movie Babylon's actually a really good movie. It's actually pretty good. I was watching it before I got on here. It's like a 3-hour movie though. It's long. Kosho, I did want to ask you, what is what drives you to come back to these servers and discuss science? And in your case, pseudoscience. I should have asked Dan to send me an invite to that server so I go talk some shit. The more I get drunk, the more I like to talk shit. I like discussing this stuff, science, the rest. Plus, a lot of people I come here for are my friends. Yeah, I could see that. A lot of good people in this server. To be honest, people kind of migrate to all the other servers, but I feel like this one stayed pretty chill, pretty consecutive. Are you drinking at all tonight, Kosho, or no? I'm barely 6 beers in. Well, I just opened up my 6th, I mean. everybody asleep and just on mute, or they just don't want to talk or can't talk right now? I'll be back.
Yo, who out there, man? You guys are like 20 deep in this VC and you all muted. What the hell? This is why Flat Earth doesn't go anywhere.
Never gonna let him catch the Midnight Rider.
Ah, nah. You go back on mute, Democ. You were the last person I wanted to unmute, man.
And you were the unfirst. You're the
What does
best
that
person
even
to
mean?
talk to, but
You on first. What does that even mean?
you're the best person to talk to, but I'm a liar. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
you're the
but
coolest,
could you
but
first
I'm a liar.
explain what unfirst means?
You're the coolest, but I'm a liar. Means the same
Yeah,
thing.
but is that what unfirst means?
Yeah, it means not you.
Not me. Alright. So how's your Friday
Yeah,
going?
the unfirst person I'd like to tell my morning how it's going.
Then just stay on mute if you ain't trying to talk to me.
Hey, shut the hell up. You stay on mute. You
Stay
fucking
on
stay
mute.
on
If
mute.
you don't want to talk to me, why do you
Shut
need
up, you're
mute, you
ugly. Your
weirdo?
voice is ugly.
Stay
Stop
muted,
talking, you're
bitch.
breaking my eardrums,
Mute
idiot.
yourself.
Your
Alright,
voice
but
is
just
uglier than a
stay
dog
muted,
turd.
Demog.
Your voice is like a hairy, ugly dog turd. Stop talking.
Doctor?
Dog
What?
turd. Dog turd. Your voice is like a dog turd. Stop talking, you're killing people.
Dog turds talk?
Yeah.
You
Speed
talk
up
to
a little.
dog turds?
Put your
Why do you talk
1X
to
button
dog
on.
turds, Demog?
Push your 1X button and talk at 1X faster speed.
Why
Why
do
don't
you
you
talk to
comprehend
dog
a little
turds?
faster speed? Yeah,
Also, there's
comprehend
so
at the
much
power of
noise in your
dog
background.
turd.
Where are you, man?
You comprehend at the speed of a dog turd.
So you talk to dog turds?
No, I said you comprehend like a dog turd.
No, you said I sound like a
And
dog turd. That
everything you
means you
say,
must have
you've
heard
repeated
dog
wrong.
turds before.
Everything you've said wrong. Shut up.
You're a whole
You're
weirdo,
an
bro.
idiot.
Just stay on mute.
Your fucking ears are broken. You can't talk right.
You're
What are
what's
you even
wrong
saying?
with
What are
flat
you
Earth,
even
bro.
saying,
You are a
stupid?
whole flat Earth liability, Demok.
You ain't even said a
You are
fucking
the
word
sole
yet.
reason
You
flat
haven't
Earth
even
hasn't
said a
progressed
coherent
in the last
sentence.
6 years.
Who are you talking to?
It's just you,
Cockroaches in
bro.
your
It's all
basement?
you.
Are
If
you
you
talking
left
to
the flat Earth
cockroaches in your
movement,
basement?
it would
Are
have
you talking
progressed
to
exponentially
cockroaches?
because of you.
Who
Because
are
of
you
you and you
talking to?
alone, Demok. The
Go
flat Earth
feed the
goes nowhere.
cockroaches in
You
your
know,
basement.
and
Go
it's
feed
not
your
to say it's because of
cockroaches and
you
come
and
back.
people like you. It's just you. No one
Well,
else. You know,
people
you're a
like you think
hindrance.
you live on an imagination and you feed
You hold
cockroaches.
back the progression and development
And
of
you
flat
hope
Earth.
your voice gets a little
You don't
better,
really
but it
talk about
doesn't. It
anything
sounds like
intellectual,
your voice sounds like
stimulating,
chalk,
or
like a
insightful.
chalkboard
You
being
know,
scratched by glass. That's what you sound like. You sound like scratching a chalkboard with glass. You're fun. You sound like you're rubbing on a glass chalkboard with bricks. People like you that aren't even dumber, that are too dumb. You're dumber than a potato, dude. You're dumber than a box of vodka. Your name should be Dumbility or Humility because you believe in a globe. Middle name is Chirility Humiliation. He's going to humiliate you in 3 seconds flat by ignorance and stupidity. And everything he says has no fucking bearing on reality or physics. Chirility. He's the one you love. We love to hear from Chirility. Nonsense we can't demonstrate. That'll get us real far. The fuck? Said the guys who can't even go to the moon talking about getting something done. Why don't you get the moon done? Why don't you go put a happy face on the moon, Chirility? See how that works out for you. Since you can do all that good stuff. Fucking imagination. I never knew Warner Brothers was a globe. Oh, is Time Life magazine a globe magazine too? Even though it's a flat square.
Hello?
Hello, hello, hello. I thought Sterility was going to teach us what a ball looked like with a square on it when it's out of your view and in your view. But we know he's not built for that. All the Globers are allergic to touch anything spherical with a square to it or any objects on there. They don't want you to see what a real sphere looks like. They want you to imagine. Just imagine, if you will, nothing, nowhere. Somehow that equals globe.
Yeah, Kosho, if you can hear me, quit drinking. Cold turkey, just do it. Thanks. Love you, buddy.
So how many of you guys have heard the loud booms in your cities or in your towns? And for how long has that been going on? I'm just trying to take a little poll.
And are you near water?
Yeah, that's a good question too.
as if it was, for me, a representative of the way we divide our science into physics, chemistry, biology, and then we take one of those, like physics, and we divide it into heat, light, sound, electricity, and magnetism, then we subdivide that and so on. Now, some of these heads of the Jabberwock are really laws of physics, I suppose, for me, and some of them look into mirrors and see their own reflection, and they then think there are more of their kind than there really are. The same can probably, from an engineering point of view, be said about the so-called fundamental particles. They try to coexist with each other. Now, the idea of science, in rather perhaps the profession of science, as a monster, is not a new one. Martin Gardner, my favourite author, put it in a neat way in a chapter on the fall of parity. And we talked about parity last time and said that parity was to do with the universe as a whole being handed, having a preference for left or right-handedness without saying which. And Martin Gardner wrote this: "Not one of the 3 experiments that first toppled parity would have been performed at the time it was performed if Li and Yang had not told the experimentalists what to do. Li had no experience whatever in the laboratory, Yang very briefly in a lab at the University of Chicago, where he was once a kind of assistant to the great Italian physicist Enrico Fermi. He had not been happy in experimental work. His associates had even made up a short rhyme about him, which Bernstein reports. Where there's a bang, there's Yang. Laboratory bangs," went on Martin Gardner, "can range all the way from an exploding test tube, or in our case, a Mr. Coke special, to the explosion of a hydrogen bomb. The really big bangs," went on Martin Gardner, "are the bangs that occur in the heads of theoretical physicists when they try to put together the pieces handed to them by experimental physicists." One of the things that you may not have been made sufficiently aware of is that there is apparently no simple connection between gravitational mass and inertial mass. When you compare 2 masses, you can do it either by weighing each on the same spring balance, or by subjecting each to a known force and measuring its acceleration. And the 2 methods always agree. The answers absolutely. And so, although there's no simple connection, these 2 heads of the monster must in some way be a curious kind of reflection, the one from the other. In the Jabberwock nonsense rhyme, Lewis Carroll invented some lovely new words, especially for me, slithy and mimsy, but explained later as combinations of other words which allowed him to express 2 ideas at once. Lithe and slimy gave rise to slithy. Miserable and flimsy gave rise to mimsy.
Yo, this is crazy. 2 hours later and you all still muted.
Us actually talk, mate. Yeah. All right, mate.
Say what?
Is that Nate?
Yeah. Who's that?
Yes. It's the realm, or whatever you want to call me, Mustafa from the UK. Yeah. Yeah. I agree with you. There's a lot of people that do sign up, but they never talk. I don't know why they listen in for so long. Yeah. Oh, hope you're well, mate. Hope you're well.
Crazy how pussy flat earthers are. None of them will unmute to talk to me. It's crazy.
Pussy. That's quite provocative, don't you think? Like for a smooth talking guy to go straight into that. It's a bit of Jekyll and Hyde, don't you think?
How is that Jekyll and Hyde? What do you mean?
Because one person might think that like you're cool as fuck, and then the next person will be like, yeah, he's a cunt. But no, I'm joking, mate. I'm joking. I'm just you know what I mean. Or do you?
Yeah.
Do you?
Do I? I don't actually.
It's like
So
saying
how's
you're
your
different. Sorry, mate.
Yo, how's your Friday go? Hello?
Hello, McFly. Hello.
Hello? Why are you all muted? Like, what's going on? I know none of you got jobs. You know, none of you do anything important. Like, why are you all muted?
I think what happened was I came back to the server and destroyed them with good globe arguments, and now they run away in shame.
Is that Lowry?
Take a nap.
I'm just joking.
What is
Trying to take a
a
nap
globe
before work,
argument?
man.
See, look, they all come out. They all come out.
What is a good globe argument? I wonder. Never heard one.
A good glober argument?
Yeah, I've never heard it.
All of them?
That's not an argument.
I don't know. Do you have a good flat Earth argument that we could use it as an example?
Yeah,
So we know an
yeah.
argument.
It's very simple. It's called water. Water doesn't lie. Globers do.
But that's not an argument. Like just because you just made a statement. That's not an argument.
Yeah, no. If you have the same water than me, and you just don't live in a fantasy world, you have by now at least realized that water will always, when unmanipulated, lay out flat and level. That's why we have actually, something called the sea level, right? Because it's the sea and it's always level. That's why we can always measure our altitude.
Yeah,
according
really?
to sea level. Yes.
No way. That's why we call it sea level?
Yeah.
Yeah, but when we heat the water up, does it change shape on the surface?
Does it?
Well, think about it. When you boil water, it expands, and then you get a slight bump because of the movements. And then when really cold, like as in close to ice, then it starts to do the opposite. So it would probably be flat at a certain temperature, but it would be convex or concave at other temperatures without meniscus. Without meniscus.
So is it hard to understand water for globe? I know you have problems with perspective. So many globes I see in the chat always don't understand how the
Obviously.
sun works and so forth. Just have
No,
no understanding
obviously.
of perspective. So do you understand water? How water behaves at least? I mean, it's pretty simple.
Obviously, I don't understand how water behaves. Could you enlighten me?
I
How
already
does water
told
behave?
you. I mean, I don't understand how much more simplified I should explain it.
Yo, I'm mad stupid. You gotta pretend I'm 5 years old.
Well, self-reflection is the best way for cure.
But we need a
Yes.
model. We need a model. There's no good saying the same arguments day in, day out. It must be like years later, the same arguments, the same conversations. Without a model, it's useless.
I agree, man. You know,
So, yeah,
100%.
water is relatively flat, local level, all this malarkey and stuff like that. But without a model, it's just useless. And if anybody can make an alternate model of anything that is close enough, it's a better argument than having nothing and just saying, look, flat.
What model?
Yeah. I 100% agree, Ron. That's why you are a real one.
You know what the thing is with people who always want to have a model? I think it's people who always want to have a great story in order to be satisfied how something might work, you know. Let's see. The moon was created.
Don't you want to be satisfied on how things work? Or
No,
like
not at
how do
all,
you
man.
how do you
I am a
come to
simple man. I'm a simple man. I am satisfied when I know that the sun goes up. It warms me in the summer, and it goes over my head, and it goes down perspectively. Goes away, and that's it. Much more I don't need to know. You know, it's very much
Yeah, that's all.
unnecessary
Like you
to.
happy living the rest of your life with that knowledge and that's
Yes.
it. The sun comes up,
Yes.
warms you, it goes down, you don't know where it goes. It just goes.
It just
And
goes
you
away
happy
from. I
living
know
your
where
life.
it goes. It goes away to the
Where does
next
it go?
place to warm it up. You know, it's so
How
simple.
does it get to the next place? How does the sun move in the sky? What makes it move?
That's something I'm not interested in. I think that's
You're not
you know
interested in how the sun
no
moves in the sky. You just know
no.
it goes to the next place.
Yes, I
How do
just
you
know
know it
because
goes to the
I
next
know
place?
that's a created place, and whoever created it had good intentions and knows what he's doing. So if
How
it
do you know
works, it
they had good
works.
intentions and they know what they're doing and that it works?
Dude, do you sit in, dude? If you go in public and let's say you come to Germany and you use a train in Germany, before you sit in that train, are you going to read every manual, every manuscript about that train? So how does this pressurized oil pressuring system is being transported to this place in the train in order for me to make sure that the train is moving the direction it's going? How is the brake system doing this? Or when you sit in an airplane, do you go through every? No, man. So if I'm living
Yeah,
on this world
but
and the
bro,
sun works
I haven't
if
made
I'm living
any.
in this world and the sun works the way it works, I don't care, dude.
But how
It
does
just
the sun
works.
work? Because you were saying the sun works. You know how
Okay, the
water
sun.
works.
Okay, listen.
So how does it work?
The
Tell me,
sun
man.
works
I'm
by
just asking
magic,
questions.
magic fairy tale unicorns
Yeah, you're a flat earth liability.
farting the sun in the circle. Dude, you don't get it, man.
You know,
The
you're
heliocentric
not
model is
helping the flat
nothing
earth
else
movement
but the
right now.
satisfaction for people who want to hear a great story. That's why the story, like, you need to believe this kind of stuff. How was the moon created? Okay, let's see. I want to know how the moon was created. Let's see. What story do they give me?
Hold on,
So
real
Now,
quick.
now, 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 now you're just
what is
ranting
okay?
and
Let's go. Let's
shouting
go. Here,
at your the
here
computer or
comes
your
this.
phone, man.
Here
Calm
comes
down.
the
Can I
pseudoscience
say
story.
something to
What
Clay?
is mostly
Clay,
widely accepted today as a giant
hold on,
impact
Clay, buddy,
theory.
real quick, Clay. I just got to tell you, man, they're not here to do anything but criticize you because you're a flat earther. Okay, so just keep that in mind.
Oh,
Yeah,
but how am
We'll
I
keep
being
it in
critical?
mind.
I
I haven't critiqued him at all. I'm asking him questions, and instead of answering my questions, he's getting defensive and shouting at me. Like, what the fuck?
Dude,
I
I'm
thought
not
we all
shouting.
had here to
Why are
learn
you
and
always
gain
so
knowledge.
sensitive?
Hold
It's
on
so
a second.
boring
What's
Hold
to
on
wrong
a
with
talk to
second.
asking
people.
questions?
Why are you
Hold on
always
a
so
second.
sensitive? What
Yo,
is your
why you over
What?
problem?
talking me? I'm talking and you shouting to outpower me. Like, calm down, man.
Uh-oh.
I'm not
Are
done.
you not a
Yeah.
big boy?
So sensitive. It's so
I'm a
Hold on
boring
a
big
to talk
second.
boy,
to
but
you.
I'm a grown ass man who doesn't feel there's a need for people to shout
Seal,
over
hold
me
on.
while I'm talking, right? I
Hold
wouldn't do
on,
that to
Kimberly.
you.
Oh,
Seal,
Should
hold
I
on.
do it to you?
To be fair, Glad actually had a point because I was just about to criticize. If this is the good flat Earth argument, then I can sure as hell give a better globe argument.
Good. Well, there is no argument.
We
Where's
should
the
stop worrying about the flat Earth. You should worry about how to demonstrate how a moon is made by your
What was
story,
the
like in
question?
a lab, or the sun. So if you,
Could you repeat the
Chirility, can demonstrate a moon or a sun in a lab from scratch to finish, then we'll believe your cockamamie peacock story. Until then, what do we have to worry about? Nothing else, right? Other than you're wrong and you don't have anything to back your claim.
The thing is, I wanted to present to them the psychological disorder that comes to the that they're always being unsatisfied with what they experience, so they need some other human being that comes up with some theory which is nothing else but a story, okay?
A phenomena.
Onto how a phenomena, how to something might work, and they just think, oh wow, this is satisfying, this is so good. What is most widely accepted today is the giant impact
An excuse.
It proposes that the moon formed during a collision between the Earth and another small planet about the size of Mars. The debris from this impact collected in an orbit around the Earth to form the moon. Wow, I'm so satisfied. I now know how the moon was created. Thank you for that story. Thank you. So you see how stupid that is?
So
It's
you're
absolutely insane.
So you're
So let him
satisfied
talk.
by
Let
that
him
story.
rebut to that now.
So you literally showed that you need a story instead.
No, dude. I see the moon
you
to
do
be a
have.
light in the sky, and that's it. That's it. I know whoever created it knows
but then,
what he's doing.
when we talk about, hold on, when we talk about water, you suddenly have a story about, see, water tells me that, and then you have a huge religious belief and a theory about what the shape of the earth is. So you do have a story as well. So it's, to me, it's a bit hypocritical that you're criticizing us when you have a religious story as well.
No, it's not a story, man. It's observable, repeatable, and measurable. You can do it yourself.
Yes, but
Look at
actually,
water.
no.
Yes, but actually, no. That's cool. Thank you, man.
You're welcome.
So I was lying when water unmanipulated lies out flat, right? That's not something we can measure and repeatedly measure and experience and see in reality, right? It's just a lie. It's just a made-up story.
Have you tried?
It's equivalent to someone saying a rock hit the earth and created the moon, right? It's equivalent. If I say water lays out flat, yeah, cool story.
You're talking random shit, and you're not sticking with the water. So that's
You're just not. Sensei, are you listening? Did I say anything random, or is it just not able to comprehend what I'm saying?
To me, your whole moon story is completely random and has nothing to do with the issue.
That is your story. That is the heliocentric indoctrination that you cling on to, man. That's what you need to buy and chew and swallow, man. That's not what I'm interested in. I don't care about stories man-made. Okay?
Yeah, but
I'm just interested in what I can see. That's it. You know, there could be someone saying, I touched the sun. I can 100% tell you how it works. It's from the mouth of a man. It could be still just a story. So as long as I can only observe and repeat and measure what I see as a human being, that's it. I'm satisfied with. I don't need something that goes further that I cannot verify. Okay, you heliocentrist guys, you just accept stories even though you can't really verify them. You believe in space even though you never went into space. See, you don't understand the fallacy in this?
Yeah, but we were talking about water, and that has almost nothing to do with water. So to me, it shows that you have some kind of psychological issue where you need to create stories about what horrible beings we globe earthers and heliocentrists are, instead of, so you cannot stick to a point, but instead you need to go on some random rant about, oh, these guys are so horrible and they are so stupid.
Never said that, but cool story, bro.
Yeah.
I just want to know.
You just made up a story.
Just want to know if anybody really truly thinks they know how the moon was created. That's what I want to know.
I don't think the normative, like, even if you go to the most dogmatic heliocentrist, I think the common answer would be, and I've been in these discussions long enough to know, is the current mostly supported theory is this, but we don't really know that well. So how is that exactly? These guys are so religious that they just need a cool story.
You just said a whole bunch of
when
worthless
we say
stuff.
that we don't know, that's literally
The word
against
theory
your
is
point,
worthless.
man.
The word theory is worthless without demonstration.
Exactly.
Cool
It's
story,
just
bro.
empty words.
So anybody can have a theory. Leprechauns made it. Is that theory better? What the fuck does the theory help you with? Nothing at
That
all.
has nothing to do with the issue,
It's a
and
loser's
you're kind
way
of
out.
derailing the conversation.
It's an
Dimok, so
excuse
thank you.
maker. It's like I'm gonna make an excuse called a theory, and then keep coming up with problems, right, that help my excuse. And the reason why I can't demonstrate something. Is that what you guys really think is like perfection of science? Is that how you dwindle it down to like being able to do it by not ever being able to do it, and making it more complex and more in the realm of non-touchity and non-physics, and make more excuses and more ignorant theories up, right, and hypothesis, and then science, your whole basis of all your ignorant theories and hypothesis and excuses can't be proven.
Thank you, Dimok, for your totally disingenuous attempt at derailing the conversation. I will now move that back to the topic. So, literally, the answer that most Globers give, myself included, would be, this is the currently or this is the mostly supported theory, but we don't know. So doesn't that run against your narrative of, oh, these guys just need a cool story? Because we literally say that we don't know.
No, but literally a theory is just a cool story until it's demonstrated fully in reality.
You're still skirting the question. If we say we don't know, isn't that going against your point and your story that we just need a story and that's it?
No, one of the most intelligent things you can ever say is, I don't know.
Thank you. And that would be my response. I don't know how the moon was created.
Great, cool.
Trust me, man. If you would be honest to yourself regarding the things you can really verify for yourself and see and observe and measure, we would be both the same regarding all those things. You don't see any curvature, you can't measure any curvature, you can't measure any movement, you don't have a spinning, wobbling, tilted earth that you can verify as a human being, you don't experience that. So at the end of the day, if you would be just intellectually honest with everything you observe, I mean, if you would say, okay, maybe if you have certain disabilities, I don't know, could be you don't have the ability to realize certain things, because this is not a joke or anything. It could be that you have sensory problems or whatnot. I don't know. Could be. Not everybody has the same equipment as a human being. But again, you would end up seeing and observing the same thing as me. That's it. I'm just intellectually honest enough to say there are certain things I can't know. And even if someone gives me a good story, it still doesn't make it true because I can't verify it for myself. So why accept a belief?
So here's my response. Firstly, you made assertions as to what I can and cannot do. My question would be, how do you exactly know that I cannot and can or cannot do those things? Because you just made a lot of assertions that I guess that if pressed, you have nothing to back those assertions with.
Okay, how do you verify that space exists? Because you probably believe in space, right?
Yeah.
Have you been there?
No. Do I need to?
Yes.
Why? Why do I need to go to space?
Because every other information would be from a third party. How do you know that space exists?
Why is that's not actually
Can you
true.
answer the question, please? How do you know that it exists?
Are we having a discussion, or are you like
Yes.
trying to
So
get
you
a gotcha?
No, I don't want to have any gotcha, man. I don't care about winning.
Yes,
you can
but
have
you're actually
you can
trying
feel
to get a gotcha, so there you go.
No, why are you so defensive? You can have the win, dude. I give you everything. Here, I'm a loser.
Thank
I'm a
you.
stupid
So
flat earther. You want to hear that?
I will take them.
Okay. See, I don't care. I don't have the ego about this topic. Not at all. I just want to know if you believe in space. How can you verify it? That's all, dude.
Yes, but why were you attacking me exactly? Because I was I was actually
dude,
doing
I love
at the
you, bro.
moment.
I'm not
Hold on,
attacking you.
Hold on, I'm talking, so you're over talking me, which is kind of showing where you come from.
Laurie,
I
you're
was
very
actually-
adversarial, bro. Please.
Yes, thank you, Rix. Your contribution was very significant and important here. So what I was doing
It
actually
is
in that
pretty
moment,
important, man.
yes, thank you, Rix, for interrupting me. What I was doing was I was thinking. And instead of like letting me think, you attacked me like, why aren't you answering my question? Well, hell, man, are we having a discussion or are you being triggered and putting people under pressure for no good reason? Which is this?
I'm sorry, man, if you feel this way. I'm sorry. See, I'm apologizing.
Thank
And
you.
I already said you can have the win. It's not about winning. I'm just curious. That's all. Maybe you can explain to me how you can verify space for yourself. Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
my answer would be, because there's actually a good underlying question there regarding your kind of stance that I need to go to space to verify it. But that's actually kind of against the typical way, for example, as to how science deals with things that we can know. Like the scientific method doesn't actually say you need to go to space to verify space. That's not how science works. Science, for example, says that you can make deductions based on logic and you can know things based on that. So you're kind of assuming, by asking me that question in that matter, you're assuming that we cannot deduce things using logic.
Hold on, my
And that's
friend.
a problem
There's
for
two
me.
different. Hold on. You can logically deduce, but you cannot deduce something from logic into being a physical reality. So if you can't test it in reality, all you have is your mere logic. You don't have physical shit to test.
Yes, that happens to be true. The problem, though, is we can kind of physically verify it as well. So
you made a lot of statements from now on, and you referred to something like scientism, which is an appeal to other people who have claims about how certain things should work or not. But I would, from you, just specifically because I mean, you're an objective, rational man, I guess, right? So when you claim, so when you claim that space exists, I just want to know what is the definite proof for yourself that makes you know that it's truly in existence.
well, for example, we have good evidence showing, for example, rockets going into space. How do we know that they are going into space? By the fact that the exhaust fumes going from the butt end of the rocket are like getting larger and larger. That shows us that pressure is decreasing and decreasing and decreasing to the point where we can say, well, this amount of pressure decrease fits what we consider as outer space.
So again, you're referring to things other people have made or claim to make or claim to go. But I'm saying, how do you for yourself know that that place exists?
That's how I know.
So you know
Like-
it because
like,
you've seen things in a video, like a rocket going into space.
Yeah, and I have seen no good counter arguments to that, and I have seen no good evidence for that video being fake. So what I would love to see, if someone wants to refute that argument from me, is some kind of evidence that there was fakery going on, or some way of explaining what we see on the video in some other way instead of it being in other space.
Okay, have you ever seen a video where there was never been any cut from a camera pointing upwards, going uncut in a time lapse all the way to docking onto the space station? To verify that there is no editing? Because we know that we have Hollywood movies, right, showing us rockets go into space, even though we know everything was filmed artificially, right, in a sense. So if that is a thing that is right in front of what you call supposed to be reality for you, I could claim that what you think is reality is just nothing more than a good edited video with a high budget. And we know that there must be a high budget, right?
Sure.
So yeah, how can I still verify? See, you go to, I want to have a verification for one place, but the problem is you use something else to verify that one place, but that this in itself needs verification to be Odysee in the first place, right?
There is one small problem with your argument, though. If your argument is because there was a cut, it can be faked, that's kind of a argument that we can use to very, very, very ridiculous cases. Like, let's say I have a video from the birthday of my grandmother, but there was a cut, and then you say, well, see, your grandmother didn't. That there was no birthday because there was a cut there. Like, you cannot make an argument from there was a cut to it has to be fake then.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said the problem is what we have. Not only do we have certain type of videos from flat earthers that show that there is indeed inconsistencies, weird things going on within SpaceX videos, for example. I can send you a few if you want to look over it.
Sure.
But the problem that I'm just trying to point out here is if we have Hollywood movies that depict going into space with obviously cuts and maybe in a more cinematic way, but still showing something that looks like almost true to life, you know, how can we be sure that what you see with SpaceX launches or NASA launches is true to begin with? And the thing is, it would be so easy to debunk a flat earther, right? The only thing they need to do is to just completely destroy flat Earth, right? Instead of doing all this bullshit on the internet, trying to make us look stupid,
But you can't.
putting in a disk in space, and so forth. Why just not mount a camera pointed upwards on a rocket and do a time-lapse full uncut video, okay, of a camera going up into space and docking all the way to the ISS? What is the problem? Without going to any CG cuts or the look outside views or whatever they sometimes show on these launches. Just a full raw uncut video. That's all.
Sure. There are two problems there.
Debunked.
There are two problems there. First of all, that's not in the minds of the people who are doing that stuff. So the objective for those people isn't let's destroy Flat Earth. And secondly, even if that video existed, Flat Earth would continue. It wouldn't be destroyed.
How do you know? They haven't done it yet.
Because
same way as there has never been a 24-hour live stream from the ISS. Would be easy, right? Why is not every astronaut having his own social media account? We have stupid people on the internet having a social media account about how they eat fast food every day. Why don't they have like an Instagram account where they can daily post videos or even do live streams? Why does this never happen? Like a nice live stream with their smartphone in their hand on the ISS. Like, why is this?
The problem with that is, to me, the line of where it's where the evidence becomes irrefutable is ever decreasing into the horizon. For example, we have like 1 hour, 2 hour long live streams from the ISS. To me, those are irrefutable proof. To you, they are not. So how long does the live stream have to be? 5 hours, 10 hours, 20 hours, 1 week, 1 year? Because you can always push it back. See, this was just 2 hours. We need 5 hours. See, that was 5 hours. We need 10 hours. We already have uncut video from the ISS and live streams that have things that cannot be explained by any flat earther. And I can give you examples if you want. But instead of saying, well, I can explain every single part of this video, you just say, well, it was 2 hours and not 5. And that's the whole refutation there.
No, the thing is, what I find suspect is, if the ISS is really a place where they can dwell in every day and they live there every day, why is everything that is being outsourced is through these official accounts of European Space Agency, NASA, and whatnot? Why not just have little social media accounts for each individual astronaut where they can post little things, what they do and whatnot, with their smartphone or even a camera that they have? And there's just so many things on the ISS I find odd. Is, for example, why don't we have, for example, a video of a time lapse of an astronaut sleeping you know, in a sleeping bag, that would be the first experiment I would do, because we know human beings tend to move a lot in their sleep, right? We move left to right, whatever. Like when you, or why don't we have just like a video of the astronaut uncut going into the depressurization cabin, and then getting depressurized and then going into the vacuum? We have never seen this full uncut. Or another thing I would like to have is, or to know is, how do they have so many different clothes all the time and so many videos that they have? Why they have no laundry and they literally need to wear them to a point where they're so dirty that they just throw them away into space? The same with their underwear. Why they don't have a real functioning shower, and why it's a big struggle actually poop in space, and so forth. And even thinking about that, they always need to swallow their dirty toothpaste water. There's just so many things that are ridiculous about the space station that I'm yet to see answers to. Why do you never see an astronaut with like a wrinkled shirt if he's wearing it for like 7 days or more? Why is there
Why-
never any dirt on it? And so forth.
Why hasn't one astronaut taken their own personal camera and
Yeah.
recorded the vastness of space instead of just looking down to Earth? Because you would think that they would want to capture space from the vessel looking behind themselves. But you know what? Want to know why you don't have that? Because they're not in fucking space. Bottom
Exactly.
line.
Do we even actually know that they don't have that?
Yeah,
Yes,
we do,
I've
because it doesn't
searched for it
exist.
all, man. You know how much I searched for certain things because I was unsatisfied, and I'm still unsatisfied.
He said he had hours of these things. I would like him to post his best one, like the best 2-hour non-cut
No,
video.
fuck
Just go ahead and
hours.
post.
Just post a minute. Fuck hours. Just post 1 minute of them filming the deep vastness of space. Because guess what? If you were to put me in a position to where I am less than 1% of the population having this fucking really cool advantage, I would, for myself, for my family, for my friends, I would want to record. I would want to turn my camera from Earth and then look at the vast space behind
Well-
me and then share with everybody and say, look at this, check it out. But no
Well,
one has
maybe
done that.
maybe that's what you want, but what I'm asking him for is what he said he had. So if you can go ahead and post your number one uncut video that's an hour long or 30 minutes long or whatever, I'd like to look at it because I
Sure.
love space, actually. Go ahead.
Sure. I'll do that. Also, I want to respond because there was a lot of questions, and it's no problem. But I want to respond here. I cannot offer you guys everything that you ask because there is a
doesn't
shit ton
exist.
of shit that we don't have, and it's always like you can always ask for more stuff. When we get one thing, you will ask the next thing. So I can never offer you guys what
Yeah,
you
well,
ask if
why
you want
wouldn't
to
we?
have every single thing that you would ever want to have.
Just post
So
one thing.
We're just asking you for
I
what you
can
said
post
you
one
had.
thing. Like,
Yeah.
why are you even being so rude about it? Like I'm making a
Because
statement and
you're
then I'm
asking
posting the
someone.
thing.
Yeah,
So
you're asking
I'm not
someone
sure
who's
why I'm being
curious.
rude about it.
While I'm answering you, you just won't listen because you're asking people who are curious about things they don't believe in. So of course they're going to ask for more and more and more.
Yeah,
but we
but
just want. Yeah,
see,
but we just want from you what you said you had. You didn't say you
oh
had
yes,
everything.
I
Yeah.
understand. But see, I started my statement with I'm going to post it, but first let me address this thing. So you guys didn't listen,
I
and now you're
answered it.
just attacking
And I
me for no
answered
good
it.
reason. So
And I
what the
answered
hell?
it. And
Yes,
I
thank you.
answered
But
you. Yeah, thank
yeah.
you. And now you're talking about it still.
Yeah.
Strange.
So how about when I say I will post it, instead of attacking, just listen and
I didn't
accept that I
attack.
will post it because I
I'm
said,
the one
well,
who
the other
said
guy did. The other guy
maybe
did.
it's
I
not
didn't
you.
say you, Rakia,
Yeah.
so you're being
Yeah.
defensive
So
for
we're
no good
not.
reason.
I don't think he attacked you either. I listened to him. And I said, of course we're gonna ask.
No,
as a
he
group.
said, "Shut the." I'm paraphrasing
Oh
here.
my
Shut
God.
the fuck up and just post the shit.
Can we
Yeah,
just
because
ban
we
this
don't.
guy?
That's an attack.
We don't want to hear all your extra stuff about why you think we have feelings.
Yeah, and now you're
about what
attacking
we
me for.
believe in.
Yeah, we don't want to hear
We
your
just
stuff.
want
We
to
just want
know.
you to post
You're
it.
just
Post
here
the shit,
defending
goddammit.
something.
Post the shit.
Yeah, we just want you to post what you agreed you had.
Oh
That's
yeah,
it. We don't want to hear
I
all
said
your
that I will
all your
post it. So why are you
Holy! Can
whining
somebody
about it,
ban
man?
this guy?
Yeah, you
Post
just
it.
like to come here and give your opinions and about what
Lori,
we
post
feel.
it.
Yeah.
Lori, just post it. Just stop talking. Just post it. Let's go
You're
from
like
there.
a little
I
barking
am
dog.
posting
It's
it.
so annoying.
Yeah, but
Hey, don't. That's
see,
not
see what
necessary,
you could
Riggs.
do is stop attacking me,
Well,
and I
you
will
know,
bark back.
he is.
We're
I
not.
know,
We're not attacking you.
no.
We're just asking
Yeah,
for
but
what you
Lori,
had.
just
he
post
attacked
it.
me, and then you attacked
You're
me, and now you're
attacking
just saying
us.
you're being defensive for no good reason, and you're
No, we're
attacking people
not.
for no good reason.
It's
Like
not defensive
when I
to
say I
ask
will
questions.
post it,
Okay.
I will post it.
Projection
All right.
So shut
Okay,
the
Hold
fuck
on.
up and wait
beyond.
for me to post it, man.
Post it.
Everyone,
Still
hold on.
waiting.
Don't tell. Hold on, Gracia. Don't tell people that this isn't to you, but this is to the whole room. Don't tell people to shut the fuck up. Don't tell them they're like little barking dogs. Don't overtalk. Come on, guys. You guys know how to act.
Yeah, Lori, just post
Lori
it.
does not know how to act. That's the problem.
Yeah, I am.
It wasn't only
He
him,
comes
Riggs.
in here
Absolutely,
Riggs,
it's
it was.
using
my
this
problem.
tone,
I am
being
the
defensive,
Beautiful guy here. Just
says
ban me
everyone
already.
they're interrupting and says they're defensive. That's
It's
literally
completely
all
on
he's
me. No
doing.
one attacked me for no good reason whatsoever.
Listen to him. He's a prisoner. I'm
Lori,
attacked.
just
I'm being
post it.
attacked in prison. Blah blah blah. You're coming at me. Blah, blah, blah. Dude, just shut up.
Lori,
Yes,
just post it.
No,
that's by the
stop.
way not toxic at
Stop with
all
the. If
to
you guys
mock
have an
someone for
argument,
their
let's hear the
accent.
argument. Hold on,
That's not toxic.
Guys,
You don't have an accent. You have
Totally
a
not.
like
That's
a
totally
fart
not
coming
toxic,
from your
Riggs.
face.
Hold
guys,
on, guys.
let him just finish his whatever he's
He has
doing,
an
and
argument.
then
Let him
he
just
can
post
post
it.
it.
Just
If
post
he
it.
has an
Yeah.
argument, let's hear the
Just
argument.
post
Save
it.
all the
Just
meta
post it. How
bullshit.
about
You
I
guys
now
hear me?
mock
Can
your
you guys
guys'
hear me?
accents and see if I get banned for that and show.
He just want to
Temporarily. I'm
get a
trying to gain
reaction out
control
of
of the
you
room.
guys.
You're going to be next to get temporary. So I'm trying to gain control of the room here. Save all the meta bullshit. You know, the barking dog, the shut the fuck up. Save all that and just talk about the argument. Okay?
Arf.
Don't overtalk.
Arf.
If you can't go one at a time, we'll make a list.
Lori, just
Okay?
post it, and we'll go from there.
He'll probably leave since he was muted for over talking. As he blamed people for over talking, he'll probably leave without posting it.
No kidding.
I mean,
Oh yeah,
I'm very interested.
I'm completely leaving, Rakia. You will see me leave now. Wait, I didn't leave. What the fuck? Rakia was wrong about his predictions. His wise ass predictions about what I'm gonna do. Rakia's never wrong about anything.
Yeah, all he cares about is like having a verbal argument. Can we just like
Larry,
Rakia,
just
to be
post
fair,
it,
Rakia
Lori.
went into exactly
Just
what I
post
said
it,
not
man.
to do. Don't talk about, oh, he's probably going to leave, da-da-da. Talk about the argument.
Yeah,
Sit here
yeah,
and talk shit about
exactly.
other
Jeremy,
people. Just
Jeremy,
talk about the argument. I don't want to
Jeremy,
hear
hold
all
on.
the extra bullshit.
I don't know if you've
Jeremy-
been here, Jeremy, but he did this last night and he's doing it again today. Like he doesn't want to talk about flat Earth. He just wants to like yell at somebody, except he yells at the whole room. That's all he does.
Okay, Lori, can you just post your
That's
evidence that
very
that you said you have? Please post it.
Yeah, I've
I
asked
didn't
him
even
to
look
post
for
it so
it.
we can talk
Being a
about
shit
it.
show, so.
Yeah.
Dude, you literally just here to make yourself a victim, right? That's how it sounds like. You did it with me, and I.
He's just trying to feel important.
If you
He can
make
get
me
the
a
whole room to
victim,
yell
I
at
will
him. He
take the
feels
victim
important.
position and I will troll you with it. How's that?
Next person who talks about the bullshit, I'm going to mute you. Don't tell me what he's here to do or this and that. Just talk about the argument or don't talk. If you're not going to talk
Okay,
about the
the
argument,
argument.
it's obviously getting
argument
turned
is-
into a shit show real quick. So everyone stop. I'm going to mute you if you overtalk. I'm letting you guys know
the
right
argument,
now.
The argument is that we think we have or don't have uncut video. Lori piped up and said, I have it, so I asked for it. We're still waiting for that so we can talk about it.
There you go. That's it. And that's the end of the discussion. Just post it, Lori, and we'll go from there. Let's go from there.
You have the video.
That's
all
not
that
what we
extra
asked.
bullshit, guys. All that extra bullshit. It's not necessary.
Wait,
Just talk about the argument.
I
Let's see
posted
the video.
and after 1 second you say that's not what we asked.
See, look, he's doing it again.
He posted the video, and you guys said it.
Why
Did you guys say
isn't
it's
the
not
video
what you asked for?
what you guys asked? You guys
Who
asked for a
posted the
video, I gave you
video?
video. I posted it.
Okay,
Who posted the
where in
video?
your
Live stream
video?
one.
I just hold on, Laurie. I just scrubbed through it. Nowhere does it show anywhere outside of this capsule that you're talking about. And my point that
Okay.
my point that I addressed to you is, where's the video of this same person taking video, recording the fourth wall, the way to where you're gonna look away from the earth and show the vast space in this darkness. Please show me that video, and maybe I will listen to
So,
you.
yes. So let's go back to what I claimed. I didn't claim that. I never claimed I have that. And you guys were
okay.
asking me what I promised to post. I promised to post uncut video from the ISS. After I promised that,
Okay, that's
you
fair.
started asking about let's see them shoot outer space. So I never claimed I had that. So I don't know why you were under the impression that I was going to ask what you brought up after I promised to post this video. I promised to post this video, not the one that you were asking for, because that happened before you asked for it.
Okay, that's fair, but here's the thing. Here's my problem in this argument. Even though I'm jumping in, at the latter end of it, here's my problem. You are posting from a studio, okay? And now I'm saying, well, prove to me that it's not a studio. Prove to me that they are in space with a video that's going to record the dark vastness of space behind from the other view or another angle. Now, what I mean by that, it's called the fourth wall. Okay, in movie you have the fourth wall. That's where everybody behind the camera is. Now, in this instance, it would be you turning that camera and showing space from space. Why is there not one video of that ever in recorded history? Why don't we see this? Why? You would think that it.
Dude, make your statement and stop talking, because you're just going on and on and on and on. Like, this is why I muted you the other day.
One more thing.
Make your statement and stop. No, not one more thing. Not one more thing. You asked the question. That's it.
Well, it was kind of rhetorical though, because you know that he can't support
You're
that.
just going on and on and on. Just you said your question. Let him respond.
It was rhetorical.
My question, since it's rhetorical, I don't need to answer that. My question back instead would be, would us not having that prove that space is fake? And my argument is no. That's no proof that space is fake, though.
Okay, so with that being said, I'm gonna address this issue. Is that if I was an astronaut, not only for my children, for my family, for friends, or for all of mankind, I would personally want to record how space looks from a space vessel, and I would want to turn my cameras to show how the moon looks from space, how the planets look from space, how the deep vast space looks from space. Why does that not exist? Why hasn't one person filmed the moon from space? Please answer me that.
Yes, since it seems to be no longer rhetorical, my answer to that is they are not you, because you preface that by saying, if I was an astronaut, these would be my priorities. Well, they are not you, so those are not their priorities, and that's the answer.
So the reason why not one astronaut has ever recorded the moon from space, you're saying it's because that's not a priority? Guess what, bro? People fucking film their food on social media because they want to brag about it. You wouldn't think that an astronaut wouldn't want to brag about seeing the moon from a space vessel? Like, they would see it closer than where you are on your face of the earth. So why? Like, come on, bro, wake up. Wake up.
Wake up to what? Like, there's
to
no argument.
To reality. To reality.
There's no argument here. Like, we have, there is nothing in empty space. It's empty. Like, and the planets that you said that you would love for them to film, you can't really see the planets because they are too far.
You know what's funny?
Hold on.
You know what's funny
It's
about the
just
word
empty there.
You know what's funny about the word empty is it needs containment for it to be empty.
You need containment for empty to be empty? Really?
Yeah, I feel
Yeah,
like Rocky took it over though, dude.
Sorry,
That's
go ahead.
not actually true, but okay.
And fucking took his shit over. Rocky, did you have something?
So why not the moon? Why not at least show the moon? Because if I am X amount of miles away from Earth, then the moon should look way more glorious in this vast empty vacuum from my position if I'm that much closer. Why has not one astronaut ever fucking recorded the moon from the fucking ISS? You would think that this would be something amazing to
Keep
share
saying
with
the same
people.
shit over and over again, dude. Just you're taking a really long time, and you're using your every time after he talks to say the same shit over and over again. Are you drunk?
Great moderating. Thank you. I'll shut up.
I'm just saying, why have we filmed the moon? Why have we filmed it? We know, we heard it.
Can I get an answer for that, Laurie?
Ask him like 20 more times. You want to just do that all day?
Can I get an answer for that, Laurie?
Yep, it's not a priority.
Nonsense. Pure nonsense. People fucking take pictures of their food, but the moon from the ISS is not a priority. Get the fuck out of here.
Meanwhile, let me ask a question. Since space doesn't exist, since we didn't go to the moon, since all of these videos are fake, why is there no one good argument for any video whatsoever that shows definitively that this was faked and here is how? That doesn't exist.
What?
like if you guys actually support the position that this is all faked, I would assume that you guys, it would be a top list of your priorities to actually post evidence of it being faked, but that isn't there.
I do actually have like a 6-hour compilation. It's at least 6-hour compilation of explaining how they actually use CG to create these, and not only that, but also along with practical effects using harnesses and wires, green screens and whatnot. Like, would you actually watch that? Would you actually watch it? I can post the videos right now.
Sure. I can
Okay,
watch that. My counter to that is what I asked for was something that's compelling and that no one can argue against. What you're gonna post isn't compelling, and we can argue against it. So that's a problem.
And Jeremy, to answer your question,
how do you know what I'm going to
yes,
post?
I am.
You said what I'm going to post is not compelling?
Sorry.
I'm guessing based on what the evidence that I've seen for the past 7 years.
Wow. Good job, man.
Wow. It's crazy.
In 7 years, you kind of learn to know what people have and what they don't.
Yeah.
So then what are you doing here?
You said an argument that you can't argue against. You do know that there's people who literally have murdered people on tape, and they're still trying to argue to be not the victim. So there's literally, if people are like fanatic about something, they will always argue about something that you can't even argue about, even though there's 100% the evidence given.
I actually
that
agree.
statement is stupid. Like, if you're a fundamental anti-flat earther and glober, you will like even if NASA would say we're faking everything, you would still find something to make it look like as if they're not faking everything, you know?
I actually agree with your fundamental feeling there that even if there is 100% evidence, there is a way for someone to argue against it, which I can link back to what I said previously, that if we had uncut video showing rocket launch to space, someone would argue against it. And what you're saying now confirms that.
But there isn't a video of that. That's the whole point.
Yes, but if there was, you guys would still
But
not
there isn't.
Yes,
Guess
but if
what?
there was,
Guess
you guys
what?
wouldn't
Guess what?
believe it.
Guess what? If my aunt had a dick, she would be my uncle. So what are you saying?
Cool story, bro.
So what are you saying? You're saying that
If this
What I'm saying,
existed, we
yes.
would believe it, but it doesn't exist, so we don't believe it.
Yes. So you asked me a question of what I'm saying. I will tell you what I'm saying. I'm saying that you guys are so fundamental that even if we had 100% proof,
No,
you
that's
wouldn't
not
believe it.
true. Listen, I told you, if they give me a full time lapse of someone sleeping in space, I would try to rethink what I have already assumed about them faking it. But they can't fake that. You can't if you're using CG and wires and whatnot, you can't fake someone 8 hours in space sleeping. Because who can sleep in strings? Doesn't work.
If you're being honest about that, I will say, well, that's cool. I could go the nasty way and say, no, that's not real, and you wouldn't believe it, but I don't want to go there.
I don't know why you couldn't. I don't know why you couldn't fake someone sleeping in space. I think it'd be way harder to fake them going from inside to outside.
Yeah, because how can you fake these natural movements that the body has once you completely. That's the thing. They never recorded this, right? The first thing I would record when I was in space, it would be an experiment regarding the sleep. What are abilities? What is the body doing when he falls asleep in zero gravity?
That's a good question.
Never been observed with any camera. Never been nothing. There's literally nothing. This is so unsatisfying. Dude, sleeping is one of the most mysterious and interesting things about the human body, and there's nothing from the ISS regarding this. Only some stupid videos of them showing you how they get into that sleeping bag. It's crazy.
Laurie, why do you believe that the ISS is real? Let's start there.
Because there's good evidence to show that it is.
Okay. So if I told you that I am in Egypt and I have the Great Pyramids behind me, but yet I used the CGI composite fucking blue screen or green screen imagery, but I lied to you, so you are going to believe that I was there even though I'm lying to you, and then somebody else.
Did I say that? Hold on. You're making a strawman argument because did I actually say that I will believe you when you fake a trip to Egypt? No. So you're kind of making a strawman argument there.
Well, your ISS belief is.
Yes, but you're asserting your religious belief into that the ISS is fake, which is under contention. So you're kind of making a silly question based on assuming your position, and then you're kind of like, why?
but what would prove, other than showing me a studio, what would prove otherwise? I would say a true video shot, a live stream, if you will, of them showing the moon from the ISS. Because technically, they should be able to see that at least once a day, or at least 5 times a day, however many times they circle around the Earth in your belief. They should at least see the moon, but they never show it, ever. They never have, and they never will. Want to know why? Because that's not where they're at. It's a studio, bro. Wake up.
Let me actually play the devil's advocate here. Let's say we had that evidence, and let's say we had a shot of the moon. Could that be faked?
Yeah, it can be actually, but why wouldn't they at least attempt to at least fake that off? Why?
But my question back is, why are you asking for it? Because you then admit that it can't be faked, which I assume means that you wouldn't believe it even if we had it.
Well, you're right about that, but even still, because at least it would at least show some validity, because it would make, even though I think it's fake, it would at least make me think, well, maybe they are up there, maybe.
Yeah, but
they don't.
But what we have already shows some validity. So why are you not believing that?
But it doesn't, though. That's your problem.
What I posted absolutely shows some validity, because you cannot, like, that shows a long uncut. Like, there's a shortcut in the beginning, but after that there's a very long uncut section with the guy moving about in in basically zero gravity, you cannot fake that using the vomit comet, because the vomit comet only works like in 30-second bursts or stuff like that. So you would have to use cuts.
but
You
movie
cannot
magic.
CG that. You cannot use strings to fake that.
I saw
There's
a
no way to do that.
hold on. I saw a 2-hour film
APOC, let
called
him
Gravity.
finish, dude. APOC.
He did finish. What are you talking about?
Relax,
He did
bro.
finish.
He's done now because you cut him off, but he definitely wasn't done when you started talking.
No, I actually was done.
I know. I know. So listen. I saw a 2-hour video movie called Gravity, and they were in space the entire time. Doesn't make it real. And as a human being watching a movie, knowing that it's a production, we know that to be fake. They weren't in space. But I'll tell you what, their cinematography was way better than NASA on so many accounts. And matter of fact, it won Academy Awards. It won awards for how realistic it looked. And what I'm trying to point out is that you can show me 50 minutes and say, look this is real. Well, I can say, look at 2 hours of something to be real, but it was fake. And this is why we argue with you. This is why we have contention. Do you understand that?
Sure. But if you don't want to believe the evidence that's there, that's always gonna be the
Laurie, one more thing I want to say. There is a music video where they filmed it in a parabolic flight, and you can't even see the cuts. So there's a music video that is like 3 minutes non-stop, and it just looks like the guys are completely floating, and you don't see any cuts because they put some effort into it, and they made it look like as if it's a continuous clip, even though there must have been thousands, or let's say tens or 20s or hundreds of clips doing these parabolic flights, right? So if they with a production team for a music video can do this, imagine what a government agency can do with billions of dollars to make it look like one scene uncut.
That is a fair argument. Even though I haven't looked at that video with that same eye, but I saw a similar movie like 1918. The whole premise of that movie is like it's filmed as a continuous shot. But if you know what you're looking for, you can tell where they hit the cuts. And my claim is you cannot do that. You cannot tell how they hit the cuts that are.
You can't tell it in that music video. I can show it to you.
Yeah, did you ever post the thing they were asking for when I came in when the room was in all-out chaos? Remember they were asking for something. Did you ever post that?
Yeah, I did. I can post
it. You're probably watching it right now. They're gonna watch it and they're gonna let you know. I was just checking.
I think I've seen the music video that you were talking about, by the way, but I just haven't looked at it from the perspective of a flat Earth conversation.
I mean, if this was the unedited video of them in the ISS, we actually tore that to pieces. There's about 7 edits in it. Are you talking about the one where they did like a walkthrough of the ISS?
Oh yeah, there's many walkthroughs on the ISS where you have continuous cuts.
It's not continuous. We spotted possible spots where there could be cuts. There were definite cuts, and then there were other spots where there could have been possible cuts.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's in a 6-hour.
Me and Gio and them went through it for, I don't think it was like a 45-minute one.
The video that I posted is just 50 minutes, so I was kind of
50
remembering
minutes?
wrong. Yep, I was remembering the length wrong earlier.
It's fine. I think
if you
no,
want
it's fine.
to show
I
me,
think that
like
was
there's one obvious cut in the beginning, which kind of doesn't even need to be asserted because it's obvious. But my claim is after that it's totally uncut. Where in that video do you see cuts after the first obvious one?
It's the one me and Gio and then went through. There's many cuts in between it. I think the longest period they went without a cut actually is 7 minutes, or at least a pot where there could have been a possible cut, but there was definitely cuts in it.
Okay, so in which parts? I just posted.
Bro, I'm not ready to go back through it now and point them out, dude. We did that, I don't know, months ago. I can't do that. That's not something I can do right now. Is run through that video with you and point out the
Can you
cut.
at least verify that this is the same video that we're talking about?
I can't even do that, bro. Is it the one where they're doing a walkthrough at ISS? I'm pretty sure it's the same one.
Like it's a walkthrough.
Yeah,
to
Jeremy,
ISS,
it's the
but
one
there
that y'all
aren't
went
any.
through. It has many cuts. That's why I didn't comment on it. I asked for a video of 30 minutes or 20, even an hour or whatever with no cuts, and he posted this one just willy nilly and says there's no cuts, and then he admitted that there were cuts. It's amazing.
Also,
dude,
hold on, Larry.
Dude, you just admitted there were cuts.
I said there is one cut in the beginning.
Oh,
which I
okay. So
kind of
you did
prefaced
admit there were cuts. Got you.
My claim was after that it's completely uncut. So sure, don't listen to me and then attack me for what I said.
No,
no.
I asked for an uncut video. Listen carefully. Uncut video of 20 or 30 minutes.
The first cut,
you
that's
posted a video of
uncut.
50 minutes that has cuts, and now you're over talking me, saying that your video that you posted has cuts. Weird.
So let me ask you, Rakia, since Jeremy isn't going to look at the video and show where the cuts are, can you do that, Rakia?
Also, let me just say real quick.
Since you agree there are cuts, why?
Since you cannot show me where the cuts are, I win
Yo,
this
I do
conversation.
instantly start talking over him.
Your video with the cuts.
Hold on.
You mean the video that you posted?
Yes,
maybe
of course.
that guy that posted the video of the ones with the cuts can show us the cuts in the video that he posted of his uncut video.
So again, there's one cut. After that cut, there are no cuts, Rakia. Can you debunk that?
Let's start with you showing us the cut in the video of your uncut
It's a yes
video.
or no question. Can you show me, after there's one cut, after the first cut, can you show me any single other cut, Rakia? Yes or no?
Am I going to show you in your uncut video that has cuts?
You cannot show me where the cuts are.
Why are you over? Lori, relax.
I'm just putting some pressure on him. It's fine.
No pressure. No, there's no need to put pressure on people. We don't do that here. This ain't the shit show.
And
this
there's
isn't
no
the
time
goonball
limit,
shit
right?
He's
show.
putting pressure on me as well, so it's worked.
You have all day. You've had 7 years. 7 years to come up with a 30-minute
yes, you had
video.
7 years to
now
show where the cuts
you're over
are.
talking me again. You fanatic.
Hold on, Rakia. I know. Lori, this isn't the goonball shit show that we've been doing for the past 5, 6, 7 years. This is going to happen in a calm, orderly fashion. So Rakia was speaking. When he's done, he'll stop speaking. You'll know he's done because he won't be talking anymore, and then you go.
Fair enough.
7 years this guy's had, and when he said, I didn't even ask, actually, he admitted that he had video of what I wanted to see. I said I was very interested in any uncut video of anything in space, 30 minutes, 20 minutes long, an hour long. He immediately posted this, didn't say then that there was a cut in it. When pressed, said there was a cut in it. I would like him to admit that so far in 7 years of his research, he has no video of uncut space video.
That's not even how the conversation works. So from the get-go, you're misrepresenting what happened. Like I said that we have like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour long videos.
That's a lie.
Yes, hold on. Now it's okay that you. I don't get to finish.
It's not okay.
Rakia gets to
It's
finish.
not okay,
I don't.
Lori. It's not okay. I got you.
Yeah, thank
okay?
you.
Let him finish, guys.
So let me start from the beginning. What I said is that we have like uncut video. I didn't say that a single file with no cuts. I mean uncut video. And if you look at that video from the point of like 2:30 onwards, it's uncut video from that point onwards. We can all agree on that unless you show me where the cuts are, which you cannot do. So we can all agree then that from 2:30 onwards or wherever the hell the first cut is, after that point, it's uncut video, right? Otherwise, I expect you guys to show me where the cuts are.
Well, you can go back and retwirl it however you want, but what I asked for, right, was uncut video.
Yes,
and you said you had it.
Yes, and after 2:30 from this video, it's uncut video. So
Does
I
anyone
gave
have
you
the
what you
show?
asked for.
Does anyone
Does
have the show
anyone
number?
here? Does anyone here have uncut video? If they've
Yes,
been here
I do.
6 months, hang on. Why are you uncut video?
Yes, from 2:30
Hold
onwards
on,
in
guys.
this video, it's uncut video. Rocky.
Guys, we already did this. Does anyone remember the show number that we went over this video on? Like, that would solve a lot of issues because we definitely spotted numerous cuts throughout this whole. There wasn't a spot more than, I think, 6 or 7 minutes without a cut, or what could have been cuts, or what could have been potential cut spots. Like, does anyone remember, like, even when that happened? That was months ago, months and months and months ago. I can't remember. I don't know, Laura. You need to keep up to date with the flat Earth debate, or you're gonna end up in situations
I have
like
other
this.
priorities. I have other priorities, but I will say that it's fine in some sense if you like. Like obviously, when the same kind of arguments go on, are brought up over and over and over, it gets tiring addressing the same points that you either addressed or thought you addressed. So in some ways, fair enough.
I mean, we did go over this video and we did spot cuts in it. I also wanted to say, just if there wasn't any cuts in it, that doesn't mean that they're an ISS, right? I mean, all you got to do is drop something and simulate free fall. So you get up real high, you drop something, you simulate this free fall thing, or maybe they have some anti-gravity technology. We don't know the technology NASA has, right? Do you know all the technology the government has? Bless you, babe.
If they had that kind of technology, I think it would be just easier for them to have the technology to go to space.
If they can get there. I mean, I don't know if they can get past Kosho's dome or Pete Shea's dome, or one of these domes people think is up there. So
I'm not sure why people think there is a dome up there, but
I know Kosho's got a dome where stuff bounces off it, but meteors are inside of it. I don't know. Kosho's dome was kind of weird, but I hear you. I don't know why. I mean, well, I know why, but anyways, yeah, that video is littered with cuts. I mean, I'm gonna ask Gio when he gets on later how many cuts were in that. It is weird though that this footage doesn't exist. I used to ask them why the wide angle lens? Why not a rectilinear lens or something so we get an accurate representation of what's going on in space? They told me, oh, it's so you can see more of space. We want to see more. Okay, cool. That didn't really resonate with me at the time. However, here we are now. We have 360 cams. You ain't gonna be able to see more than that. Where's our 360 cams at, bro? You feel me? They want to show us more, right? With the wide angle lens, are you gonna see more with a wide angle or 360?
With the 360 is all like processing afterwards to straighten things out and stuff, so it's not going to be an accurate representation anyway. The rectilinear is still the way to go.
We're not worried about an accurate representation. No, we've already thrown that in the garbage. We're just worried about seeing more.
True. No, like
that's what they said.
Yeah.
Because at first I was trying to get an accurate representation because lines are curving. That should be straight. I'm like, yo, what's really good? You know, they got the solar panel, straight lines curving. I'm like, why aren't we getting an accurate representation of space? And the Globers would say, oh, we're using this wide angle lens so you can see more. Okay. You know, people want to see more of space. All right. Now we got 360 cams, and where's our seeing more thing at?
I get you. So the wide angle doesn't really make sense anymore because they could go as wide as they like with a 360. Like, yeah, I get you.
Yeah, the 360 you can just control yourself when you play it back. You just move it wherever you want. Have you ever seen?
You guys want to hear something funny?
Oh God, here's SB. All right, go ahead.
Oh God, here's SC. What does that mean? Yeah, grab Booba, Your Highness.
Just
I know you are. So check this out. I'm posting high platform installations like balloons and stuff. So I'm getting comments on, haha, SC thinks that NASA's flying balloons in space. Guess what the first satellite of the United States was, geniuses? You guessed it, a balloon in space. So take that one and put it in your back pocket.
Ooh, and they have a Chinese satellite, or sorry, a Chinese balloon floating over us right now.
Probably.
No, it was in the news. Yeah, it was big time in the news. It was over Wyoming or Wisconsin or some goofy shit.
Wow. And in case of you're wondering, oh, how could a balloon go that fast? Well, you think maybe, just maybe, the military figured out that they can just put like a little thicker substance, like a Kevlar or something. And by the way, when you're flying at 140,000 feet, there's absolutely almost no atmos. So speed with a balloon is not an issue. Yeah.
Hey, Lori, is he still here?
I'm here.
Hey, Lori, can you explain why when that Russian was taking a tour of the ISS, why a little wing nut fell down to the floor? Why did he? Why did he? Why whatever, whoever, whatever? You get what I'm saying, though. Why was there a pocket of gravity when technically it's all weightlessness? So that shouldn't have happened. Can you explain that?
No, that wing nut is actually one of the not a great example to use. There's other examples of stuff falling on the ISS.
Yeah,
that's just
but,
as one
I mean,
of
you can
many,
go
though.
over the wing nut if you want.
I mean, that's just one of many, though. So how can you explain something
It's hard to
falling?
tell though. It's hard to tell in the video if the wing nut actually fell. I mean, we can go over that for hours. We burned a whole Brandon show going over that. But I mean, if you want to, you can go over it. But it's not gonna like there's. All right, go ahead. Just go ahead. You got a wing nut falling.
Yeah, my answer would be was there a pocket
Yeah,
of
there
gravity?
was.
I mean,
Oh, was there gravity? Well, technically, in if you are that many miles away floating in free space, there should be nothing falling down like that because it would go against the claims that, you know, water is floating and your food, when you let go of it, it floats. So then why did this one particular thing drop down no different than if you were here on Earth?
my question would be, did it?
It did. Yeah, it was on video. It did. 1000% it did.
Maybe not. Maybe like it moved in the direction that you assume is down.
Oh,
like, Jeremy really had a point. Like, the evidence is not convincing enough, and we can talk about it for hours. And basically, I can just say it's not actually falling down, and your question assumes it is.
It fell in free fall speed. How is that not enough evidence for your mind to wrap it around? Like,
bring the video.
My answer to that was it didn't fall in free fall speed. So why are you saying that it is, and why are you presenting it as evidence?
It did fall in free fall speed. What are you talking about?
Bring the video up and let's see it.
That's your opinion, yes.
Bring the video up and let's
all right, let me find it.
I mean, this isn't.
What is a better question is, why do we have 6-hour complications of NASA having very big anomalies happening in space? Like, if they're truly in the environment that they are, why ever have any fail like this?
Yeah, no,
why
you're German,
ever have
but it's
fails
called
in space?
It's called compilation.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Has anybody used the cupola of the ISS to kill that fantasy yet?
The rubber O-rings.
Exactly.
that have lasted for like 20 years, and the most harshest environment where it's getting hot, cold to the most extreme degrees.
Yeah, that argument, my killer argument of the ISS. Has anybody used that? I wonder.
I mean, you don't understand. You don't understand. What else we got? You don't know how physics works. What else?
Yeah, let Lori answer that question. Lori, you still there?
Yes,
I can answer this. Just because you think it should be after 20 years malfunctioning, or just because you think how can I manipulate something on the outside of a mechanism that goes to the inside, you just don't know how science works.
So explain to us how two little rubber rings that are in a dynamic system, meaning that they twist around, there's outgassing, and there's no service record. First of all, one turn of that thing would render those things useless.
Yes.
So any answer to that? Just don't say you don't understand. Find me a replacement where they show that they replace those O-rings periodically, please. Go on.
Yes. So my question to you would be, in order to make your argument complete, I need you to verify and calculate precisely the forces acting on those O-rings. Thank you.
No, what you got to do is take your head out of your rear end and research high vacuum situations and research what kind of gaskets they use. Once you do that, you will realize instantly that you don't know what you're talking about and that those rubber rings cannot work 10 to the minus 12 torr. That's all you have to do.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, I just checked. There is no hat in my rear end. Now I will move to the rest of your point. I did ask you for looking for a detailed analysis of the forces being put on those O-rings. You basically just said you're not gonna do that, and you just, I assume, based on faith, believe that the forces would be too great.
No, anybody that has any knowledge, I mean grade 5 school knowledge of pressure and O-rings and seals, will know that a dynamic rubber O-ring in that kind of vacuum will not work. If you do the slightest bit of research, you will find out that those O-rings cannot work.
Yeah, we learned about this O-ring shit in elementary school, man. Come on.
They cannot work based on what?
Based on the pressure, based on the vacuum. They will outgas. Do you know what outgassing means, Lori?
I don't really know. No.
Let me explain to you. Outgassing means any rubber material has pockets of gases in it when it's made. So when it's put under low pressure vacuum, those gases come out of the rubber, rendering it useless and brittle. Anybody with the slightest knowledge of vacuum seals knows that instantly, Lori. Instantly.
Okay. So what's your argument here?
My argument is those little O-rings in a dynamic system which runs right through the cupola, which they turn. That means the rubbers rub against the turning mechanism. And 20 years of outgassing, that is physically impossible.
Based on what?
I just told you. Outgassing and vacuum.
Yeah,
Had
so
you had
you
the
have...
slightest idea... So let me get this straight now. I gave you information, right? You have no clue what outgassing is. You have no clue of the rubber seals. But yet you're going to proceed to defend this system without having any knowledge of it.
No, I'm not defending anything. Like, you haven't actually even heard me begin to defend it. I'm just asking questions. And my question to you is, did you do an analysis of the forces? Your answer is no. And then I say, well, based on what then? Because you would have to do an analysis of the forces involved.
Analysis of the forces.
Yes.
That's your what forces? What forces?
What forces indeed? What did you say? Outgassing?
So you have no clue.
Was that
you
a
have
word
no clue what I'm talking
you have no
about.
clue. You have no clue because you're asking me for the forces.
No, I told you what the forces are.
Thank you. So why are you asking me if you know what the forces are? So did you do an analysis of the
You're not
forces
gonna
that you know
listen,
that are
Laurie,
there?
listen. You're not gonna play this game here, right? I gave you some information, right?
Yes.
Outgassing rubber seals. Now you have no clue of this information. What you should do now, Laurie, is okay, SC, thank you. I'm gonna keep quiet. I'm not gonna talk about this until I get further knowledge of the system. Do you think that's wise, Laurie, or not?
That's partly wise, yes. But also, I would say back to you, since I asked you for detailed analysis of the forces involved, and you don't have any detailed analysis, I would say that you need to shut the beep up as well and go back and research this stuff, and then make a complete argument based
Can you
on that
believe
analysis.
this guy? Can you
Real
believe this
quick,
guy?
the cupola, does the cupola go from sunlight to well, of course the whole thing does, right? The whole
Every
thing.
90 minutes, yes.
So there'd be a huge temperature change on the O-ring itself, no?
Every 90 minutes for 20
Because the
years.
O-ring
Yes.
touches out. The O-ring touches outside, basically. Like it's what stops the gas from coming in from outside. So the outside, whatever temperature the outside is, would be touching the O-ring. No.
Positive 250 degrees Fahrenheit to negative 250 degrees Fahrenheit.
Correct.
Those temperature swings every 90 minutes on O-rings that are 20 years old.
Yep,
That should be
constantly,
fine.
every 90 minutes.
That should be fine.
Yeah, considering
no problem
I
there.
think they might have O-rings that go down to maybe 175 degrees for a very short period of time before they fail.
You know, I've been saying this for 5 years. Not one of them has researched this. Not one
It's
of them.
because you say gas with a Z, bro. No one can take you serious.
What can I ask you, since you're an expert on research, what kind of research did you do, Mr.
A
SE?
lot, bro. A lot. I ain't gonna tell you shit because every time I
Cheers,
say this, I want people to hear it over and over again. The O-ring, which I've been telling you for 5 years, not one of you has researched it to find out. It's very simple. Very, very simple. But not one of you in 5 years has researched this.
Laurie,
It's
does
just
it sound?
beautiful.
Laurie, does it sound reasonable that an O-ring could go from minus 250 to plus 250? You know, every 90 minutes, that temperature swing for 20 years and still be able to function?
I don't know. Did you look at the forces involved?
Just the temperature. I was just talking about the temperature alone. Is that
The temperature
a force?
alone, and
In
and
other
it's
words,
not
you
like
didn't
it's a
look at the
static
forces
O-ring
involved.
either. They use cranks, so you've got movement that O-ring is dealing with. So regardless of us calculating the forces, we know that there's huge temperature swings that even static O-rings can't deal with.
In other words, in all this time, what was it, SE, 5 years? None of you guys made the argument actually complete by looking at the actual forces involved?
I mean, mine's just with the temperature alone.
I'd say to you, chop, time to get on it and
I
actually
mean,
make
with
the
the
argument.
temperature,
Look at the screen, boy. You're in the wrong saloon, bro. This is
Forget
not
all the
the
forces.
Chihuahua show. This is not what you're used to. And
By
the
the
other
way,
clown.
SE, no name calling. Chihuahua, I believe, is a name that you used to call me.
Not
So
you,
that-
not
that-
you.
This
I
is not
said
a
the
saloon. This is
JG
not a saloon,
Chihuahua
SE.
show. Listen carefully. The JG Chihuahua show. That's not
Well,
you.
that's still calling Jose names, so no name calling. Thank you. This is not the salon we're in. Have a decent conversation, Essie. If you cannot handle that, then I don't know. What's the
Yeah.
solution?
Listen, your games are not going to work here, Laurie. Look at the screen. 44
Yes.
past the hours. You see those O-rings? Have a look.
So when you get
Yes,
defeated
those look
normally,
like
do you go to
O-rings,
straight
yes.
like victim status once you get defeated in an argument?
No, I'm
when
just
you
pointing
have
out
no
the blatant. I'm
legitimate
just pointing
answer.
out the blatant hypocrisy that he's being like a condescending piece of. I'm not going to say what because it's against the server rules. He gets to play that game, and then he says, oh, "This is not the game. We're not going to play
guys,
games here."
let's
Well,
just stick
you're
to the
playing
argument.
games,
Okay,
SE.
we got it,
You're
Laurie.
playing
Laurie,
games.
we got it.
Yeah.
I hear
Okay,
you.
Laurie,
I
we
hear you.
got
Let's
it.
just
Now.
stick to the. hold on. Let's, guys, seriously though, let's just stick to the arguments and not worry about all the other bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But Lori, just the temperature alone, does it sound like these O-rings would still be functional just based on the temperature differential that many times over that many years every 90 minutes?
I don't know. Did you look at the forces involved?
Just the temperature alone.
Listen to his answer.
Wait,
Did you
why
know
are
the
we
forces in that?
Jeremy, why are you talking and asking a guy questions who says, I don't know to that question?
Good point.
Yeah.
See you, Lori. Hey, talk to you later, buddy, because there's no use in talking to you if you don't know the answer to that.
Hold on.
No, don't hold on. I don't want to hear any of your
hold on,
bullshit.
Rakia. You're
No, I don't
overtalking
want to
me,
hold
by the
on.
way, and you're
No,
yelling.
I
So
really
this is
don't. I'm
not
not
the
really
salon for
yelling.
these
I'm
kind
just
of
in my
games,
truck.
Rakia. I'm
Yeah,
actually,
don't really need
yes?
you, Lori. You don't even know
Rakia,
about
you're
temperature
overtalking me. You're being
variations of
rude.
O-rings.
You're being rude, sir.
He's very
Okay. Tell us what you know about O-rings so we can ask you questions about that because you obviously don't know about temperature.
Yes. So can I make the point that I was making before you rudely interrupted me and started
Yes, you
yelling,
can tell
Rakia,
us.
which by
You
the
can
way
tell us
shouldn't
what
be,
you know about
which by the way shouldn't be allowed here. So Rakia,
He
I don't
asked me if
see
you could
why
make the
I don't
point.
see
I said
why you
yes.
get to shout and I don't.
I'm
Don't
not
fall
shouting,
for his
sir.
game.
Yeah,
this is what he's
everyone
gonna do now.
relax.
Let the princess scream and then we'll talk. Don't fall for his
Yes,
game.
let the Princess Rakia scream. Exactly.
We just
let
want
the
to know what
Princess
you know
Rakia
about
scream.
O-rings.
Let the Princess Essie Montreal scream.
Yeah, we want to know what you. Can we ask him what he
Yes,
knows
and no
about
one is a
O-rings so we
princess
don't
except
waste our
maybe
time?
Essie Montreal is a princess, maybe.
So, yes, darling. Tell us what do you know about O-rings? What do you know about
I was
O-rings?
making before Rakia rudely interrupted by screaming.
Yeah, you got rudely
his
interrupted
fucking
by
lungs.
me and Rakia. Now, what do you know about O-rings?
Now, my question is, when someone says, I don't know, isn't that a sign of humility and healthy?
Yes,
Yeah, but why
thank
does
you.
that person
Thank you.
keep on
Yes, it
talking?
is.
So
It
Rakia,
is.
your question to Jeremy was, why are you continuing a conversation with a guy who says I don't know? So your question basically means, why are you continuing a conversation with an honest person that we know to be honest based on his saying that he doesn't know?
Yes, you're honest.
So
Yeah, but why would we ask you?
Hold on, Rocky, you're gonna go
conversations with
next. Hold
honest
on.
persons shouldn't happen.
Okay, is he done? Yes, we
I
know
am
you're
done.
honest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, we know you're honest. Thank you. But you know
Yes.
shit about O-rings, so shut up.
Okay. So you get
Yeah,
to
so
tell me to
stop.
shut up. Cool.
Why are you talking?
No, don't tell anyone to shut up. Listen, so okay, he doesn't know about the O-rings. It's fine. If he just thinks that they're still going to work with that temperature swings over that many years, and wants to know the forces, obviously there's something strange has happening. But let's just move on,
maybe
please.
someone else. Maybe someone else here knows about O-rings more, so we don't have to listen to Lori tell us
somebody
about
else
his
can
what
mod
he
or
feels.
something.
I'm modding. What's up?
No,
Can
you're
we
not
ask
modding,
someone else?
bros. I hold the mods responsible for this shit show.
What do you want me to do?
Can we ask someone
would you
about
have done
O-rings?
Can I interject one important point? Can I interject?
Briggs, what would you have
one
done differently
important
just now? I'm
point?
just curious.
Yeah.
Just
can I
now, no.
interject
Lori
one
has
important
come here
point?
disingenuously. I labeled this shit out over an hour ago, and you just
Yeah, he
let him
did.
get away with murder.
He's doing
Can
the
I-
same
can I
thing.
I mean, it was
interject
going
one
good.
important
It was going
point?
No,
good up
it
until,
wasn't,
like, 5
dude.
minutes ago.
No.
No, it's
Can I
not going
interject?
good.
There wasn't
Jeremy.
any screaming. There wasn't any yelling.
Oh, please.
There
Can
wasn't
I
any over
interject
talking.
one
It was going good.
important point, please?
I feel like
about
the
O-ring?
modding in the
One
server is like
important
so
point
tone
about the
deaf.
O-ring. One important point
Dude, it was
about the
going.
O-ring.
It was going fine. Hold on, Jen. It was going fine up until like 5 minutes ago. There was no screaming, no yelling, no over talking. What's good?
No, you let him dictate the argument for an hour. He knows shit about O-rings. He knows nothing, dude. He told you 5 times he knows nothing.
I'm just
You
asking
kept asking him.
questions.
Now
that
he's still
wrong?
talking. Now he's interrupting. And can we
Well,
let the
no.
guy who does? Can we let someone who does know about O-rings?
Yeah,
Maybe
I
Jen.
want that would be me. That would be me with the important point. Gin
Thank you.
CBR1. Right. Basically, the designer of the oil ring that's being used on the ISS, supposedly being used on the ISS, said that that was not its intended use. And he was surprised when he was told that his invention, that oil ring, was being used. Okay? That's a fact.
Yeah, I saw that video. They went to his house. He pulled out a drawing that he drew himself, he designed, and said he doesn't know why this is being used. He can't believe it lasts that long, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I saw the same thing. They were in his
Yeah.
shop, in his Harley Davidson shop where he makes stands. Yeah. And by the way, Lori, I posted proof for you. Can you please read it? What I posted 49 after? Since you don't know about O-rings, I'm going to educate you on them. You want me to read it for you?
Yeah, you
Give
can
me a
read it for
second.
me.
What happens during outgassing? Outgassing is the process in which non-metallic materials such as polymer, adhesive, rubber, or potting compound, epoxy, will release a gas when exposed to the heat and or vacuum. The gas will eventually condense on other materials and could render them inoperable. Do you understand, Lori, now?
Do I understand? I kind of understood it the first time you said it, like you explained that process earlier, and I understood it already. So I'm not sure
And
why
now
you went to the
justify it.
trouble of posting that and then reading it when I already understand what's going on.
What do you understand then? Take this information that I gave you and put it to the ISS O-ring. What did you exactly understand?
I understand that it could, emphasis on the word could, render them inoperable. Doesn't mean that it will in the time frame that you say, and it doesn't mean, does this say that, by the way, the ISS is fake? No, it says it could render them inoperable, could. So
Right, I didn't say it was
are
fake.
you willing to roll with what your source says, that it doesn't necessarily have to render them inoperable, it just could?
Well, we have two possibilities. We have two options.
Yeah.
We either ignore the outgassing, which we know happens for a fact on the O-rings, or we can go by what you're saying and say, oh, maybe in 20 years, this stuff that happens to all other metals, I mean, all other rubbers, will not happen in the harsh environments of space. Which two of these do you think is logical, Lori?
That is based on strawman in my argument, because I didn't say outgassing doesn't happen, and you just kind of asserted that I said that. No, I didn't say
No,
that.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I just gave you two scenarios. Now that we know, sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you go. You're making a point. Go ahead.
So we have two options here. We know that the characteristics of all rubbers, compounds that are made of rubber and epoxy, we know they will outgas. That's a fact. We know that this system of O-rings, very small, two of them, there's 8 arms, 8 windows. We know that they're there. So 1 and 1 is 2. We know outgassing is going to happen. We know they've been there for 20 years. We know it's a dynamic system and they rub when they turn. So that's logical. Is it not, Lori?
Yes, that's option 1. What is the second option?
The second option is to put your head in the sand and say, there's no problem here.
Examine options.
Yes.
Is there a third option?
So I
don't know.
I will take the first option and say yes, outgassing does happen. I would add to that what your source says, that it could render them inoperable. It doesn't say it will render them inoperable. It says could.
So you think there's a possibility that these little O-rings, which we know outgas, they've been there in this harsh environment for 20 years. You think that's a possibility?
I mean,
that
yes,
they didn't malfunction?
Yes, that's what your source says.
That's not what my source says. No.
It does
No,
say
no, no, Lori. On the contrary, it says that it wouldn't survive that environment. So how do you stand on the position that it would when the designer himself is saying that it wouldn't? Like, come on, wake up, smell the coffee, get aboard, let's go forward.
Hold on, let me do that. In order to wake up, I need to go back to sleep. I'm now sleeping. I'm waking up. Now I'm taking a cup of coffee. Okay, that's done. So let's go back to the source, which you said that. Hold on, let me address your point. You said that this source says it will render them inoperable. No, it doesn't. It says it could. There is a big word, and you changed the words on that. that word could is there for a good reason. Why are you trying to avoid the word that's in the source that SE posted? Why did you change that to something else?
It's amazing how your brain works, man. It truly is amazing, bro. It's truly
called
like
cogdis.
Thank you. I know that I'm quite intellectually high on the intellectual IQ charts, and I'm also very strict about, because I actually do study English and translation. So I know what words mean, and I see when people use them dishonestly. So there is in the source that SE posted the word could, and you swapped that word into something else purposefully. Why did you do that, sir? Instead of reading the source as it is, you change it to something else that you wish it was. You wish it said what you said it says, but it didn't say what you said it says.
So do you agree that rubber outgases? Yes or no?
Oh yes. And it could render those O-rings inoperable. Emphasis
So
on the
could.
word
This is
could.
where
Not
it's
will,
amazing.
not 100% will, could. That's a possibility. There's a possibility of them not working, and there's a possibility of them working, which your source leaves out there.
Wow, man, I would hate to be in your
distraught
shoes,
by
bro.
this, if you're distraught by this, then find a better source.
I'm not distraught at all. It's amazing to see you talk after I show you stuff, and you will not look into it. You're gonna leave here today, and you're not gonna look into it. You're not gonna look into O-rings. You're not gonna look into pressure. You're gonna do none of the above, right? Tell me I'm right.
Okay, let me ask you a counter question. Why should I?
I knew it. I knew because I gave you information, and you're not gonna look into it. You know why?
Yes,
Because
but
you want to keep your model fantasy alive. That's why.
That's not actually why.
Laurie, is it safe to say that when there are certain elements or conditions of this proposed O-ring that it can render it faulty, that
Yes.
there is a possibility that they won't sustain their designed structure, so it wouldn't allow these condition it wouldn't allow itself to survive in these conditions. And with that being said, why do you then still believe that they can? Because technically they probably wouldn't. Are you just going off the side of your hip, saying that because there's a possibility then they are doing this, when in reality these things don't, and probably don't, should I say, they wouldn't survive that condition, because it's really extreme. Like when you push something way beyond its engineered capabilities, then it's more statistically that they would fail, because you're pushing them to these bounds that they wouldn't be able to sustain that. So why are you on this, like, you are hoping or wishing or believing that they would be able to survive in that environment, extreme environment?
There is no hope in my part. Like, and by the way, since it was addressed to me, I'm gonna respond instead of you responding. There is no hope on my part. Like, you prefaced the question pretty well, but you went on for quite a long and for a good reason, I think. Basically, what you said, if I sum it up, is yes, they could get destroyed, but there's also a possibility that they wouldn't get destroyed. So why are you thinking that they wouldn't get destroyed, even if that's a possibility? Well, because it's a possibility. You guys, I expect you guys to show for 100% fact that they wouldn't survive, because that's then a complete argument. But it's not a complete argument if it's just, well, it's kind of surprising that they have held on for this long, but we don't actually know that it's impossible.
What are the
Let me
specs
just
on the
make a
O-ring?
small statement here. Listen to this, right? This is a man who admittedly said he has no idea of what we're talking about, yet he's talking about it as if he knows. It's
I actually
amazing,
have
man.
a,
It's
hold on,
amazing.
Essie. Yes, it's
I have a
amazing. But
point to
yes,
interject. I have one more point to interject.
go
And
ahead,
the
Jim.
point is, let's not forget about the designer of the O-ring. And then what about, was it the Challenger one where the delayed space shuttle flight rendered the oil ring useless, and that was here on Earth after a couple of cold days here on Earth, right? So where the ISS is supposed to be, 200 and what is it, 50 miles up into the Earth's surface, above the Earth's surface, supposedly, hasn't been proven that it's up there. We haven't really seen any tests that says that an O-ring of that size can survive in that environment. I haven't seen any tests.
Okay, hold on, real quick. SE, what was the degrees that the O-ring has to go through on ISS? Please answer me that.
It has to go through a full circle. When they open, and let me tell you how it works, okay? There's
No.
there's
Here's
shut.
hold on. I'm saying, what's the lowest temperature and the highest temperature that they will survive? Please answer me that, because I have
The
something
O-ring.
to.
I'm not sure. It's been a while since I looked at it. I would have to look it up for
No,
you.
Hold on.
wait, no.
Hey,
Hold on,
Apoc-
wait.
on the ISS is plus
Yeah.
250 minus 250 plus
Okay,
250 minus 250.
wait.
Yeah,
Wait,
go Apocryphal.
I'm not saying SE. I'm not saying the O-ring itself. I'm saying, what is the degree that the ISS is in temperature-wise, from a negative?
Yeah, it swings. It swings from, I think, 250 to minus 250.
Okay.
Swings like
With
that.
that being
Crazy.
said, With that being said,
You think?
Lori, listen to me. You
I'm
do
listening, yes.
realize that the O-ring it's only designed to withstand a negative 75 degrees, and then it fails. So if you're going negative 200 degrees, it would fail 1000%. So why would you still argue that position? Because technically it will not withstand the temperatures of going negative 200 degrees, right? Because technically they're designed to be negative 75 up to 620. So why do you still take your position? Go ahead, please respond.
Yes, I will respond to. Do you have evidence for your claim that it breaks at the temperatures?
Yes, I do. I do actually. I do.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
The second question that I have is, SE just admitted that he doesn't remember the temperatures involved because it's a long time since he looked into this, so he doesn't know. So why are you relying on?
Yes,
on
I
SE?
know.
Hold on,
I
SE.
know.
Hold on, SE. You're over
Yes.
talking me. No, you don't, because you said that you don't remember. It's a long time since you looked into it, so you
I
don't
said
know
the
what the hell
exact
you're
number.
talking about. So
Lori,
why are
your
you
games
preaching
are not
other
going to work
people?
here, bro. I
Why
said
are
I
you
don't
preaching
remember
on
the
to other
exact
people?
number
And
because
also,
it's been
hold on. I thought I was talking. Was I talking?
Go ahead. My bad. I apologize. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So why are you attacking other people for them being honest about them not knowing, but then you don't know yourself? And also, why are you then being the source of information if it's long time ago since you looked into it and you no longer know what the hell you're talking
Fair
about?
enough. Now stop talking. My turn. Number one, your tricks are not going to work here. Okay, I know what you're doing now. Everybody here knows what you're doing. You're a man that has absolutely no knowledge of this topic. And hold on, don't get triggered. I know you're triggered.
Go on.
Now,
No, I'm just waiting to make a point.
You want exact information of the exact numbers, and I told you I don't remember the exact numbers. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't know that these things will not function under the pressures and heat, because I looked into it. Now, I'm giving you this information. You, in return, instead of looking into it and having an honest conversation, you're trying to pick little things like, what's the exact numbers? This is what you're trying to do. It's not going to work, Lori.
Yes, but it's
With that being
actually
said,
working.
Okay, with that being said, Lori, would you agree with SC that the O-rings on the ISS go through a temperature of negative 200 degrees plus? Yes or no?
I haven't looked into it. If you show me a source that says that's what they do, then I will go with that. Sure.
Okay. So can anybody please Google to try to find out what is the temperature that it fluctuates between of what the vessel goes through? Can anybody do that? And
well, here's the thing. 150
Lord,
minus 150 plus 150 minus 150.
Okay,
So here's the thing.
That's enough.
You got to think about it though. Hydraulic pumps use O-rings. They use face plates and they use tube O-rings. And hydraulic pumps differ very greater than the 150 degrees. And they work okay.
No, it's the negative 250 degrees that is a very big problem when it comes to these O-rings, right? Like any type of plastics and rubbers and things like that. Once you get down to those types of cold temperatures, they become so hard and brittle that they completely fail. So it's the negative temperatures that's the big issue.
So with that being said, if it's at negative 200 degrees plus, an O-ring, it literally states, and I posted it, it says that it fails at a negative 75 degrees. We're not even at the 150 yet. It's literally failing at negative 75 degrees. So Lori, with that being said, can you concede that this isn't making sense? Yes or no?
I have to apologize. I was actually typing on the chat, so I didn't pay full attention to what you were saying.
Okay, let me reiterate. Hold on.
Okay,
let me say it again. So he just stated that when it's at a negative temperature above 200 degrees, that the O-rings fail. And I posted how the O-rings, they actually have to a negative 75. Now somebody else said that they are known to be up to 150 degrees and they will still work. But we are stating that the ISS is even less than that, and it's beyond 200 degrees negative. But what I posted is said that the O-rings will fail at negative 75 degrees. And with that being said, how do you still stand in that position that they will still work? Go ahead.
Fair enough. And apologies again for you having to repeat that. My question back would be, is what we're shown here like the design parameters, that these are the ranges that they are supposed to work, or do we have absolutely smashing evidence that it will fail at this temperature?
Okay. Well, let me say, with that being said, let me say this, okay? So I'm an iron worker, okay? And there's a lot of tolerances that we can adhere to in so many different aspects. Now, when we talk about heat and cold and the material that we're working with, it has been science the fuck out of it that things will fail and be able to withstand at both ends of that fucking table. So when you have an argument that a particular thing, and we're talking about the O-rings, they will not be able to handle these extreme, differences. If you want to stand in that position that it is now outside of its perimeters, then I would say that you're wrong. You're false. But if you still want to stand on that, that is clearly you having a bias, and you're not willing to accept the fact that this is such a impossible scenario only to fit your narrative. Is that fair to say? Yes or no?
Of course, I would say that it's not fair to fair, but I actually currently have fever, so it's getting to the point where I may have to tap out of the conversation just for.
No worries, no worries.
that
You know what?
reason alone.
You know what? It's nothing's more important than your health. So go take some medicine and go to sleep, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. You have a good one.
Before
Yeah,
you go,
I'm
Laurie,
at least
hold
feeling
on,
well.
hold
Flat
on.
Earth fever. He's got the flat Earth fever.
Yeah, let me say one thing, Laurie. Okay? And this I guarantee you, if you do what I tell you now, you will learn something. You will learn something very important. Research, vacuum chamber, seals. Okay? Just research that and come back tomorrow and we'll have a conversation.
There
You
you
will
go.
learn something.
And
Not
and
asking a
maybe
lot.
and maybe Lori, you will come back with a different position because you will have learned that technically, this shouldn't be a possibility. Yet the information that you believe in, that you've been told, being that it's doing what it's doing, it doesn't make sense, and it should be it should be falling apart.
Maybe.
All right.
100%, not maybe. I'll post something for you to watch, Laurie. I'll post something right now. Hold on. Here you go, Laurie. Start with this and then come back. And I have a way better one than this, but just start with this.
You know what, Laurie, you sound like a sensible man, and you sound like an intelligent person that has believed what they've been told. But hopefully, if you can take the data and the answers of what we've told you today, that you would come to a conclusion that would at least throw a wrench in your falsehoods that you believe in presently. And maybe it will make you start realizing that maybe there's an alternative to the narrative. And hopefully, you will then come to your senses that you've been lied to. And to believe the lies is is your downfall. And we're trying to share with you that we once believed the lies, by the way, but we've come out of that, and everyone's speaking to you. It's not to harm you, it's not to belittle you, but we're just trying to show you that the things that you believe in, as we all did, aren't making sense, and that's why we have a position that this is a falsehood. And hopefully you come to that. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
Most people that get in groups like this are, you know, like I put myself in his shoes and I'm saying, okay, I believe the ISS is up there, which I don't discount that, right? I don't know one way or another. It seems like it's up there, but I do know what little I know about O-rings and about rubber and about products. But the honest way to approach it would be, man, I've never thought about that. You know, let me go investigate it. It goes beyond what I know, like with my toilet O-rings or any O-rings I've seen go out on my car, or, you know, the products that are similar that go out under a lot less harsh conditions. Maybe NASA has developed some type of material or O-ring situation that I don't know about. I need to go investigate. That's not what I hear here, you know, here at this site a lot from each side, right? I mean, they brought up the O-rings that failed during the launch when it was so cold. Well, that just makes logical sense. When rubber gets cold, it gets brittle and it shrinks. Steel does the same thing. So why wouldn't you think rubber does that? Well, when you have hot and cold, you know that steel and rubber break down. To say that you don't believe that is, man, I don't know. I can't listen to anything else you have to say when you say that.
That's a good
Well
point,
said,
Rakia.
Rakia. Well said.
Rakia, that's a good point, because when you have a material that goes through those stresses, it makes it more brittle. It only like exasperates, or what the fuck? I'm so drunk right now.
Exacerbates.
What?
Exacerbates.
Yes, that's that's the word. It only makes it that much more brittle and capable of defect. So it would break it down quicker, because when you put any material in such environments, hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold, it's only going to make it more capable of failing or failure. You know what I mean? So that's a fucking great point. That's a really good point.
It's not only going to work. Yeah, but Jeremy doesn't count. It's not only going to work like it's designed when you put it under those harsh conditions. It's going to break down quicker. So it's going to fail, and then it's just going to disintegrate. I mean, it wouldn't even, those O-rings wouldn't even be up there right now 20 years later. Show me the maintenance schedule right now. I have a boat that I keep on the water, and I'm right now changing out bilge pumps and fuel coolers and starters and things that are less than a year old because of just the salt water, not even the drastic heat and cold. Now my engine room gets really hot, and then it represents cold, when it cools down in colder temperatures, so things break down that way too. But man, just minor situations make things break so much. My maintenance schedule is incredible. I have an AC that's out. I have, things that are broke that I always have to fix, on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. And you're telling me they don't have a maintenance schedule? No way.
For 20 years? Exactly.
No way.
And they're not changing every single O-ring on a yearly basis or a 5-year basis or a 10-year basis. Come on. Like, let's go. Like, let reality sink in and realize that it's not obtainable. It's not a reality that can even be imagined and pushed upon us for us believe that there's this vessel in space that is going through these environments. It's that easy.
How many times have
you
we
know what
heard?
the funny thing is, bro? I've been asking them this for 5-6 years now. It's a challenge out to all of them. Not one of them has provided this schedule. Not one.
How many times have we heard that the government, they have all kinds of hidden technology that the public doesn't have? They hide the technology, they keep it secret. Why can't they just have some super duper O-rings that are top
We
secret?
know what the O-rings are. We've seen the patent. It's not like this is some secret shit that we don't know about. They told us this is what the O-rings are.
But that's the thing is, they're always claiming that there's some sort of super duper government technology that's hidden. I mean, why can't these be super duper government technology that's hidden?
They could be extremists. They could be, but they told us that it's not some super duper secret technology. It's these O-rings from the patent.
Oh, okay.
We're just working within their own story.
Exactly.
Maybe they lied about that to keep you in the dark about their super secret technology. They don't want you to duplicate that super duper O-ring, so they're lying about it because they lie about everything else.
Exactly.
So you agree they're lying to us about the O-rings, or
they don't lie about everything.
Possibility.
Maybe they're lying about the very thing that they say is up there.
Right.
They don't.
You sound like one of those
everything.
conspiracy nutters, Rakia.
How do you think they got any credibility whatsoever? They can't lie about everything. If anything, it's sleight of hand. That's it.
It's
Hold
smoke
on.
and mirrors.
There's something up there.
Smoke
There's
and
something
mirrors.
definitely up there. Don't say there's nothing up there. There's definitely something up there. Now, to go from there's something up there to men being in there.
Have you ever timed it, Montreal? It's moving fucking pretty fast.
Sure.
I timed it with my camera in a pair of 2 positions. It's not moving, just a couple hundred miles an hour. It's moving way faster than that.
Not a problem. Do you know that after 140,000 feet, there's almost zero atmos? Do you know that?
No, we don't know that. Hey, and Saruhif, somebody.
Yes, we do know that.
Say it again. Maybe I misheard you.
Yeah, we do know that up high, there's almost no atmos because we send balloons up there. So we know the atmos is very thin. Okay. So traveling at high speeds is not a problem.
Compare the technology from the S71 to the ISS. Now you have propulsion versus what?
Dude, we have 50 years.
Propulsion would work in a medium. To change velocity, you'd need a medium. So we'd have to be dealing with a new form of technology.
So
Well,
what you're telling us, Data, that there's something in the vacuum of space traveling at 17.5? Is that what you're saying?
The technology is completely different.
Hold on.
The flight profile is completely
Why are you cutting in?
Hold
I
on, one
clocked
at a
it around
time, guys.
5,000 miles an hour. I didn't clock it around 17,000. I clocked it around 5,000 miles an hour and 90 miles.
So you clocked it at 5,000 miles an hour.
That's fucking around with math and assumed distance.
Okay, so right away you're dispelling the 17.5 with your own research. So what are you saying exactly, Data?
I'm saying I would need more observations, and more importantly, here's the observation that I would make, which would prove a planar surface, is be the two vertical positions by it, as it overpasses a distance between 2 points. It would not only show the speed, but it'll also show that it's possible on a planar surface.
Hold on,
So you're changing the What are your take on the O-rings, Data? What's your take on the O-rings outgassing?
I'd like to get back to the operating one probably doesn't have it, but the one on Earth is for show, and that's how it's explained.
Okay, first of all, Essie, I thought you were talking about the medium the ISS was in. Second of all, I'd like to know how you clocked it at 5,000 miles an hour.
Good question.
radar gun.
Did you use one of those baseball?
He said math. He said he calculated it, but that's fine. I mean, you have to do that in a lot of things. But I think the medium could be different. We're talking about a fluid of air, but superfluids are frictionless. They can, once something gets going as fast as you want it to go, it'll never change.
Yeah, you know what I heard? You would have loved this, Rocky. I heard Ruhif say the other night somewhere, and obviously he didn't say this in front of me because I would have tore him up, but he said, if the ISS is that shape and it's moving that fast, it has to be in the vacuum of space.
Why isn't
Which
that
is
true?
obviously not true.
Why?
Rocky
Because
just
it would
told you
rip
why.
apart if it was in the Atmos. That's why.
No, Rocky just told you why.
Wait, what?
It could be. Did you hear what Rocky said before I talked?
About a superfluid?
Yeah.
Okay, that's one option. The other option is it's the vacuum of space.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be in the vacuum of space. It could be something else.
Wait, I don't what was the point you were making about if it's there, it would have to be that shape? I mean, it can't be in the air, obviously, because it would rip apart. We agree on that.
Okay, I didn't say that. Ruhif said that. I would never say something that dumb. You guys think it can only be this one way. You guys always have this thing in your mind.
I see.
Yeah. Ruhif said it has to be in the vacuum of space if it's that shape and it's going that fast. It doesn't have to be. It could be in Rocky as superfluid.
But the problem is, what's the evidence for the superfluid?
Well, they're investigating that now. It's definitely something
The
they're
ISS.
talking
The
about.
ISS is evidence for the superfluid.
Ah,
Because otherwise, it
No,
would
he
be
gave
a
you an
vacuum space,
alternative.
and that
That's
doesn't
what
exist.
Rakia did. He gave you an alternative.
And it's not something I'm making up. This is something that scientists are investigating right now. It's something that I thought of years ago because I was questioning where all the helium went. And come to find out, the helium under certain pressures and temperatures, which we reach in the upper atmosphere, turns into a superfluid. So that makes sense to me, right? So when other scientists start investigating it and it's frictionless, we can have the same speeds. The only thing it would really do is mess with all the observations that we do, which we're having trouble with that also. Why the stars appear to be in a certain pattern, why certain things seem like they're in some type of fluid. I mean,
okay, that would be really bizarre because Newton predicted the velocity of an orbiting object to go 17,800 miles an hour.
So what?
Right?
Who gives a shit about Newton?
So if there's a superfluid, you're now conflicting for the first. You're conflicting what was modern science was teaching center of mass. Mass attracting mass, gravitational force causing the orbits, right?
That's what we're doing, Data. Yeah.
So
We
hold
are
on.
questioning.
Now, yeah, I know, but I'm just saying. But the odds of having him predict the velocity to maintain that orbit or that speed, due to centripetal attraction and centrifugal force, you'd have to have a balance. So that would come at a velocity of the
I'm
vehicle.
not saying it's going that fast. I'm not agreeing with the speeds. I'm just saying it could go whatever speed it wanted. And once you put it in that speed with whatever you can use a thruster to get it, however it works, whatever it does. Once it gets to that speed, it will maintain that speed forever.
In other words,
So
zero
what's causing the friction then? What's causing the non-friction then? Like what would be
the superfluid? You're not
Yeah,
listening.
I understand. I'm understanding, right? I've seen the magnetic cube super cooled and spun around the tracks. I've seen that, right? It's frictionless. It's super cool. It has this magnetic.
No, Data, you're not listening, Data. It's
Quantum
not
locking.
that. It's
Quantum
not
lock.
quantum locking. Ricky,
Okay, so what
explain to him again, man. He's thick.
Well, you're dealing with a super cooled fluid. You're dealing with some type of propulsion in a way that it has a force to push, right? And then it has a direction. So you have
First
to
of all, do
quantify.
you know the characteristics of a superfluid? Do you understand what a superfluid is?
Probably not entirely. Maybe you seem to you can enlighten me on it.
Yes, I can. Listen up. Liquid helium, right? When you supercool it, you put it under pressure, right? It starts to like boil a little bit, move, and then it calms down. It reaches what's known as a superfluid state. In other words, it has zero viscosity. You know what that means? That means stuff could move inside of it with zero friction. That's just one of the characteristics. You get it now, Data?
Yeah, I understand. So the idea is that the prediction of the velocity was there. So you're assuming to maintain this particular speed or velocity in the environment is due to the non-friction of the superfluid. But what is pushing it along? What is pushing the vehicle
The
along?
same thing that pushes any other thing. Like Rakia said, whatever propulsion you want to use, you can use. And once you get it to that speed, it doesn't lose speed. It's like perpetual motion, almost.
I have
Can
an
I
honest
ask
question.
a question?
Oh, go ahead. I'll ask my question after your question. Go ahead.
Right. Does anyone know what's the pressure required for you to get a superfluid of hydrogen? Or
I don't
helium?
remember the exact. You remember, Rakia? The exact. It doesn't matter. Why do you want to
I
know the
think it
exact
does.
pressure? You can look that up, bro. You can
I
look
don't
that up.
remember.
I
Hang
tried.
on,
It's
I'll
not that
answer.
easy to find it, actually.
I'll answer. They've done it here in labs, more than one group of scientists, but that's here on Earth. So once you get up into certain pressures and temperatures, those pressures and temperatures would act together. So the lower the temperature, I would say, the lower the pressure would, the higher the pressure could be. So I think it would fluctuate, but I don't know why I don't think what they're replicating here in the lab is exactly what's being replicated up there, is what they're saying.
Well, I'm
But it
asking
can
that
be
because you said
replicated.
that the conditions that create superfluid happen in the upper atmosphere. And as far as I understand, the higher you go in the atmosphere, the lower the pressure is. So if you need high pressure to get superfluid, it wouldn't make any sense to say that, right?
Well, let me say it again. I'm not making this up. These are scientists, groups at
I didn't
MIT
say
and
that.
other. Well, yeah, but let me finish, right? I'm not saying this. I've read this and researched it. So obviously they've done the study. I'm trusting them, but it does make sense to me. If it doesn't make sense to you, whatever. But it's a place where we can realize what's happening to the helium, and then move on.
I also
Our scientists.
Go ahead, Bacon.
Okay, well, yeah. Are scientists saying that there might be superfluid in the upper atmosphere?
Yes, they're
Bacon,
saying
have
all
you?
of space might be a superfluid.
Hold on, Bacon. Have you researched superfluid? Do you know anything about? Have you heard about it
No, that's why
before
I'm
here?
asking. I'm just asking. I'm not saying anything.
Okay, so
I'm
you
just
don't
asking.
know. Okay, fair enough. All right.
Yeah, he asked the question. I said yes. They're saying that they think, right? They're proposing their scientific theory is that what we call space is a superfluid. That's what gives them dark matter and dark energy. They call it dark liquid. That's the superfluid. That would also help them with their gravitational problem. That would give them mass if it was a fluid.
Real quick, SVT theory models space-time as a superfluid gas. Superfluid vacuum theory, SVT, sometimes known as the BEC vacuum theory, is an approach in theoretical physics and quantum mechanics where the fundamental physical vacuum is viewed as a superfluid or as a Bose-Einstein condensate. BEC.
So the fluid itself is pushing the vehicle along, right?
So Rocky didn't make this
No, not the fluid, bro. The fluid is the medium with zero viscosity.
Yeah, sure, but it has to have a pushing force. It has to push something.
No, it doesn't have a pushing force. No,
I don't think the force is what they're using as the force is not the same thing as what they're calling the superfluid. So your question is answered no. What is the force? I'm not sure.
Yeah, so the idea is that any if you look at two magnets and they attract, they create like this vortex field in between them, right, which pulls in.
It's beautiful.
But at that level, this vehicle is now in a medium that must cause that effect. It must. There must be.
You know what you're into now? You're into rockets don't work in a vacuum. With it,
Right.
Is that where you're going, Data?
That's what he's saying. Yeah.
This is beyond known physics. They even say it. Just the invention or replication of this fluid in a lab is saying that it's beyond known physics. So you can't apply what you know right now to superfluid because it defies physics.
Because it's a theory. That's why. So can I ask this like real quick? And it's like kind of not too far based off, but does the Earth in the parabola that it's spinning around the sun, does it change velocity of a spin because of the way it's spinning around the sun in their model? Yes or no? Does it change speed?
No. Sorry?
Would it not change speed in the velocity of which it's turning if it's on a parabola? No different than if I was to whip around something as I got closer to it. Would that not spin me up? And with that being said, would that not make my day or nighttime shorter? And would that not speed up the ISS or slow it down? Because that velocity spinning in the parabola around the sun that you believe in, any baller, like, does it not change that speed? And if so, then how does that ISS have a constant speed when technically it's adherent to the Earth speed? And then how does the Earth have this particular speed going around the sun? I'm just saying that.
It's adherent to the Earth gravity. You gotta think like if there's a little like a line between the center of the Earth and the ISS.
Okay. Hold on. So, I get what you're saying. But if you sped up the Earth to spin as it whips around a certain speed because it's now caught in the parabola that is spinning around the sun in their theory, then wouldn't that mean any object that's in its gravitational pull in their theory, it would also whip that thing to be a certain speed to catch up and to maintain that velocity as it whips around in its travel? Yes or no?
I didn't get it, honestly.
You didn't get it? Okay. So the Earth spins around the sun in the heliocentric model, okay? Now, but it's a parabola. It's not necessary. It gets closer, it gets farther, and it whips around at a certain point. But why doesn't the day and night reflect that rotation of speeding up? No different than if we took that same principle and logic to something that we can replicate on Earth, to where we have something speeding up and whipping around a particular, central, point.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you keep losing me when you like. I understand what you're talking about. The ISS going on a parabola, and then you switch to the day and night. That's where you lose me. I don't.
No, because I'm saying the Earth should technically have a shorter day or night, depending on the position of that Earth around the sun. So, but with that whipping around,
why doesn't the ISS also speed up? And why don't they clock that speed when it's whipping around, in its
Because
parabola?
have you ever heard of the perpetual motion thing?
Yes, yes. And with that being
All
said,
right,
that's
so
exactly
it
why
follows.
that's my point.
Well, let
Can
me
I,
answer. Oh, go ahead,
Bacon.
Bacon.
Yeah, the rotation and the turn, like the movement around the sun, it's the Earth translating, right? It's changing position. The rotation is just the orientation of the Earth changing. Those two motions are independent. So if the Earth goes faster around the sun or slower around the sun, that doesn't change how fast it's spinning around itself. But it does affect the length of a day, because the length of a day is based on the sun. And if the Earth is going faster or slower around the sun, it changes the sun's position in the sky. So it does affect the day of the length, but it doesn't affect the speed in which the Earth rotates. And that's the one that is relevant
Why
for the
though?
ISS.
Why wouldn't it though? Why? That's my question. Why wouldn't, if the Earth is now traveling faster around the sun, why wouldn't everything in its orbit also pick up speed? So why is the ISS, how is it at a constant and not adherent to those principles of speeding up
It
or
is speeding up
slowing
with the
down?
Earth. Yeah, the acceleration that the sun is subject to towards the sun is also applied to the ISS. They're both being attracted towards the sun. So while while the Earth speeds up as it gets closer to the sun, so does the ISS. But relative to each other, there's no significant change.
So then, are you implying that the ISS would pick up in speed?
Yes, relative to the sun, yeah. It
Okay.
just doesn't
Okay.
pick up speed.
So
One
so
sec.
when ha- so
Let me
when
just make
have
that
they
clear.
clocked? So when have they clocked the ISS to be faster than 17.5 thousand miles
Yeah, that
circulating?
speed is relative to the Earth.
Yes.
It doesn't speed up relative to the Earth because both of them are accelerating together around the sun. As the Earth approaches the sun, so does the ISS. They speed up together.
Okay,
So the
that's my
change.
point. That's my
So
point.
okay, wait. So the ISS isn't speeding up relative to the Earth. It's only speeding up relative to the Earth's orbit, and that's not the speed that we attribute to the ISS. We attribute the speed relative to the Earth. So that isn't changing. That won't
No,
change.
but hold on though.
Bacon,
Hold on though.
but it's supposed to follow laws of physics, right? So
Exactly.
it's
So
not like the ISS can pick and say like, oh shit, oh there's this force attracting me. I'm gonna do. It should follow the laws of physics.
It does.
exactly.
It does.
No.
If you apply the
Hold on
laws,
though. Hold on though. If here's what I'm saying. If the Earth spins up like faster because its velocity, because it's closer to the sun at one point or another in the parabola, then any object that is attracted to it, in your belief, it should also speed up. And so then
yeah,
why don't these,
that's
why
the
doesn't the
point.
ISS
Let me answer
speed
you.
up?
Let me answer you because in the
So,
greater scales of things, let me just answer. In the greater scales of things, the ISS is like a little dust, so I don't think it's affected by the sun. You know?
No. It wouldn't be affected by the sun. It's gonna be affected by the Earth. So for instance, let me put it to you like in a stupid, like little children's way. Okay, if I had a string attached to my stomach, a rope, and then I had my child attached to it, and I spun, and then that child is going to spin accordingly to how I spin. Now,
Of course.
if one point or another I spin faster, my child should also spin along with me faster. But why
Yes.
is that not recorded in the speed of my son and only to me? Because technically,
No, if it was only to you, you wouldn't be with your son anymore. You would meet your son would lag behind if it wasn't speeding up with you. If both
so
you and
you're
the
Oh,
son, one sec, if both you and the son are speeding up the same amount, then there's relative to each other, there's no difference in speed.
but it will though. That's my point. There would be a relevant distance or certain speed.
Bacon, are you saying because the people who is measuring the speed are on Earth, that's why they cannot detect the difference,
Yeah,
or
that speed is relative to the Earth.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
but
see what you're saying.
But no, hold on, no. I don't accept that because if the Earth spun quicker,
It
then
doesn't.
oh, so you're okay. So you're not saying so. Okay, so now you're saying it doesn't speed up in its spin in the parabola, even though it technically does in your description. It
No,
it has to
no.
because
As I
it's
said in the
because it's
beginning, one
whipping
second, one second.
around.
As I said in the beginning, there's the rotation of the Earth or the spin of the Earth, and there's the movement of the Earth in the orbit. What speeds up is the movement in the orbit. So it as it goes around the sun, it gets closer
Exactly.
and further.
Exactly.
As it gets closer, it speeds up the movement through the orbit. The spin doesn't change. The spin is still 23 hours and 56 minutes all the time. That
But
isn't
technically,
changing.
it should.
Why?
Okay, put yourself on a merry-go-round, okay? And then if that merry-go-round whipped around faster because it's a vortex that just spins you quicker to cast you out into your travel, then in that one particular part where you spun around faster, it should be faster than what you were traveling beforehand because you were not as close to. This is all like theoretical, by the way, but if the sun was a gravitational pull, and it's known in the world that we have been taught of heliocentrism, it whips around the sun. And when I say whips, that means it picks up speed and furthers out. No different than when they try to calculate how a satellite or a rocket is going to whip around the moon to cast out to Mars, because they know that velocity speed is going to pick up and is going to fling you off its course. That's what I'm
Okay,
trying to say.
you know what?
Fling you off that course is going to give you a faster speed. So why doesn't these things that are
Hold on.
locked in with the speed of the Earth spinning in its orbit, in your belief, by the way, I'm not saying this is what is.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
if
so
you
you
picture
say you get it. So can you now understand that wouldn't make sense, that the ISS should be technically traveling faster than 17,500 miles per hour, because technically it should be whipping with the Earth and it should
is.
pick up speed.
Yeah, if both of them pick up speed at the same time, if both of them pick up the same amount of speed relative to each other, there's nothing changing. If you're throwing a ball to the person next to you inside of a car, and that car speeds up, but both you and the person inside of the car speeds up together with the car, you can still keep throwing balls to each other. It's not going to make any difference. It would only make a difference if only one of you sped up and the other didn't. Now you would start now you start to get away from each other, because the speeds relative to each other is no longer zero. There's a significant difference in speed between you and that person. But the ISS is with the Earth and it's under the same influence from the sun as the Earth. So when the Earth speeds up, so the ISS speeds up in the same direction. So there's no relative difference between those two.
No, hold on. No, you just said, you literally just said it. You said that when the Earth speeds up, the ISS speeds up. So then why is there no measured clock of it speeding up?
Because that speed is relative to the Earth. That speed isn't going to change, because the speed of the ISS relative to the Earth isn't changing, and that is what that speed that you're mentioning is the speed relative to the Earth.
Okay, what? No, you double talk. You double spoke, because if the Earth speeds up on this parabola of its course, then anything locked into its orbit would also speed up, because if I was a man spinning with ropes attached to me and my kids were attached to it, if I speed up my velocity, my kids will also speed up the velocity. So my question is, why isn't it clocked in the ISS? Why have we never heard that the ISS picks up momentum when the Earth is picking up